Today's story is one you won't want to pause, and if stories like this are how you unwind, you can request the next one I narrate. Your pick, your novel, your audiobook. Try Patreon free for 7 days, then just $3 a month. Links in the description. Now, let's begin.
Third person's POV. Once inside the wards, Lucian immediately went inside. Apart from being a little dusty, everything was about the same as he left it. Lucian smiled seeing the inside and immediately started to clean everything, leaving spotless. Decided to just spend the night. Lucian went and stayed in his old room, where he fell asleep as soon as he laid down. "You sure are taking your sweet time, aren't you?" Hecate asked with a bored facial expression. Lucian just shrugged his shoulders when he realized he was summoned. "Was more, what can I say, I was feeling nostalgic." "What do you mean nostalgic? You were gone for a few months," Hecate said, her expression turning deadpan. "Homesick?" Sigh. "Anyways, I called you to inform you of something I forgot to mention last time, something which you specifically should pay close attention to. Titles bear immense significance, especially within the supernatural realm. Take, for instance, the City of Magic. The title alone imparts a mystic essence to Miami, influencing its magical orientation in two distinctive ways. Firstly, a title has the ability to amplify a specific characteristic. In the case of Miami, despite the ley lines being a prominent feature, the title infuses the place with an unmistakable mystical ambience. Secondly, a title wields profound influence, intricately connected to the collective belief in its significance. Such a title can confer limited control over a specific aspect of existence, shaped by the shared convictions of those who acknowledge its authority. Consider the example of the God of Harvest. In a world where inhabitants fervently believe in the benevolence of this deity, the god gains control over agricultural abundance. As more people invest their faith, performing rituals and offerings to the god of harvest, the deity's influence over crop yields and agricultural prosperity intensifies. This forms a symbiotic relationship, where belief strengthens the god's dominion, and reciprocally, the god's benevolence reinforces the belief system of the people. In this context, the title, God of Harvest, derives its power not inherently, but through the collective belief of the people. The wider and more fervent the belief, the greater control the associated god has over the harvest aspect. Precisely. The acquisition of a title's influence is not arbitrary or self-proclaimed. It relies on the acknowledgement and belief of a collective, emphasizing the symbiotic relationship between the title holder and those who recognize its authority. One cannot simply declare themselves a deity or bestow a title upon themselves. True influence arises from the genuine conviction and reverence of the community. This dynamic ensures a more authentic and resonant connection between the entity and the aspect of existence tied to the title. Lucian wore a pondering expression. "Wait, what does that have anything to do with me?" Hecate gained a serious expression and looked at Lucian in the eyes. "I'm telling you this as a warning. You are undoubtedly someone who would get a lot of titles placed upon them. This warning is for you to be careful of what you do in the future, as it might influence the titles people associate with you." Lucian gave her a weary smile, causing Hecate to sigh and facepalm. "Don't tell me you already have a title." "What is it?" "The Shadowborn Seraph." "Okay, that isn't too bad, so you're good, and only people at the camp, I presume, know, so there's nothing to worry about." Just as Hecate was about to snap her fingers, Lucian stopped her. "Wait. I have a question." Hecate raised an eyebrow as she asked, "What is it?" Lucian then summoned his black flame and asked, "What does this do?" "Oh." Hecate said as she saw the black flames in his hands. "They could do a lot, actually, but I'll only tell you one of them, the rest you need to research yourself. The flames can shapeshift into shadowy constructs or weapons, materializing the user's thoughts and desires." Constructs and weapons, Lucian thought with the flames in his hands. He then wielded the flames to surround his forearm and turn into a gauntlet, making him smirk when he saw the design. The tips of his fingers were pointy like claws while the rest of it was like it was set on fire. He opened and clenched his fist before he started shaking his hand, causing flames to disperse. "Oh, and one more thing before I wake you up, when you arrive in Miami, I'll be blocking your use of the beings in your shadow." "What? Why?" Hecate rolled her eyes. "You could still collect them and everything. I just won't allow you to summon them during your time there, you will just solve everything by summoning them and letting them take care of most of your obstacles. So you would never learn otherwise. Can I at least keep Bartholomew out? Who calls a bird Bartholomew? Was all Lucian heard Hecate whispered before she snapped her fingers, causing him to wake up with a sigh. Lucian, as usual, went and did his morning routine. After he was done eating his breakfast, he went down towards the forge. And smiled to himself walking in. He has some bittersweet feelings about being in a forge. For one, he actually enjoys working in it and creating new things, but on the other hand, he believes that if he wasn't so busy forging things, he would have spent more time with his mother. He sighed and shook his head as these thoughts came to mind. He went and did what he came here for in the first place. Lucian placed his hand in the middle of the forge and closed his eyes. His shadow then started to expand and started to surround the entire forge. Lucian started placing everything inside his shadow, leaving the forge completely empty. When Lucian exited the home, he looked at it one more time and smiled before summoning his hellhound and climbing on top of it before shadow traveling. Lucian traveled from North Carolina to South Carolina, which was followed by him traveling to Georgia. Lucian took a break, and on the next day went down towards Florida. As Lucian's shadow traveled towards Miami and his body crossed the line into the city, his shadow hellhound dispersed before his own shadow threw him out. He did a flip in the air before landing on his feet with a bow, as if he was doing a gymnastic performance. Whoa, Lucian muttered to himself as he felt the magical ambience he felt. So this is what she meant. I can actually feel my magic better and don't have to concentrate to actually feel it. Lucian smirked before he used shadow equip and wore something that would make Dionysus proud. He wore a Hawaiian shirt with short and pair of sunglasses. He adjusted on his face, causing a smirk to grow on his face. Miami, here I come. Third person's POV. Lucian's hair flowed in the wind as he manipulated the earth on the wall of a hidden underground lair to ride across it, with a black cloth obscuring his vision. In front of him, people wearing what seemed to be black hoods were seen running away from him, fear evident on their faces. Just leave us alone, you freak, the man in front of Lucian shouted. Lucian maintained a cold expression. Sorry, but the goddess hates it when you cultists sacrifice children. So she sent me to personally deal with you. As Lucian surfed on the wall with his feet inside it, he waved his hand, summoning a couple of balls of darkness and sending them flying towards the cultists. Some of the cult members dodged out of the way, avoiding the projectiles, but others weren't so fortunate and ended up injured. As they rolled away, they turned towards Lucian, held out their hands, and shouted, Pi Upsilon Rho Alpha Sigma Phi Alpha Rho Alpha Pi Mu Pi Omega, causing multiple fireballs to be shot out of their hands, flying towards Lucian. Lucian jumped from the wall, which exploded, and looked towards the cult members upside down with his index and middle fingers pointed towards them at an angle. A black fireball quickly formed at the end of his fingers, compressing on itself, and was sent flying towards them, causing a large explosion, killing some and sending the others crashing against the wall while coughing up blood. Lucian executed a flip in the air and landed back on the ground safely, revealing his lack of shoes or any footwear. The remaining occultists groaned and coughed in pain as they attempted to get back up. Lucian kicked the floor, creating a wave and slamming them back onto the wall. A part of them sank into the wall, rendering them unable to move. Lucian then wrapped their mouths with part of the wall, making them unable to speak or cast a spell, and slowly approached them. All the cultists struggled as they tried to move or talk, their expressions shifting from fear to rage. When Lucian stood in the midst of them, he turned toward the one who was the least injured. Although they couldn't see his eyes, they could sense his gaze fixed upon them. They attempted to scream and yell, but were rendered mute and powerless. Lucian undid the mouth binding of the person he focused on and asked in a cold tone, "Where are the children?" To the others, it was an odd question as Lucian was a child himself. The cultist didn't answer but spit a bit of blood towards Lucian, who easily turned his head out of the way. "Go to hell, kid, I ain't telling you anything." Lucian's shoulders slumped as he let out a sigh. "You know, normally I would have tortured and punished you for such a thing, but that's not my job to do, it's my father's." Lucian grinned, exposing his fawn-like teeth, his forearm and hand covered with black flames, and his fingers turning into claws. Lucian pushed his hand forward, impaling the guy's chest and clenching his heart, destroying it. "Tell him I say hi and that I'll come visit him later, will you?" Lucian said as his grin became wider. The guy didn't answer, all he ended up doing was coughing blood, some of which landed across Lucian's cheek, while taking his final breath. The center of his chest then started to catch on fire, and the black flames slowly engulfed his entire body until there was nothing left. Lucian withdrew his hand and flicked it, causing the blood to fly off his hand. He undid the flame gauntlet and looked around at the others who were staring at him in fear, with some even so terrified that they soiled their clothes, causing Lucian to look at them in disgust. Lucian's expression of disgust quickly morphed into another grin while simultaneously wiping the blood from his cheek, causing a shiver to crawl down their backs. "Ah, don't worry. I already know where the children are, I just wanted to see if you guys had any redeeming qualities, which clearly you don't. Now then, any last words before I send you all off to face the judgment of 3 renowned judges," Lucian said, smirking as he cupped a hand towards his ear, but all he heard was the sound of their muffled screaming. Still smirking, Lucian clapped his hands. "No. All right then, enjoy your trip." Lucian's smirking expression simply evaporated as he sent a blazing storm of black flames towards everyone, burning them all alive. Once he stopped, he closed his eyes and took a deep breath, acknowledging that although he doesn't regret what he's done, it isn't easy. Leaning back, Lucian made a grabbing motion in front of him, taking hold of something. He made a twisting motion, causing whatever was in front to grunt in pain and release what was in his hands. It appeared to be a cultist using magic to hide himself. Lucian kicked the guy in the back of his knee, bringing them close to the same height. Lucian kicked the ground, causing the knife that the cultist tried to stab him with to fly up. He grabbed it midair and stabbed it right into the remaining cultist's temple. That should be the last of them, Lucian coldly told himself, unable to detect any more movement using seismic sensing, a skill he had been practicing, which was why his eyes were covered. Seismic sensing, an ability that works similarly to echolocation. This skill enables him to detect vibrations in the ground to perceive objects, people, and other aspects of their environment, essentially acting as sonar, but through earth and metal. Lucian burnt the corpse and walked away without even looking back. Lucian walked down a flight of stairs leading downwards further down underground. He stopped when he came in front of a large metal door. Lucian put his hand on the door, which sent it flying back, landing on the ground with a large sound, causing the sound of chains clattering to be heard deeper inside the room. What Lucian perceived inside caused him to sigh and shake his head in disappointment and disgust. There were children from multiple ages chained up, malnourished and locked away in a cell. Lucian walked through the middle of the multiple cells, and as he passed through, the chains and jail cells would unlock themselves, leaving those mortal kids shocked, looking at Lucian in surprise. When he reached the end, he turned towards everyone that came out of their cells. "Come, follow me, I'll take you guys back towards the surface." "It's not that we're not grateful, but who are you?" one of the older kids asked, looking at Lucian weirdly as what he just saw him do was quite shocking. "Can we really go home?" one of the smaller ones asked with expectations in his voice. More and more kids started bombarding Lucian with questions. He just started walking back the way he came from. "Follow me and find out." They looked between each other, some with suspicion and apprehension, but ultimately decided to trust Lucian as he was the one to unchain them. As Lucian walked, he could practically feel the curious gazes on him, wanting to ask him questions but were too scared to. Due to having blinded himself for practice, Lucian's other senses heightened slightly. One of those senses made him sensitive to the gazes of those around him. Since I'm going to alter their memories once they're out, might as well satisfy their curiosity, he thought to himself. Just ask your questions already, I'm not going to bite. Hearing him, some of them jumped in surprise. One of the older ones had the courage to be the first one to ask, "Can you really see? Are you blind? Is that why you're wearing a blindfold?" "Yes, I can still see." "No, I'm not blind, and I'm wearing it for training." One of the girls went and asked, "How were you able to do that?" "That was so cool how you simply blasted the door open and freed us." "Magic," Lucian simply replied. "How old are you?" 8. "Do you actually expect us to believe you use magic?" "No." "Why are you wearing a fur coat? Aren't you hot?" "Because it's fashionable, and thanks for the compliment." "What happened to everyone that captured us?" "Facing judgment." "What does that mean?" It means they're facing judgment. Why aren't you wearing any shoes? So I can see. What? You heard me. How do you see with your feet? The same way you see with your eyes. The more comfortable they got, the more questions they asked. Some even laughed at the answers Lucian was giving them, making them more relaxed. When they reached the surface and outside, Lucian turned towards them and smiled, "Sweet dreams." This confused all of them. Lucian blew into his hand, and a white mist surrounded them. Their eyes rolled back to the back of their heads as they slowly fell down and started to sleep. Lucian used the mist to make them remember things differently. Instead of him rescuing them and being caught by cultists, they were caught by human traffickers and managed to escape as they were being drugged, explaining why they fell asleep as soon as they stepped outside. Lucian then used the mist to change his appearance and look like one of them. He ran toward someone close by while crying and grabbing onto their pants. Mister. Please help us. We escaped confinement, and my friends all fell unconscious. Call 911. The person was in shock and followed Lucian as he led him towards the other children. The person quickly called the cops. With that, Lucian changed the person's memory of meeting him and left. As he left, Lucian changed what he was wearing. He was wearing a black three-piece suit, black boots, with his fur coat still hanging loosely on his shoulder. Lucian still had the black cloth covering his eyes. Image. Third person's POV. Lucian walked with his hands in his pockets, and soon the surrounding area started to be covered in a white mist. So, you're leaving now? Hecate said, appearing before Lucian. Lucian nodded. Yeah, it's been like 4 months now, and camp is most likely to begin since it's the beginning of summer. Hecate nodded and sighed, then started to pat and ruffle his hair. Well, I can't say these 4 months weren't fun. Lucian rolled his eyes. It was only fun for you. I wouldn't count my suffering at your hands to be fun. Oh, stop being a baby. It helped you out, didn't it, Lucy? Hecate said with a smirk and a teasing tone. Lucian didn't say anything about the name-calling as she earned the right to it after what she had taught him about magic and the like. He just turned his head and grumbled slightly. Hecate then put 2 fingers on Lucian's chest. There, you can now summon those beings of yours again. Lucian felt his connection with his shadow soldiers and nodded his head. He then bowed his head slightly toward Hecate. Thank you for everything, even if you almost killed me in the process. Lucian looked up at her, smiled, lifted his cloth slightly, and winked. If you get too lonely and need some companionship, you know how to reach me. Hecate scoffed and playfully slapped him on the head. Just get out of here, you brat. You're way too young for me. Oh. So what about when I'm older? Lucian teased. Hecate deadpanned and started withdrawing her mist, sending Lucian away. Lucian, still smirking, shook his head and sank into his shadow, making his way back towards camp. He reappeared on top of the hill from his shadow and started walking down towards the property line casually. As he walked down, some campers saw him and rushed towards Chiron to inform him. When Lucian crossed the property line, he heard Annabeth shouting his name. Lucian. Annabeth ran towards Lucian like an Olympian runner and practically tackled him. He held his ground, laughing and spinning her around. Annabeth looked up at Lucian in shock, holding his face as she asked, "What happened to you?" "You're blind." "I'm not. I would be able to see you perfectly fine if I took it off." "I'm just using it for some training," Lucian replied with a smile. Annabeth sighed. "Of course you are, why wouldn't you?" She then looked at Lucian excitedly. "You came at the perfect time." "I did?" "Yup, we're going to play capture the flag in a few hours, and if you join, I just know it's going to be a perfect victory." They both heard the sound of hooves trotting along the ground. When they looked up, Chiron appeared walking side by side with Luke and Talia. "So you finally made it back," Luke said with a smirk and dabbed up Lucian, who reciprocated. Talia gave Lucian a hug. "You could have at least sent a letter or an iris message or something to tell us you were all right." Lucian, returning the hug, gave her an awkward smile. "Sorry, I didn't have a chance. I was too busy surviving." "It's nice to see you have returned to us alive, Lucian. Although it's unfortunate you have appeared to have lost sight towards your eyes," Chiron said with a nod. Lucian lifted his black cloth slightly. I can still see, old man, I'm just using it for training. Ah, I see, I apologize for assuming. Talia smirked, don't think that just 'cause you went off to train somewhere we were just heard twiddling our thumbs. We have been training as well and growing stronger. Lucian smirked back, sure, whatever makes you happy and helps you sleep at night. I see your trash talking hasn't been affected in the slightest, Talia said with a scoff. And I see you're still delusional, Lucian replied with a shrug. Before Talia had a chance to retort, Lucian started walking away. I don't know about you guys, but I got a home to decorate, so I'll see you later. Talia grumbled to herself as they started following Lucian, and as he walked, the other campers looked at him in shock. He's back. Well, things are surely going to be interesting. I think we might finally have a chance against Talia now that he's here. Oh please, she's the daughter of Zeus, there's no way she's going to lose. Oh right, you're new here. Lucian, not caring about the whispers, continued walking towards his cabin. So what did you do on your journey? Annabeth asked Lucian while walking next to him. Lucian let out an exasperated sigh. I was locked in a cell and thrown to the bottom of an ocean. If I didn't use magic to get out on time, I would drown. I was put inside a maze and had to navigate myself through it using magic. I didn't have food available, and if I didn't find a way out in time, I would have died of hunger. I was thrown into an illusion where I would be tortured constantly and had to use magic to dispel it if I didn't want my mind to break. I was bombarded with different types of spells to build some type of magic resistance. I would get curses upon curses placed on me and had to find a way to get rid of them, otherwise, I'd die. Although the others couldn't see it, Lucian had a dead look in his eyes, but they could hear it in his voice. Talia, Luke, and Annabeth looked at Lucian with a horrified expression. You were only gone for 4 months, just what did you have to go through? Luke asked, looking at Lucian in surprise. In the same tone, Lucian continued, did I forget to mention that in the maze there were multiple traps and puzzles, even the traps had traps to them? Some of the traps were so poisonous that I had to make a potion with the things around me while slowly dying and gasping for air. Talia sighed and patted his shoulder, you sure had it rough, buddy. What about you guys? Anything interesting happened? Lucian asked. Nope. We all just got claimed, that's all, Talia said with a smug expression in tone. Aw man, I missed that. How did it happen? I got claimed after a strategy one came up with won us the game, Annabeth said, raising her hand slightly. I took down everyone from the opposing team and led my team to having a flawless victory, and the way I commanded them, Talia bragged. Meanwhile, in a non-caring tone, I became the camp's best swordsman, Luke said. When Luke was done sharing, they arrived in front of Lucian's cabin. The black cloth then came off his eyes and started turning into a bird, which landed on his shoulder. This surprised the others just a bit before they shook their heads and followed Lucian inside. Lucian looked around and noticed that everything was exactly the same as when he left it. It's clean. I was expecting it to be dusty or something. Talia chuckled hearing that was all Annabeth. She would sometimes come here and clean the place up. Thanks, Lucian turned towards Annabeth and smiled, causing her to blush. Now then time to decorate the place, snap, Lucian said as he snapped his fingers causing everything to turn dark, as if the lights were turned off. They were at first confused but quickly understood that it was Lucian's doing. The darkness then started retreating back into Lucian, slowly exposing the room. Everyone was surprised when they saw what Lucian had done. The entire room was decorated with furniture, paintings on the walls, and a chandelier on the ceiling. You really like to go all out, don't you? Luke asked with a grin while looking around. Lucian just had a smug expression, seeing the impressed expressions everyone had while looking around. Third person's POV. Gather around, everyone. It's time for capture the flag. Chiron's voice reverberated throughout the camp. Everyone dropped what they were doing and ran towards the armory, getting dressed in their Spartan-type armor. Lucian was no different, he was excited to participate in his first capture the flag event. Lucian used his abilities and covered himself in his shadow. When he dispelled it, he was wearing the armor like everyone else. They all went towards Chiron, who started to explain the rules. Every camper who is not injured has to play. Zephyros Creek is the boundary line. The entire forest is considered fair game. All magic items are allowed. The flags must be prominently displayed and can have no more than 2 guards. Prisoners may be disarmed but may not be bound or gagged. Killing or maiming is not allowed. The punishment for breaking this rule is the loss of dessert, for 1 week. Guards aren't allowed to stand within 10 yards of the flag. Now, to make this game interesting, we are going to have 2 captains choose which cabin they will lead. Those 2 captains are Talia Grace, the daughter of Zeus, and Lucian Blackheart, the son of Hades. Both Lucian and Talia stepped up, standing next to each other, looking at each other competitively and smirking. Chiron then took out a golden drachma and held it in his hands as he turned towards Lucian and Talia. "Call it, and whoever wins is the first one to pick which cabin joins your team," Chiron said as he flipped the coin in the air. "Heads," Lucian called out. "Tails," Talia said at the same time. They continued looking at each other without taking their eyes off one another. The coin landed on Chiron's palm as he flipped it onto the back of his other hand. And it was tails. "Talia is the first to pick," Chiron called out. Talia looked at Lucian smugly as she said, "Hermes' cabin." Lucian smirked right back, "Yeah, be happy with the only win you'll ever get against me." "Athena's cabin." Talia, "Ares' cabin." Lucian, "Apollo's cabin." Talia, "Aphrodite's cabin." Lucian, "Hephaestus' cabin." Talia, "Demeter's cabin." Lucian, "Dionysus' cabin." Chiron nodded his head when all the cabins had been chosen. "All right, since everyone has been chosen, get into position. You have 30 minutes to discuss among yourselves and get everything sorted. Once you hear the horn, that's when you know the game has officially begun." Lucian and Talia stopped staring at each other and went their separate ways. Some of the people on Lucian's side looked reluctant to follow, as they didn't want to follow a little kid. While Annabeth happily followed Lucian. "So what's the plan?" one of Athena's children asked. They all waited to see what Lucian would say to determine if he was someone worthy to follow into battle. Lucian smirked, "Knowing that Talia is going to be the one leading them, we can most likely expect a frontal attack, and that she is most likely to come right after me in order to prove herself. So here's what I have planned." After Lucian finished explaining his plans, he turned towards the Hephaestus children and asked, "Do you think you guys can do it?" They all smirked. "Who do you think you're talking to? Leave it to us." The children of Athena then nodded their heads towards Lucian, thinking that their plan was a good one. They then started working around the plan, coming up with additional strategies. The children of Hephaestus all then started running towards their cabin, with some of Apollo's children following closely behind. Everyone then got into position with their weapons drawn and their shields raised and started getting into their positions while waiting for the Hephaestus children to appear. After a few minutes before the horn was about to be blown, the children Hephaestus all came rushing towards, tossed small bags towards everyone. And with the few minutes remaining they started setting up everything. The horn was then blown, which caused Lucian to smirk and yell out his command, "All right, everyone into position. Just remember the plan and victory shall belong in our hands." They didn't say anything else except let out a war cry as they charged on ahead. Some of the Apollo children jumped onto the trees and made themselves scarce, while the others got into smaller groups mixed with different demigods of different cabins and charged ahead. While Lucian and Annabeth stayed behind to guard the flag. "Are you sure it was wise to send the others ahead while we defend the flag?" Annabeth asked, looking at Lucian anxiously. Lucian turned and grinned towards Annabeth. "What? Has being away from one another made you lose confidence in me or something?" Annabeth just snickered at that. "No, it's just that Talia wasn't lying when she said that we have gone stronger while you were away. Sigh, we have been training ourselves like crazy since you went away, afraid that you would leave us being in terms of strength. And I don't know just how strong you have gotten." Annabeth then smirked towards Lucian. "Who knows, we might have even got up to you." Lucian, hearing, gave Annabeth a deadpan expression before he burst out laughing. Lucian was on the ground with tears in his eyes with how much he was laughing. After a while he started to stand back up while wiping the tears in his eyes. Annabeth looked slightly offended at Lucian. She believes that he is laughing at their efforts. It true what she said before about them growing stronger. The three of them would wake up early in the morning and face off against each other until they couldn't lift their arms up anymore. They even had help from Chiron, the trainer of the legendary heroes, giving them pointers and ways to improve. So hearing Lucian laughing ticked her off slightly. Lucian waved her off as he put a hand over his mouth to stop himself from laughing. Sorry, I didn't mean to laugh at you that hard, it's just. Lucian gained a crazed look in his eyes and a dark sinister aura which shocked Annabeth and frightened her, causing her to take a step back with a look of horror. No matter how hard any of you trained and tried to surpass me, I just won't let it happen. I'll always be one step ahead of everyone. It doesn't even have to be you guys specifically. Anyone that tries to show off that they're better than me will receive the same treatment. I will defeat them again and 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 again until they lose the will to keep trying and admit that they will never be better than me. When Lucian noticed that he was scaring Annabeth, he just sighed and closed his eyes, withdrawing his darkness which was affecting her. He waved his hands at her again, as he apologized. Sorry for scaring, but I was just proving my point. He then playfully stuck out his tongue at her. So don't try it, it doesn't matter if that person is friend or foe. It was at that moment that Annabeth realized that the time he spent away has affected Lucian much more than he was letting on. Third person's POV. A bit earlier, which Talia. I know some of you guys are thinking this will be an easy victory, but I'll tell you guys right now, it's not. One of Ares' kids scoffed, oh please Lady Talia, you seriously want us to believe that we should be wary of such a runt? They are being led by a 8-year-old boy, with no leading experience. Talia's expression hardened. Do not underestimate him. Yes, he may be young, but he isn't any weaker than I am. In fact, I'm unsure which one of us will be the victor. Which is why Luke and I will charge ahead of everyone. As you all know, Luke and I are the fastest in the camp, so we will be able to go past everyone else. I will hold off Lucian, and while that happens I want Luke to go towards the flag and snatch it before they even know what happens and are able to react. For the rest of you, expect some resistance to come your way. I want you in large groups as they will be harder to win against. I want you guys as backup in case we will need it. The others looked between each other for a bit. Talia hadn't let them down before, so they nodded their heads in agreement. If I can't beat him in strength and skills, I'll beat him in numbers, she thought while waiting for the horn. Knowing him, he will be too prideful to use his shadow monsters and won't use them. The present. As the Apollo cabin made their ways through the trees and wilderness, they soon found the Ares cabin mixed with other members of their teams marching in front of them, making their ways towards Lucian's direction. Seeing them, the Apollo's cabin smirked as they took something out from the bag that the Hephaestus cabin gave them and hooked it to the end of their arrows. They took aim and fired it towards the ground, right by their opponent's feet. They at first looked at the arrow in confusion and were about to raise their shields, but it was too late. The thing that was connected to the arrows went off, giving a blinding light. Airg, my eyes. I can't see anything. Is this even allowed? While they screamed in pain, a couple soldiers from Lucian's team rushed towards them and started taking them down before they had a chance to recover. Each member started taking people as prisoners, making them unable to attack or retaliate. After they recovered from the flash, they glared at their capturers. What the hell was that? You used a freaking flashbang. I know we said magic items were allowed, but a flashbang isn't a fucking magic item. Athena's children smirked as one of them went on to explain, oh, but that's where you're wrong. It is a magic item. It was made using the light from Apollo's children, so by technicalities it's supernaturally made, thus making it a magic item. Oh, that's horse crap and you know it. One of the prisoners from Ares' cabin shouted, irritated. Hey, why don't you release me? I'm sure you really want to do that, a child of Aphrodite softly asked, using charm speak, a power most of them possess that lets them control other people with their voice/charm. The one that spoke gained a glazed look over their eyes. Okay. He said enthusiastically as he went to open his move to declare her as free. But as he went and opened his moves from the trees, a small pebble hit the back of his head, jolting him awake. Ah. That's right, you guys and your troublesome abilities, he said while rubbing his head. He took out another flashbang from his pouch and said, if any one of you talks I'll set it off. You guys saw firsthand how lethal this could be. Luckily, he thought and warned us about this and told us to keep someone a few feet away where they wouldn't be affected to snap us out of it, he thought to himself as he threatened, which worked as they kept their mouths shut. In the far distance they soon saw a bright light which was followed by screams of pain and clashing of swords, letting them know that everything was going according to plan. The clouds started to come together, growing darker and darker, causing lightning to flash between them. Lucian looked up and looked ahead. Get ready, they're coming. Who's they? Did our plan fail? Annabeth asked as she took out her 2 daggers. Luke and Talia. As soon as Lucian said their names, a dust cloud was soon making their way towards them. Lucian summoned his scythe and decided to turn it into a bow staff for his battle against Talia. Lucian then did something that took Annabeth by surprise. The sole of shoes turned into thrusters as black flames came from beneath him and sent him flying towards Talia. Take care of Luke, you know him best, was all he said as he blasted off. Talia, seeing Lucian fast approaching, smirked, as speed was what she was best at and had more experience in than Lucian. They both then readied their weapons. Lucian had spun his staff around while Talia held out her shield and pulled back her spear, preparing it to strike. Only a few seconds passed as they met in the middle with a large clash, creating a large gust of wind around them due to the force. As Lucian's staff hit Talia's shield, creating such force, they were sent flying back slightly, causing them to adjust their footing and run towards each other once again. This time Talia thrusted her spear while Lucian blocked it with his staff, slamming it down. Lucian then made a kicking motion towards her which sent a blast of black fire to her, causing her to raise her shield as a defense. She surrounded herself in electricity and rushed towards him. She then made multiple stabbing motions, turning her spear into a blur, and tried to strike Lucian. Lucian spun his staff, blocking each strike, and swung from the bottom upwards towards her, sending a large blast of fire, causing her to roll back and block it with her shield. As she blocked it, Lucian stuck his staff into the ground and pulled it. It now had a large piece of the earth on it which Lucian used as a hammer and struck Talia downwards with it. Talia raised her hand which had the shield up and took the strike which sent the piece of earth flying everywhere. Talia felt the strength and force throughout her entire body, causing her to shiver as her arms started to shake. Seeing that her defense was down, Lucian swung his staff, hitting her right on her torso, which sent her flying back and tumbling across the ground. She quickly stood up, recovering her form, and swung her spear downwards, causing the sky to crackle before sending a large bolt of lightning from the clouds and right on Lucian. Luckily Lucian heard the sound before it struck, which gave him the opportunity to move back and dodge it. But due to its speed, Lucian was still caught in the blast which sent him flying back. As Lucian flung back, he did a flip in the air before slamming his staff on the ground, slowing down his momentum. And while that was happening, Luke and Annabeth were fighting each other. Luke, using his fast agility at first, tried to get past Annabeth and get to the flag, but she predicted his trajectory and sent her dagger flying ahead where Luke would have ended up, causing him to stop running. Annabeth rushed towards Luke and swung her dagger towards his openings in the armor, but Luke simply blocked it with the side of his sword before swinging his sword down towards Annabeth. Annabeth rolled back, but Luke increased his speed. Come on, Annabeth. I don't want to hurt you, just give up already. Annabeth smirked and didn't say anything as she reached to her side where her dagger had respawned. She now had an easier time blocking Luke's strikes, and seeing such, Luke increased the speed of strikes, causing sparks to fly off their weapons as they collided. I can't quiet now. Come on, Luke, you know that, Annabeth said as she realized that Luke was pushing her back towards the flag. So, not caring if she got hurt in the process, started to let go of her defensive nature and went towards attacking. A few of Luke's sword strikes ended up hitting her armor as she turned aggressive with her dagger. As a cut appeared on Annabeth's arm, legs, and thighs, and a cut appeared on Luke's thighs. Seeing that, a smirk appeared on her face, confusing Luke as she only managed to scratch him once and then it hit him. He began to really slowly down at a noticeable level, making it hard to move his limbs. What's going on? He asked in surprise. Oh. Didn't you know? It appears I forgot to tell you. One of the enchantments Lucian put on the daggers was a paralysis kind. Don't worry, it'll wear off easily, but that just means I would have to keep cutting you for it to continue working. Sorry in advance, Annabeth said with the same smirking expression and winking at Luke. Causing him to sigh at his plunder, it was very difficult for him to move at the moment, making him realize he may have fucked up their only chance at winning. Third person's POV. As Lucian flew back, Talia aimed her spear towards the sky, causing lightning to crackle and fall down straight onto her spear. She swung her spear down, causing the lightning to follow her movements. Lucian made a swiping motion with his staff, creating a wall between. As the lightning hit the wall, rocks and stones flew everywhere, blocking Talia's view. She then saw a shadow in front of her, causing her to look up. In the air, Lucian was taking a deep breath, which caused his chest to puff out. With his cheeks inflated, he started blowing out black flames from his mouth, which made their way towards Talia. Talia, seeing this, started spinning around with her spear, creating a large tornado of wind blocking the dark flames. Seeing what Talia was doing, Lucian punched the air, sending a blast of fire upwards which propelled him downwards, getting to the ground quickly. Once the flames stopped, Talia sent the tornado that she created towards Lucian, who created a storm of his own made out of dust, causing them to clash, creating a dust explosion. Talia used the shield to cover her eyes before sending a large gust of wind to blow everything away. She then surrounded her entire body with electricity while Lucian covered his entire body in darkness. They both disappeared from where they were standing and clashed their weapons in the middle. They were moving so fast, all they left behind were dark smoke trails and lightning flashing around them. As they fought, they kept getting higher and higher into the sky. Normally such a thing would have frightened Talia due to her phobia of heights, but at the moment her obsession to win against Lucian outweighed her fears. Everything seemed inconsequential to Talia. It was as if she was in a zone. The only thing on her mind was to beat Lucian, nothing else mattered. She doesn't know where her obsession came from. Maybe it's because they were both children of the big three, maybe it's because she believes she's older than him, she needs to win, but that didn't matter at the moment, only winning mattered. In the sky the colors is black and blue keep flashing, clashing against each other. Occasionally one would see the sparks caused by the clash of their weapons before disappearing as they moved. Lucian decided that it was enough, grabbed his staff with both his hands and swung it towards Talia with a great force. Talia had no choice but to block it with her shield, but all it ended up doing was sending her falling towards the ground at a great speed, leaving behind a light blue trail of lightning as she crashed onto the ground, creating a large crater with her in the middle of it. A large amount of spit and saliva came out of Talia as she landed back onto the ground. Meanwhile, Lucian softly landed on the crater he created. He stood in front of Talia with a smirk and extended his hand towards her with a smile. It was a good fight. Talia groaned as she tried to get up. She then looked at Lucian in confusion. What are you talking about? We're not done. You haven't won yet. Lucian smirked as he looked down on Talia. He proceeded to nonchalantly point behind him with his thumb, basically telling her to take a look. Talia was at first confused but leaned to the side to look behind Lucian. As she did, her eyes widened in shock. There was another Lucian sitting arrogantly on an obsidian throne with a red flag leaning on him. When Lucian noticed her looking at him, he gave her a wink. And with that the horn was blown, signifying that the game has come to an end. Talia, who has stood up, then looked at the Lucian in front of her who was still smirking. He then started to dissolve into a white mist as he said, "Aren't illusions great?" "Since when?" Talia asked in shock, but before she could say anything she heard multiple people shouting. They all came running towards them. As they arrived they went towards Lucian and picked him up. Lucian. 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 They kept shouting his name as they threw him in the sky, celebrating their victory. Lucian laughed as he waved their opponent's flag in the air. Talia then started to look dejected, which she then felt a pat of her back. She turned to look at who it was and saw it was Annabeth. "Since when was I under his illusion?" Talia asked her, still feeling a bit dejected. "Since the dust explosion, he used that as a cover and surrounded the area with the mist and dove into his shadow. While you continued fighting the illusion, he reappeared with the flag in his hands and summoned a throne from underground and just sat on it waiting." Talia let out an exasperated sigh as she turned towards Luke, who was standing still with an awkward expression on his face and multiple cuts on his body. "What happened to him?" "My dagger is enchanted with paralysis." "How have we known you for this long and not known about it?" "I was mostly fighting automatons, so there wasn't really an opportunity to us it, and all of the monsters we fought were rather weak and were easy to one-shot." Talia then looked towards Lucian, who was enjoying his victory celebration with everyone. "He sure is enjoying himself, isn't he?" Annabeth facepalms when she sees Lucian taking off his armor, then his shirt and waving it around in the air. This is his first win, so I guess he's pretty pleased with himself. Talia then looked around and noticed that none of her teammates were nowhere to be seen. Where is everyone else? Annabeth at first looked confused before understanding what happened, so she turned towards the cheering entourage, cupped her mouth, and yelled out, "You guys forgot to free our prisoners from their prison." They stopped what they were doing and slowly turned towards Annabeth, giving her an awkward smile. "Sorry, we got carried away." They then put Lucian down, who put his shirt back on and went towards their captured prisoners, releasing them. And while releasing them, Lucian was with his group of friends carrying the flag and looking at Talia smugly, causing her to roll her eyes at him. "You're so annoying," Talia grumbled. It was then Lucian's turn to roll his eyes. "Oh please, if it was you that would have won, you would have been the same, if not worse." The others soon returned looking pleased with themselves, and they all went to enjoy a satisfactory dinner. Third person's POV. After everyone finished giving their offerings to the gods and eating their celebratory dinner, Lucian, who was sitting next to Hestia, stood up and stood in front of everyone that was cleaning up. "May everyone look over here please," he shouted, cuffing his hand by his mouth, amplifying his voice. They were confused as they looked at Lucian, who was looking rather smug. "What you want to runt?" one of Ares' kids shouted. "Shut up, losers have no rights to talk," Lucian retorted back with a smirk. Oh. They all sounded hearing Lucian before they started to snicker, which caused the Ares kid to turn red in the face. "Well, anyways, as you guys know, I led my team to victory, and I captured our opponent's flag. For such a feat I have decided to reward myself with something spectacular, and I want you all to bear witness." They all stood in shock, unable to believe what they were hearing. The Ares kid, who was previously humiliated, scoffed loudly, "Hey. You just won once and already have a big head about it. Unlike mine, which is metaphorical, yours is literally. I honestly pity your mother who had to push you out." "Oh wait, who knows, maybe you're a C-section baby, my bad bro." "Ooh." They all screamed out at Lucian's comeback. "Damn Julian, you just got burnt." The Ares kid, who we now know is named Julian, practically saw red and was about to charge towards Lucian before Chiron put a stop to it. "Enough, you two. Lucian, just finish what you were saying and stop antagonizing them." "Whatever," Lucian muttered as he rolled his eyes. "Anyways, as I was saying before, I was rudely interrupted. This isn't going to be a reward just for me, it'll be a reward for those in the future as well." They all looked lost as they weren't following. "Just watch," Lucian said as he got on one knee. "Who are you proposing to, Lucian?" Talia called out with a smirk, teasing Lucian as she was still slightly bitter due to losing, which causing some to laugh. Lucian, being petty, inwardly smirked. He created a flowery outwards appearance around him using the illusionary powers of the mist and flashed Talia the prettiest and handsomest smile he could muster. "Who knows, maybe it'll be you in the future," he said, winking towards her. "Oh," some of Aphrodite's children said behind their hand, not expecting such smoothness from him. Some were even blushing due to the mist as it slightly affected the atmosphere around him, making him appear more likable. Talia was a blushing mess, as she muttered, "Fucking bastard, how is he so quick with these?" Lucian just chuckled before shaking his head, his expression then turned serious before slowly pulling his fist towards his side. "Now for what I was doing," he muttered. He took a deep breath before thrusting his fist into the ground, breaking it apart slightly with just his strength. He wiggled his fist further into the ground until they're buried completely and closed his eyes. After a few seconds of waiting, nothing happened, which made them look at Lucian with skepticism before he opened his eyes, which turned serious. He made a pulling motion as if he was having difficulty from having his hand stuck on the ground. "PHTTT, is this what he's going to show us, how he gets his fist stuck in the ground?" Julian scoffed before softly chuckling. But Lucian's expression doesn't change. One could see veins protruding on his forehead, with beads of sweat slowly trickling down. Before they could say anything in worry, they felt the ground start shaking. They watched in amazement as the ground started to crack and split open. They all took a step back as it continued to expand. A large obsidian color material started flowing up towards the surface. The more the material surfaced, the bigger their expressions of surprise became. At first it was a stark black pole before the shape of a flag appeared as it continued to rise. As the flag continued upwards, a dome of the same material started to appear. Their mouth hanged open as more of the dome started appearing. What they assumed was a dome started to get features and continued to rise. That dome, which they previously assumed, was actually a head slowly taking Lucian's feature as it rose. He's making a fucking statue of himself, someone muttered in disbelief. This fucking narcissist, the indistinguishable voice of Talia was heard, even her voice was laced with astonishment. Meanwhile Annabeth looked at the scene with narrowed eyes, as full of himself as Lucian is, even if it's just pretending, he wouldn't just build a statue of himself for no reason, just what is he planning? More and more of Lucian's statues started to appear, now there is no mistaking it, it was indeed a statue of Lucian, underneath him the ground started to shake as it broke apart but inside of falling down he started rising up. One of the statue's palms was facing up, which Lucian rode on as he controlled the statue. When the statue was above ground, Lucian twirled his fist in circles which caused the ground behind him to follow his movements and close up completely, filling up all the cracks, returning it to what it once was. Lucian sat at the edge of his statue's palm with an arm leaning back, a leg hanging and swinging over the edge lazily, his other leg just on the very edge with his other arm resting on the lifted knee. With sweat dripping down his back and a tired expression, "How you like me now?" Lucian's voice resounded through the camp as he amplified it with magic. They couldn't say anything, no words could escape their mouths as they stared in disbelief. "Lucian. My boy. What are you doing?" Chiron asked, rubbing his forehead. "Isn't it obvious it's my gift towards the camp?" Lucian shouted with a smirk. "How is this a gift?" They all shouted. "You guys just don't know it yet, so I will explain. Since this week I have won my team the flag, this statue has my face, if you guys would just pay attention towards other aspects of the statues and not just my beautiful visage, such as the flag you would notice something else." They all turned towards the flag and noticed that it had all of the marks and symbols from each cabin that were on his team. "Even from here I can see your guys confusing, so I will explain slowly for those that are having trouble understanding." Lucian lowered his leg from the end and sat down at the complete edge of the palm as he spread his arms completely. "Do you see this statue and his handsome face?" They looked at the statue once more. When they heard his voice, the statue was a perfect replica of what Lucian looked like, it even had a coat which was made to look like fur. It was holding a flag proudly while looking at a distance. The flag had a cross separating it into 4 evenly square pieces. One square had a beautiful owl made of different gems to represent Athena. Another square had beautiful yellow gems that shone brightly in the shape of the sun for Apollo. Another one had rubies make the image of fire and other minerals make a hammer for Hephaestus. And lastly on the last square emeralds and amethysts were used to make grapes while before using gold to make a chalice in the middle of it for Dionysus. "That's right, this isn't just a statue of me, it's a statue for all the winners," Lucian shouted as they stared at the flag wide-eyed, almost entranced by the beauty of each symbol. "But here is where it becomes interesting," he shouted once again, grabbing everyone's attention. "What if I'm defeated? After all I said, this statue is for the winners," he said with a tone in his voice clearly pleased. A hint of realization hit everyone at once. "That's right," Lucian shouted with a large grin on his face. "If you manage to get my flag, I will personally rearrange this entire statue to look exactly like you and put your teams on the flag. But wait, there's more. If my own teammate managed to get the enemy's flag before I did, it would be their face on this statue with my father's symbol on the flag. But since that's not the cause, it will go here," he said, thrusting his palm forward. In the statue's chest right about where Lucian's real heart would be, the symbol which Hades used to claim him appeared glowing a beautiful red color due to the rubies he used. Lucian stood up and spread his arms and looked down on everyone. "How you like them golden apples?" They didn't say anything as they stood frozen in shock. Lucian shrugged his shoulders. "Tough crowd." Lucian then put a foot behind him and bowed towards everyone. With that, Lucian Blackheart, son of Hades, bid everyone farewell, and a good competitive future. And with that Lucian turned into a big puff of smoke and disappeared from everyone's view, leaving the palm of the statue empty. After a few minutes of shock, one of them mutters, "He's fucking lost it, what a psychopath, but damn did that get my blood boiling," he shouted. He wasn't the only one. An intense fire burned in their eyes, wanting to see their face on that statue. "This kid hasn't even been here a day and look at the effect he had on everyone," Chiron muttered, looking stressed. Third person's POV. Lucian laid on top of his cabin with his hands over his head, stargazing and deep in thought. Suddenly a ladder appeared at the side and after a few seconds Annabeth's head popped up. "I see, I figured you would be out here," you always did love to stargaze during our trip. What are you doing here, Annabeth? Lucian asked without taking his eyes off the night sky. I was hoping you could answer some of my questions. Do you mind? Nah. Annabeth nodded her head and climbed up to the roof and laid next to him, joining him on his watch. What's got you so curious that you had to find me in the middle of the night? Well, I was just wondering, what was that all about? I like to think I know you pretty well, and what I know doesn't match with what you're doing. Sure, you're egoistic. Oi, he interrupted. But Annabeth continued, but not to the point you would build a statue of yourself right in the middle of the camp. The only reason I can come up with is motivation, but for what? To fight you. Sure, we can say that, but you could have gone about it a different way, if that was solely the case, which I doubt. Let me reason that question with another question. Why are we born? What? She turns to look at Lucian with a questioning gaze. With beings known as fate existing, what purpose do we have by coming into existence? Lucian asked, raising his hands to his face. Annabeth, I'm sure you know more than anyone how strong I am. But why was I giving this strength? Here's a bit of information barely anyone knows about me. I'm more of a divine being than I am mortal. Annabeth looks at Lucian in shock. What's that supposed to mean? My mother wasn't just a random witch with the ability to use magic, my mother was the granddaughter of a titan, beings that have given birth to gods. Whoa. She muttered, is that why you're so powerful? I see why now, but that still doesn't answer my question. I'm getting there. So that once again begs the question, why was I born, why was I made so strong? What is my divine purpose? He pauses and turned towards Annabeth with a smile. I don't know, she stuttered. Good, since I don't know either. It would have been weird if you did, he teases with a smirk. Although I don't know, I have a feeling things would at some point turn hectic. Every strong demigod born always faces challenges that seem impossible to complete. Who knows what could happen to me? This place could be attacked and thrown into a war for all I know. Which is why I did what I did earlier. You were somewhat right, it was for motivation. I hope to become something they want to defeat. I want them to keep getting stronger and stronger in hopes of beating me. If we were thrown into a war, then all of this training would help them have a fighting chance. Annabeth's eyes widened in shock, unable to believe what she was hearing. What's the other reason? She asked, her expression going from shock to serious. Lucian's ear turned slightly red and turned his head away, not being able to look at Annabeth due to feeling embarrassed, something Annabeth quickly noticed. She just gave Lucian a curious gaze and waited for him to get comfortable speaking. I was thinking how cool it would be if I can become a symbol of morality towards everyone. If we did go into a war, I want everyone to look at my face on the statue and think, with him backing us up, there's just no way we're going to lose. Lucian covered his face with his hand in embarrassment. But Annabeth didn't think so. She just smiled towards Lucian. I think that's lovely, Lucian. She softly said. Her expression then turned awkward. So what would happen if you actually lost? Then I wouldn't have the right to lead or become a morality symbol, he immediately answered. I see. Her expression turned to that of pondering. What? He asked, noticing her expression. I feel like there's more to it. I just can't put my finger on it, she muttered. Lucian didn't say anything and just gave her an amused look before returning to look at the stars. Just am I missing? She thought, looking back towards everything he said, from when he first constructed the statue to now. She remembered everything he said and started to study it carefully. She stood up from where she was sitting and looked around towards the statue before looking all around. Then it clicked. She turned towards Lucian, looking at him with her mouth agape. You plan to enchant it and make it a barrier to protect this place? She said, still looking at him with surprise. Lucian then started laughing. And how did you come up with such a theory? She smirked as she explained. Firstly, you called the statue a gift towards the camp, then in the place you built it, it's perfectly placed in the middle of the entire camp, and when I say perfectly in the middle I mean right in the center of camp. And then you literally just came back from training in a place called the City of Magic. She pulled out her 2 daggers which she always carried with her, and presented to him. Earlier today I told Luke you enchanted these daggers, which shows you are skillful at enchanting objects. And let's not forget that you said there could potentially be a war in this place. Normally when you have a feeling about something it comes true, if the months we spent together is any indication. With everything together, giving a gift towards the camp, the location of it, you being able to enchant, your feelings on the matter, and wanting everyone to have a surviving chance, the only conclusion I could come to was that you were going to use the statue for something magical related. It being a barrier is something I just guessed since it's the most logical, it could be for something else for all I know, I just know you're going to use the statue for something like that. When she finished her reasoning, she looked at Lucian expectantly to see if she got it right, but all she saw was Lucian chuckling and shaking his head. She thought she was wrong but before she could say anything else. "Only you Annabeth," Lucian said, chuckling. He just looked at her and grinned, "Only you could have come up with the right answer with so little clues." Annabeth quickly turned smug when she realized she was right. Lucian then sat up and brushed his hair back as he looked at Annabeth with a serious expression. "What we've discussed here should not be discussed with absolutely no one else. What about Luke and Talia? I feel they should know about it too." Annabeth asked worriedly. But Lucian just shook his head. "It's best not to worry them, so promise me you will keep quiet about this. This is something only you should know as you, yourself, figured it out," he said while looking directly into her eyes. Annabeth turned contemplative before reluctantly nodding her head. "Okay, I promise. This will just be between the two of us." Lucian nodded, before waving her off. "Now shoo, it's past your bedtime." Annabeth simply rolled her eyes before leaving as she was getting pretty tired and it was already the middle of the night. As she went and put away the ladder she turned to look at Lucian's cabin before smiling and shaking her head as she headed back to her own cabin sleeping till the next day. Third person's POV. Lucian walked up to Annabeth the next day and asked, "So what do we do now?" "We go rock climbing," Annabeth explained. "That's it?" Lucian asked, looking at her in confusion. "No, obviously. Most of us spend our time training and doing miscellaneous tasks. For example, Demeter's cabin would spend the day taking care of the strawberry farm, and the Hephaestus cabin would be locked inside their forge building whatever," Annabeth added. Lucian nodded in understanding as Annabeth led him towards the rock climbing section. "Funnily enough, we get graded for this," Annabeth mentioned. "Which is why we have to do this in the first place. But it's not only climbing we have to worry about. The climbing wall has some features to it, like lava pouring down from the top and an earthquake mode where it constantly shakes." They soon arrived in an area surrounded by campers, with Chiron in front of them taking notes on a clipboard. "Good work, Clarice. You can come down now," he shouted after writing down a few checks. Lucian raised a brow upon hearing the name and looked over as a short, sand-blonde-haired girl slowly climbed down from the wall. "Ah, the daughter of Ares," Lucian thought while observing her with her hands on her knees, sweating and gasping for air slightly. Chiron then noticed Lucian and Annabeth appear within the crowd. "Ah, Lucian. You have decided to join us here today, it seems." Lucian just shrugged his shoulders. "I didn't have anything better to do." Chiron nodded before looking at his clipboard. "Ah, I haven't been able to test you before since you had to go on your quest. How about it? Want to give it a try?" he said, motioning towards the large wall. Lucian once again just shrugged his shoulders. "Sure, why not," he said, taking a step forward. The others looked curiously, wondering how Lucian would fare against the wall. "You're not allowed to use abilities, this is only a physical test. Any use of your powers would be an automatic F," Chiron warned him. "So no harness?" Lucian asked curiously. "Why?" "Afraid you're going to fall," one of them said before some started to snicker. Lucian didn't even entertain them and simply gave them the middle finger while still facing the climbing wall, which just caused them to laugh louder. "Do you want one?" Chiron curiously asked. To which Lucian just shook his head. "Nah, I was simply curious." Lucian turned towards Chiron as he asked, "So when can I start?" "You can start at any time you please," Chiron informed him. Lucian nodded and started to take a few steps back, making the others curious at what he was doing. After he was a good distance away he got into a running position and started mapping out his way in his head. When he got it, he took off running before jumping and taking a hold of one of the rocks. As his hand touched the wall, the entire thing started shaking as if trying to throw him off, but he held on. He then used the momentum he acquired while running and flung himself higher. Lucian had a look of concentration and started to climb with quick maneuvers. Lucian suddenly felt a warmth close to him, causing him to look up. He saw lava getting closer and closer as it started to flow down. Upon closer inspection, Lucian saw a couple of boulders from the top falling down along with the lava. Without hesitation, he swiftly changed his climbing path, skillfully avoiding the falling rocks and the cascading lava. The onlookers, who initially underestimated him, were now watching with a mix of surprise and curiosity. As he climbed, he began to realize that the lava wasn't as hot as he was expecting. Sure, he can feel great warmth from it, but it wasn't blistering hot. Though his clothes said otherwise as they started to catch on fire slightly. As Lucian neared the top, the climbing wall activated its earthquake mode. The entire structure shook vigorously, adding an extra layer of difficulty to the ascent. Despite the intensified challenge, Lucian displayed remarkable agility, adapting seamlessly to the unpredictable movements. He finally reached the summit, unfazed by the chaos that ensued during the climb. Lucian landed on the top in a one-handed handstand. He turned towards the crowd and Chiron and gave them a peace sign with a nonchalant expression, as if he had just completed a routine task. Chiron, impressed by Lucian's performance, nodded approvingly. "Well done, Lucian. You can come down now, that was an amazing performance." Lucian nodded, sinking into his shadow before reappearing next to everyone. "Your shirt is on fire," Annabeth pointed out, patting it carefully to extinguish the flames. "That it is," Lucian acknowledged, joining in to pat it out. "Here, take your shirt off and put this one on," Annabeth instructed, handing him an orange Camp Half-Blood shirt. Lucian, bewildered, asked, "Where did you even get this?" Annabeth rolled her eyes. "Just don't worry about it and take it off," she sighed. Following her instructions, Lucian threw his burnt shirt into his shadow. Nearby Aphrodite's kids, about his age, stole sneaking glances, admiring his toned body. Lucian then looked at the orange shirt, expressing disgust before using the power of the mist to change it to a black shirt with the white Camp Half-Blood logo. "Much better," Lucian sighed before he and Annabeth walked away. "You aren't going to do it?" he asked her when he noticed she simply left. "Nah, I already did it the day before yesterday, before you returned." "And how did you do?" Annabeth pouted, turning her head away, causing Lucian to give her a teasing smirk. "You fell off, didn't you?" "Shut up, it's not as easy as you made it out to be," she muttered, blushing. "Anyways, I'm going to check the strawberry field. Want to come?" Lucian asked, changing the topic. Annabeth looked at him in confusion. "Why would you want to go there? And are you sure that's a good idea? After all, I'm not sure the children of Demeters will be very welcoming towards the son of Hades, due to your parents' animosity. That's the very reason I suggest we should go. I think it's very idiotic to hate each other just solely based on the problems our parents have with one another." "You might think that way, but I'm not sure the others will," Annabeth said skeptically. "Just watch and learn. All I have to do is be really charming, something I'm really good at." Annabeth rolled her eyes and decided to follow Lucian to see how it would turn out. Lucian didn't even have a chance to open his mouth when he arrived. "Leave," the head counselor of the Demeters cabin coldly said as soon as she saw Lucian approaching. "What dash? I said leave, your presence might affect the growth of the plants here, and I will have none of that. So, I'm telling you once again to leave." Lucian just stood with his mouth open in shock, while Annabeth turned away and covered her mouth, trying hard not to laugh out loud. Third person's POV. As Annabeth tried not to laugh at the current situation, Lucian just scoffed, "Oh please, my presence wouldn't cause such a thing to happen. You're just making stuff up at this point. Just 2 more years, Rose, you just have to deal with annoying kids for 2 more years and you get to be away from annoying kids," the head counselor of the Demeters cabin whispered to herself, audible enough for Annabeth and Lucian to hear. Lucian's eyebrows twitched upon hearing this. "Look, all I'm trying to do is get along with everyone and just trying to fix any problems we may have due to our godly parents' grievances. I don't think having my half-sister imprisoned in the underworld can just be counted as grievances," Rose, the head counselor, snarkily replied. Lucian's expression then turned a bit awkward. You're probably right, but you're saying that as if it's my fault that happened. If you guys have a problem with my dad, then you have a problem with my dad, but don't take it out on me. Rose just groaned out loud. Seriously kid, why don't you just drop it already? Not everyone is going to like you, and you're going to have to live with that. Lucian started getting pissed off at that. It's not about something as simple as someone liking me or not. I wouldn't give a single fuck if this entire camp ends up hating me, but at least they should hate me after getting to know me and hate me for something I did, instead of a stupid reason like just because I'm the son of someone. An older-looking girl with wheat-colored hair with an apron around her waist, approached from behind Rose and intervened. Rose, that's enough. But Rose tried to say, but the new girl just shook her head, which caused Rose to click her tongue before walking away, unwilling to deal with it any further. Sorry about that. My name is Denise, what's yours? She said, taking over the conversation. Lucian. Annabeth. What was that all about? Annabeth asked Denise. She let out a small sigh before she began to explain, yeah, once again sorry about her. Rose just recently became the head counselor of our cabin and has a very hard time adjusting. One thing about her is that she really cares for all the plants and is very superstitious when it comes to caring for them. That's why she was being somewhat hostile towards you. Will they all behave that way towards Lucian? Annabeth curiously asked. Denise just shook her head, just a few, mostly those that care very deeply about the plants and nurture them. Having the son of the Lord of Death around these parts is making them worry about the negative effects it would have. Which is why they are hostile. So unless he can prove them otherwise, it will continue to be that way. As for me, I really don't see the problem of having Lucian around since some death is beneficial towards the growth of plants. Annabeth was at first confused before she asked, are you talking about compost? To which Denise nodded her head. Annabeth turned towards Lucian as she asked, so do you have a way to make them think otherwise? I'm guessing you do since I refuse to believe you actually came out here thinking your good looks would make it work. Of course I do, Lucian replied with an eye roll. You do? Denise asked, curious about what he had in mind. Do you have some seeds I could borrow for a few seconds? Denise nodded and reached into her apron before pulling out a couple of seeds from its pocket. Thanks, Lucian said, taking them into his hands. He crouched on one knee and started digging the ground they were standing on with one hand. When he was done, he put the seeds in the hole and covered it up before he put his hand over the pile of dirt and closed his eyes. Denise and Annabeth both just looked at each other in confusion before looking back at what Lucian was doing. After a few long seconds, a sprout started coming out of the ground, making their eyes widen in shock, unable to believe what they were seeing. No way! Denise couldn't help but shout, causing the others who weren't so far away to stop what they were doing and look towards their direction. They saw Denise looking down with a shocked expression with two little kids around her. Curious, some decided to go and see what they were doing, while some found the well-being of their harvest much more important and chose to ignore it. As the others approached, they started to make the same face as Denise, a face of pure disbelief. How are you doing it? Denise asked, unable to contain her curiosity. While Lucian still had his eyes closed, he answered, have you ever heard the term, the richness of the soil is beneficial towards plant life and will help them grow? Don't tell me. Annabeth started off. To which Lucian just nodded, one of my father's domains is all of the riches underground. As Lucian talked, the sprout kept growing in size. I'm controlling the richness of the soil underground to help support the plant to grow much quicker and healthier. How did you even come up with such an idea? Annabeth asked in amazement as the others listened, still watching in amazement as they saw something impossible. The son of the god of the dead was basically bringing forth life. Remember when I told you that for my training I was poisoned and had to come up with a potion while slowly dying to heal myself? Annabeth nodded, while the others looked confused. Well, one of the most important ingredients was a plant. That plant just so happened to not have been fully grown and was still underdeveloped. With the poison slowly killing me, I became delirious and was losing hope. As a last-ditch effort, I planted the plant before doing what I described and made it grow into maturity until it was perfect for me to use. Lucian explained as the sprout in front of him started sprouting strawberries. What Lucian or anyone for that matter didn't know, however, was that during his time of conception. During his parents' threesome, some of Persephone's bodily fluid got inside Medea, his mother's mouth as he was being conceived. That little amount of fluid became the connection/link he needed for his idea of richness and plant growth to actually come into fruition, otherwise, it would have been a pointless endeavor and would have most likely died during his training. At first, the strawberries started off green, but a few minutes later, they turned into a beautiful red color, which made them look almost enticing. Lucian looked slightly tired, as controlling the plant took a lot out of him, as what he did was something that was at least next to impossible for him to do. Try them, Lucian told the others who were looking at the strawberries in awe, while hiding his fatigue. Everyone around took one each, before they all looked at each other, afraid to take the first bite. Except for Annabeth. She had full faith in Lucian and bit into the strawberry without an ounce of hesitation. Her eyes widened in surprise as she took a bite. "Whoa," she exclaimed before eating the rest. "It's so juicy and unbelievably sweet." The others looked at each other once more before they all took a bite of the strawberry, sensing the juice flow in their mouths. Their eyes widened at the taste. Denise patted Lucian on the back. "Nice job, kid. These are good, and you did that just by controlling the richness of the soil. I can see why they taste so good then. When talking about the richness of the soil, we're talking about the nutrients it carries. These nutrients help the plants that consume them reach their full potential." The others just nodded in appreciation, which just caused Lucian to smirk proudly. Third person's POV. "You have to help us out sometimes when you have the chance," Denise said enthusiastically. Lucian just shrugged his shoulders. "I'll help out if I don't have anything planned." "That's perfect," Denise nodded. "So, we cool?" Denise and the others around nodded their heads. "But what about your head counselor?" "I doubt she would be okay with Lucian coming around," Annabeth asked, leaning to the side as she looked at Rose tying her long black hair into a ponytail before getting to work on the fields in front of her. Denise just picked the last remaining strawberry from the plant in front of her. "Leave everything to me. Watch this." With the strawberry in hand, she walked towards Rose, who now had a woven straw basket filled with strawberries. "Hey Rose, here, try this." Rose looked at Denise in confusion before sighing. "Denise, we should be collecting our harvest, not eating it." Since Rose didn't want to bother with Lucian any longer, she stopped paying attention to him, so she failed to notice his abilities and his capability to grow crops. Denise gave her the puppy dog eyes as she pleaded, "Please, Rose, just try this one." Rose looked at her for a bit before sighing once again. "Fine." She picked the strawberry from Denise's hand and took a bite out of it. Wow, wait a minute, why is it so juicy and sweet? They're good, right?" Denise smiled. Rose nodded her head, taking the last bite, leaving only the leaves of the fruit in her hands. "You wouldn't guess who made it?" Denise teased. "The dead kid, right?" Rose said, sounding confident in her answer. "What, how did you guess?" "I'm not stupid. You were literally with him, and the next thing I know, you come here wanting to show me a fruit." Rose said with a scoff. "But if you knew it was from him, why did you still eat it?" "I may not like or trust him, but I trust you. You wouldn't have fed me something if you knew it would be dangerous for me to eat." Denise giggled while rubbing the back of her head. "So what do you think, would he be able to come around and help us?" "No, not really. I mean, taking care of these plants is the job of our cabin, so having someone that's not from our cabin, especially him, come and help is weird, but..." She paused and looked towards the others engaging in conversations with Lucian. She then continued, "I see the others getting along with him, so I guess it wouldn't hurt, but, and I mean this in all seriousness, if just one single leaf dies because of him, I'm banning him from access to anywhere near our cabin, and this is non-negotiable. As the head counselor, this is where I put my foot down." Denise nodded her head in understanding, smiling proudly as she said, "Yes ma'am." Rose just rolled her eyes before getting back to work. Denise then went and informed Lucian of what was agreed upon. "That's fair," he said, nodding his head. They spent a couple of minutes getting to know each other and talking about ways to help a plant grow faster without affecting its health until close to an hour had passed. "Well, it was nice meeting you all, but I have something to ask Chiron." "I'll come and help when I'm free," Lucian informed them. They all nodded and said their goodbyes as they returned to work, Denise not being any different. As they left, Lucian and Annabeth walked side by side back towards where Chiron was. After a few minutes of walking, Annabeth let out a little giggle. "What?" Lucian asked, which caused her to giggle some more. Annabeth put her palms together, turned her head to the side slightly, and lifted one leg off the ground. "Wow, Lucian, you were so charming, I can see why you were so confident in your looks. They totally had a good first impression of you back there," she said in a high-pitched girly voice. Lucian rolled his eyes and scoffed as he playfully shoved her head. "Oh, shut it, they were just so enamored the first girl didn't know how to act," he scoffed, which just caused Annabeth to laugh. After a bit of banter between the two of them, Annabeth asked, "So what is it that you have to ask Chiron? Why didn't you ask him earlier?" "I mean, you'll most likely be present when I ask him, so wait and see." As for why I didn't ask him earlier, he was surrounded by campers and in the middle of something. I wanted to talk to him alone, in a secluded spot. He should have finished what he was doing by now, so he should be in the big house. Annabeth nodded in understanding as they made their way towards Chiron's office. They walked past Dionysus, who was resting on a rocking chair on the porch, and headed towards Chiron's office. Lucian knocked on the door before Chiron instructed him to come in. "Is something the matter?" Chiron asked curiously, not expecting to see Lucian come towards him. "I want to see what I have to do in order to have permission to leave the camp periodically." "May I ask why?" Chiron asked, while Annabeth looked shocked at Lucian asking such a thing. "I want to be able to get ingredients to make something," was all Lucian answered with. "Is there something you need that isn't actively here?" "I don't mean this in a bragging sense, but everything you'll ever need is most likely in the attic, where we keep most objects obtained from quests ever since the camp has started. I'm confident you don't have what I need to make." Chiron just looked at Lucian with a raised brow, which caused him to sigh. He stood up and went behind Annabeth, plunging her ears into his shadow, making her unable to hear anything. "Hey! What are you doing?" she said, trying to pry Lucian's fingers off but being unsuccessful. Chiron just looked lost on what Lucian was doing. "If you have phoenix feathers, I would be more than happy to take them off your hands." Lucian then smiled down towards Annabeth. "Her birthday is in a few days, and I'm making her something, but for what I have in mind, I need the feathers of a phoenix in order to make it. I'll bite you if you don't release my ears," she exclaimed, still failing to pry his hands. "And do you know where you find such a mythical bird?" Chiron asked, to which Lucian just nodded his head confidently. Lucian then let go of her ears and sat back down next to her. She glared at Lucian in annoyance. "What's the point of bringing me with you if you were just going to cover my ears?" Annabeth grumbled. To which Lucian just playfully shrugged. "I see," Chiron said with a hand on his chin. He then let out a sigh. "Well, if I'm being honest, you are probably the only person in this camp that has the permission to come and leave as you please. I wouldn't have the power to stop you." "Wait, what?" Annabeth couldn't help but exclaim. As someone that likes to be well educated, Annabeth has a firm grasp on the rules of the camp, so hearing about this shocked Annabeth slightly. "But isn't it stated that for their own safety, campers aren't allowed to leave unless it's a quest-related activity?" Chiron nodded his head. "You're right, but that's the thing, due to who Lucian's father is. I'm afraid to say this, but Lucian technically doesn't belong to Camp Half-Blood. In fact, he doesn't belong in any place for that matter. He currently has the status of an outcast, which gives him the power to come and leave camp without much or any consequences." Annabeth simply had a look of pure disbelief, but Lucian simply had a look of understanding, knowing that at some point it would come to that. Third person's POV. "Wait, what do you mean Lucian is considered an outcast because of who his father is?" Annabeth couldn't help but raise her voice when she heard that. "As you should know, my father isn't in Olympus where all the other gods reside, he resides in the Underworld, thus making him an outcast, someone who's away from where everyone else is. Because of this, his children, such as I, mostly carry that title with us as well, Lucian said nonchalantly. And it doesn't bother you? Annabeth asked, turning to look at him, noticing his non-caring expression. Lucian just shrugged, no, not really. I've known this was a possibility since finding out who my father is. Plus, I see it more as a blessing than a curse of solitude. That means I don't have to stay in a place unless I want to. Annabeth let out a sigh, since you're not bothered by it, then there's no use of me getting angry at it. Lucian simply smiled before patting her head. Still. Annabeth couldn't help but ask, can you really be considered an outcast with the way everyone has been treating you? It's not only among the campers that the children of Lord Hades are treated as outcasts. It extends to other areas as well. For example, let's say we have a vote about anything, then Lucian's vote wouldn't be counted no matter what he says or does, Chiron informed them. And it's not only that, it's what he creates as well, like his cabin and the recently made statue. Sure, they're physically in the camp, but they aren't recognized on paper as being part of Camp Half-Blood, Chiron continued. I see, so it has both its pros and cons, Annabeth muttered while Chiron nodded his head. It's one of the reasons why the children of Lord Hades mostly go to war with children of Lord Poseidon and Lord Zeus. It's because of how unfairly they are treated. You guys may or may not have known this, but World War II was between the children of both Lord Zeus and Poseidon versus the children of Lord Hades, and one of the main reasons that started that very war is due to the grudge they held for being outcasts. Chiron's expression then turned serious as he looked directly at Lucian. Now that I've mentioned that, I'll use this chance to warn you of something so you can be careful in the future. Be mindful when dealing with grudges, they aren't healthy to hold on to, especially for those born from his lineage. Lucian sighed and nodded. I'm well aware. Chiron nodded in response. Is there anything else you wish to know? As Lucian stood up, he shook his head. No, that's all. Thanks for the info, he said before heading out, with Annabeth following close behind. As they walked around the camp without a destination, Lucian looked around and realized something. Wait a sec, where's Grover? I haven't seen him in a while. Is he out searching for Pan or something now that he has a searcher license? Wait. You don't know? Annabeth asked, surprised. Know what? Lucian inquired. Annabeth sighed before explaining, Grover has been in a depressive state, and we've rarely seen him because of it. Apparently, the Council of Cloven Elders, old satyrs who are in charge of handing out searchers' licenses, deemed Grover unfit to be a searcher. His quest was to bring us all to safety in the camp, but since, in their own words, he abandoned you and left you out to die, he failed his quest. Bullshit. I ordered Grover to take you to safety. It wasn't his idea to leave me, it was my own. He was just following my orders, Lucian growled. Yeah, the council didn't see it that way. The worst part is that Grover didn't deny their claim of him leaving you behind. It looks like he still feels somewhat guilty for not doing more that day, so he didn't fight it and accepted the council's reasoning, Annabeth explained. Lucian's expression turned blank. I see. He muttered before his ring turned into a scythe, which he held tightly in both hands. Then, he gave Annabeth the friendliest smile he could muster. Hey, Annabeth. Why yes. Annabeth stuttered, noticing the veins on Lucian's forehead and his tight grip on the scythe. This was the angriest she had ever seen him. Can you please show me where I can find this stupid council? I have some rather convincing evidence that proves Grover's legitimacy in being a searcher. And now let's calm down, Lucian, we don't have to take it too far. Annabeth said softly, raising her hands to his and lowering the scythe. Annabeth. Lucian said with a smile. Annabeth stuttered, don't do anything rash and think it through. Even if we convince the council, Grover wouldn't accept it. It would do more harm than good, especially towards Grover. Lucian grumbled for a while before putting the scythe away. Annabeth sighed in relief. Trust me, I'm angry and annoyed with them too, but I'm more worried about Grover. Hearing this, Lucian let out a long sigh before turning his scythe back into a ring and walking back towards his cabin without saying anything. Annabeth stood outside in confusion, thinking, knowing him, he's up to something. I'll just wait and see. After a few minutes, Lucian came out holding 2 plates of vegetarian enchiladas. Hold this for a sec, he told Annabeth, handing her a plate. From his shadow, Bartholomew flew into the sky, and Lucian covered one of his eyes with his free hand. What are you doing? Annabeth asked, curious. I'm sharing my vision with Bartholomew, and I'm looking for Grover from the skies. After a few seconds, Lucian spotted him. Let's go. I found him, he's leaning against some tree in the middle of the forest. They soon arrived and found Grover lost in thought. Yo, Grover, Lucian called out. Grover snapped out of his thoughts upon hearing Lucian's voice, you've returned. Since when? Dude, just how detached from the real world have you been? I've been here for 2 days already. Lucian said, shaking his head. Here, I brought these for you, he said, handing Grover the plates. Grover's eyes lit up upon seeing them before he started eating them hungrily. Look, man, I heard what happened with the Council of Dipshit Elders. And I'm only going to say this once. You didn't abandon me, you didn't leave me to die, or any of that crap. I chose to stay behind, no matter what you or anyone else says on that matter. Thanks to you, I was able to fight in peace knowing you had taken Annabeth back to camp in one piece just like you were supposed to. But... Grover muttered with his head down. I'm just telling you how it is so there's nothing else you can say about it. I mean, why have you been brooding over this all this time? It's been 4 months since, and everything turned out alright, didn't it? I guess you're right, Grover muttered before sighing. Plus, you're going to be a searcher who's going to find Pan, right? You can't let this little problem stop you from reaching your dream. Grover's eyes lit up upon hearing this. You're right, I'm going to find Pan. I can't let this slow me down, he said with determination. Lucian held out his fist towards Grover, who returned the gesture. I'ma be gone for a few days, and when I return, I better see you more active, got it? Grover smiled and nodded, secretly glad to have people caring about him and believing in him. Well, anyways, I'll see you guys later, Lucian said as he sank into his shadow, surprising Annabeth as she didn't expect him to leave so soon and without saying anything else. And just like that, 2 years quickly passed, making them 10 years old. Third person's POV. 2 years later. I finally did it. Annabeth exclaimed, holding a golden glowing card with a picture of an owl on the back, in her hand in excitement. She got up from her desk inside the Athena cabin and ran outside to show Lucian. Reaching into her side, where a purple pouch resided, she ruffled through it slightly, pulling out another card. Holding the card between her fingers, she put it to her forehead and whispered, "Show me to Lucian." The card flew from her hand and stopped in front of the Aphrodite's cabin, a picture of an arrow appearing from the card and pointing at the door. Annabeth grabbed the card and flicked it before putting it back into her pouch. What's Lucian doing here? Annabeth couldn't help but wonder. She knocked on the door before hearing the words "enter" being shouted from inside. As she did, she froze as soon as she stepped forward. Lucian was seen sitting cross-legged surrounded by girls in a circle, who were also cross-legged. One of the girls held his hand as she painted his nails black. Another one was behind him braiding his hair. While he had his eyes closed as another girl was holding his face sitting on his lap as she applied black eyeliner. And then I was like, bitch, what did I tell you, he wasn't good for you, but she didn't listen, did she? Lucian said with a sigh. The girls around him started laughing, "You're so funny, Lucian," they giggled. The girl that said enter noticed Annabeth standing frozen by the door. "Oh, Annabeth, what are you doing here?" Hearing Annabeth's name, Lucian's head snapped towards the entrance and he saw Annabeth looking at him with a deadpan expression. "Lucian. Hold still, your eyeliner is ruined now." The girl on his lap shouted. "Hey, Annabeth," Lucian said awkwardly, ignoring the girl. Seeing Annabeth not responding, Lucian picked up the girl from his lap and softly put her down next to him. Lucian grabbed the girl's hand and gave it a gentlemanly kiss. "I'm sorry, Allison, but we'll have to cut this party short, it looks like someone needs me." "Aw," they all whined while Allison pouted. "Will we be able to do this another time?" she asked, still pouting while shifting her blonde hair. Lucian just smiled towards all of them as he got up. But of course, I had a fantastic experience with you ladies. They giggled once more before they all waved goodbye towards Lucian in a sad manner as if he was going to war and never coming back. Annabeth just let out a sigh before shaking her head and walking away, which prompted Lucian to run after her. Hey, wait up. Annabeth looked towards him and looked at his smeared makeup, half-braided hair, and half-painted nails before realizing he didn't have a shirt on. I won't talk to you until you're decent, she declared, turning on her heel and striding away. Lucian maintained an awkward smile as he sighed. Extending his hand, he summoned forth a book from his Shadow A grimoire he had recently completed after years of research. Adorned in red with golden accents, a golden sun graced its center, with golden skulls at each corner. Image. The grimoire hovered before him, its pages flipping autonomously until they settled on a page glowing with a red-black light. A magic circle materialized beneath Lucian, cleansing him as it ascended his body. After using the recorded cleaning spell, he stowed the book back into his shadow, then utilized his shadow equip to change into black sweatpants and a hoodie. There, happy? He inquired. Annabeth nodded in approval before gesturing for him to follow her. Once they reached a fairly open field, she put some distance between them. Now, I want you to hit me with a spell, any spell. You could use a shadow ball if you prefer, Annabeth challenged, her gaze fixed on Lucian. Raising an eyebrow, Lucian summoned his grimoire once more. Extending his hand, a red magic circle formed at its end. A ball of wind materialized between the circle and hurtled towards Annabeth at rapid speed. Swiftly, she retrieved the glowing gold card she had crafted and hurled it towards the wind ball. As the two objects approached, the card expanded to the size of the wind ball and stood upright. Instead of clashing, the wind ball rebounded towards Lucian with double the velocity. Lucian, caught off guard, watched as his shadow morphed into a mouth, devouring the incoming attack. It worked. It really worked. Annabeth exclaimed, rushing towards Lucian and embracing him, planting a kiss on his cheeks. Impressed, Lucian remarked, I must admit, when you gave me that quill, I never imagined using it like this. Annabeth blushed at the unexpected kiss, her emotions running high, before grinning at his compliment. She reached into her purple bag once more and pulled out a red quill that looked to be on fire but wasn't hot or burning any. I didn't either. Seriously, Lucian, I can't thank you enough for this birthday present. In Annabeth's hand that red quill was previously the feather of a phoenix. Instead of trying to kill such a mythical and sacred creature just for its feather, Lucian simply captured it and plucked it out before releasing it and running away from it before it got angrier than it already was. Image. Using his mother's skill, high-speed divine words and his training with Hecate, he was able to successfully enchant that feather into a magic quill. He enchanted feather with the following enchantments. Mana Transmute. This enchantment allows the wielder to convert their stamina into magical energy, enabling them to cast spells or perform magical feats by drawing upon their physical vitality. Glyphscribe. Enchants the quill with the ability to inscribe magical runes or glyphs onto surfaces, enabling the user to create wards, spells, or enchantments with ease. Whispering Quill. Allows the quill to transcribe thoughts directly onto parchment without the need for manual writing, making it an invaluable tool for recording ideas quickly or for those who struggle with conventional writing methods. And to challenge himself and successfully create his first ever 4 enchantment item, he inscribed Inkwell's Bounty. This enchantment ensures that the quill never runs out of ink, continuously replenishing the supply as needed, making it ideal for extensive writing tasks. Lucian remembered giving Annabeth the quill, one since it wasn't really that long ago, and because he remembered her crying loudly tears of joy. For her 9th birthday, Lucian gifted her a purple pouch, which he enchanted with extra storage space, an enchant he had trouble with before but thanks to studying his shadow was able to get it just right. For her 10th birthday, that was a month ago, Lucian decided to surprise Annabeth and play a prank on her. He gifted her plain empty cards with owl designs on the back, which ended backfiring on him. He planned to make her upset since he'd got something so useless, but instead she treated it like how she treated the previous 2 gifts. She even gave him a large happy grin when thanking him, which took him by surprise. So all he could do was sigh and explain the real reason for the gift. Those cards were made to hold her writing, which she wrote in ancient Greek, and stores them in it for later uses and have the advantage of not having to stop and write down the words. Annabeth collected the card from the floor and showed Lucian, "See here, I use the symbols in ancient Greek meaning reflect and counter." "And the drawback?" Lucian asked. Annabeth sighed as she explained, "If the power of the attack has more power than my writing, the card would break. For it to take a much higher damage and reflect it, I would need to redo the writing with more magic power, which is difficult for me to do since my stamina isn't all that high." Lucian didn't get a chance to say anything and looked up towards the clear blue sky. A flash of lightning was then followed up by the sound of thunder hitting the ground, creating a dust to fly everywhere. Lucian simply made a swiping motion, moving all the dust out of the way, revealing Talia dusting away her clothes while carrying a spear on her shoulder. "Do you have to make such a big entrance every time?" Lucian asked with scowl. "You do it all the time, so why shouldn't I?" she said with a smirk, while Lucian looked at her with a deadpan expression. "Because I'm 10, so I'm allowed to think it's cool doing it, while you're 15 and this should be considered childish." Talia scoffed, "You're just jealous. Your entrants are mostly quiet and undetectable, unlike mine, which are flashy, just screams power." "Whoa Talia, you're so cool. Here you are arguing with a 10-year-old about whose entrances are better. You are definitely someone I look up to and want to be someday," Lucian retorted in a monotone voice. "What's going on?" Annabeth intervened, stopping their usual bantering. "Chiron is calling us. He said he had something important to tell us. He didn't say what though, so I don't know." "Let's get going, I guess," Lucian said, waving his hand, cleaning up the mess Talia made as he followed behind her as she led them to Chiron. Third person's POV. Talia, Annabeth, and Lucian soon arrived in Chiron's office with Luke waiting for them with his arms crossed. "Do you know why we're here?" Annabeth asked Luke, who shook his head. "Your guess is as good as mine," Luke said, shrugging his shoulders. Lucian just looked at him for a bit but didn't say anything before turning his attention towards Chiron, who was seated in front of them. "Good you're all here," Chiron said before sighing. "What I'm about to tell you is a secret you should keep to only the people inside this room. Do I make myself clear?" Chiron said in a very serious and stern tone, a tone they never heard from him before, making the others realize the gravity of the situation. "Wait, if it's so serious, why are you telling us about it?" Annabeth asked in surprise. Once more, Chiron sighed, which they doubt would be the only time they heard him do that in the following conversation. "Because it involves both Talia and Lucian. Knowing how close the four of you guys are, there's no doubt in my mind that the two of you would be dragged along, so I'm telling you all so you could prepare for the future." Talia looked towards Lucian in surprise as she didn't expect that it would involve the both of them, making her quickly realize something. "Is it because we're both children of the big three?" "I'm afraid so." "Tell me, do you kids know why the pact between the three gods was made?" "Because they were afraid their own kids would be able to overthrow them?" Luke asked with a smirk. "Well, you're not entirely wrong." Luke couldn't believe what he was hearing and turned towards the others, making sure they heard what he did, but before he could inquire further, Chiron continued. "But that isn't the main reason. It happened around 70 years ago. After World War II, the Oracle foretold an event that would lead to the three gods making that pact. The prophecy went along like this. A half-blood of a royal line. At the age of 16 they will shine. Leading an army upon a mountain. For a soul many will bargain. A fight they must ultimately win. So the ending of time on Olympus begins." Everyone had their mouths upon hearing the prophecy, especially Lucian. Meanwhile, Annabeth snapped her head immediately towards Lucian. Her eyes widened beyond belief as she remembered the talk they had 2 years ago on his cabin's rooftop. Chiron didn't say anything further and gave them time to digest the information. He was right, Annabeth kept repeating over and over to herself, coming close to getting a panic attack until she felt a hand on her shoulder. She looked over and saw Lucian giving her a smile, which caused her to calm down slightly. "Since he doesn't seem worried, I shouldn't be either, right?" "Keep calm, keep calm, keep calm, keep calm. Let's analyze this carefully," Lucian thought in the middle of his panicking. "I knew it was going to be different, my existence was going to change it obviously, but I didn't expect it to be completely different. At least the premise is the same, but it's still so different," Lucian thought to himself. "So one of us, between me and Lucian, will be the end of Olympus." Talia muttered, her worry evident. "That's what I believe," Chiron confirmed, leaving Talia still visibly concerned. It's going to be me, isn't it? Talia said in a low voice before hearing Lucian scoff. What? She asked in annoyance. Main character syndrome much? Why are you sure it's you? Lucian teased with a smirk. Why do you think it isn't? Talia retorted. Isn't it obvious? You're too weak. There's no way you could lead an army like the prophecy stated, Lucian replied. Seriously, at a time like this, you little. Talia growled, but then sighed. Plus, the prophecy said it was of a royal line. I'm the one who is most royalty here. Honestly, I don't want to be who the prophecy is talking about. Hey there, Princess Complex. You're not the only royalty here. In case you forgot, my father is the ruler of the dead and our uncle is the ruler of the seven seas. I bet you all of my fortune he probably has a kid hidden somewhere, and it wouldn't be long before he makes an appearance since your dad and mine have proven that they broke the pact. It would be okay for him to break it too, so it could be his kid for all we know, Lucian countered. I don't have a princess complex. I was just saying, Talia said, rolling her eyes before sighing. But you're right. Due to my panicking, I forgot you're technically royalty as well. There was a pause before Talia spoke again. Thanks, she muttered. Huh? What for? Lucian asked in confusion. Talia blushed and scoffed. Oh, please. Don't act innocent. I knew you were only teasing me to make me feel better. No, I wasn't. I was just correcting your idiocy since you were acting like the main character just because your daddy is the Sky Father, Lucian retorted. Whatever, loser, Talia scoffed, shaking her head. Meanwhile, Luke was deep in thought. It mentioned, they, in the prophecy. Does that mean we all would be fighting since it mentioned, a fight they must ultimately win? We don't know. Even the gods have tried to find out what the prophecy truly means. After all, prophecies are ambiguous, so it could literally mean anything. They haven't really made heads or tails of the prophecy, but they have had their suspicions that it's going to happen soon since two forbidden kids appeared at the same time, Chiron explained. Luke then stood up and started walking away. Where are you going? Talia asked. To train. Was all he said as he walked away. Talia looked at Lucian and Annabeth in confusion. Lucian shook his head, thinking, I've been paying close attention, and it looks like they still haven't made contact yet. That's good to know. It's probably the shock from all of this. He probably wants to have a quiet space to think, Lucian said with a sigh. A look of understanding overcame Talia as she remembered that Luke liked to swing his sword in practice whenever he had a lot on his mind. While Talia and Annabeth talked to Chiron, trying to find out more about the prophecy, Lucian started dissecting it himself. A half-blood of a royal line. Are we sure that's talking about the big three specifically? Let's be egotistical for a moment and say that it's me. I'm not only royalty from my father's side but from my mother as well. She was a princess and then a queen, so technically speaking, I'm royalty on both sides of the family. Then there's, at the age of 16 they will shine. So it's the same as the original prophecy. The climax will happen when we're 16, so we're going to be showing off when we're 16 if I'm interpreting that correctly, which I'm probably not. Then there's leading an army up a mountain. I mean, what is there to interpret? That's really straightforward. For a soul many will bargain. Whose soul are we talking about? Who are we bargaining with? Is it my father? And whose soul are we bargaining? I can't just assume it's Luke. Thinking that I know everything would just backfire if I think that way. A fight they must ultimately win. Okay, I think for this one, I can confidently say it's with Kronos, but I'll try not to think it's just him and it's someone else. And lastly. So the ending of time on Olympus begins. I'm just assuming, but it's predicting the end of Kronos. Knowing what I know, how else am I going to interpret it? The gods are having a hard time doing it since it never crossed their minds that Kronos was related to this since, to them, he was cut into pieces at the bottom of Tartarus. After analyzing what he could, he looked around and noticed that the others were deep in thought as well, causing him to sigh and clap his hands, jolting them from their pondering. I think it's best if we head to our cabin and think deeply about what we learned within our own time. The others nodded in agreement. They bid their farewell to Chiron before each going to their individual cabins and spending the night in their thoughts. Third person's POV. In the middle of the night, Lucian was shaken awake, causing him to open his eyes groggily. Huh? Annabeth? Is that you? What do you want? He asked, still feeling incomprehensible. I can't sleep. When I close my eyes, all I think about is the prophecy. Do you mind if I sleep with you tonight? Lucian, still not fully awake, just lifted his covers. Yeah, sure, go ahead. Thanks, she said, getting in and snuggling close to him, seeking his comfort. She started to shake slightly. I'm scared, Annabeth whispered. I don't want to go to war. Lucian, who was still loopy, hugged her and muttered, Don't worry, I'm here to protect you, before falling asleep. Annabeth smiled with tears in her eyes and slowly fell asleep as well. Whoa! Lucian shouted before falling off the bed. Annabeth woke up hearing the commotion and looked at Lucian on the floor, blinking slowly. Why are you on the floor? She asked, sounding tired. A better question is why are you in my bed? Lucian asked, rubbing his butt from the fall. Annabeth looked at Lucian in confusion. You said I could get in when I asked yesterday, she said before laying back down. I did, Lucian muttered before scratching his head. I guess I did. He let out a sigh and did his morning routine before Annabeth woke up for real this time. I'm going towards the forest if you need anything, Lucian warned Annabeth before disappearing into his shadow. He reappeared in an open space surrounded by trees before sitting down on the floor and summoning his grimoire. Lucian started recording down any spell he had knowledge of inside his grimoire to have easier access with a single thought instead of preparing a magic circle or using high-speed divine words. Right now, Lucian was mostly focusing on curses he could conjure. He held out his hand as a magic circle manifested, and Lucian muttered, Curse of Slow Perception. Every time he casted a spell, it would be recognized and recorded in the grimoire. Lucian realized that the magic circle helped him add more power to the spell and stabilize it better than he would have without. Lucian first tried writing a magic circle on the floor and then on paper before having enough practice to draw it in the air with his mana. Usually, in order to activate a spell or use some of his power, Lucian would have to visualize how it looks, how much power it needs, and the effect it would have. There is no need with the grimoire. Sure, Lucian already trained his visualizing to the point where he could execute his moves efficiently. But with the grimoire, the entire visualizing step is completely removed. Curse of blindness, curse of no speech, deaf curse, void of the five senses, enhanced pain perception. As he was thinking of curses to make, Lucian came up with an idea. What if a target moves too fast, and I would have trouble hitting him with these curses? Lucian smirked to himself before drawing a circle in the air. He started writing in ancient Greek letters around the inside of the circle, words related to target and homing. When he was done, he drew a symbol in the middle of it. The symbol serves as a focal point for the caster's intent and energy, helping to concentrate their magical power and direct it toward the desired outcome of the spell or ritual. The symbol Lucian decided to form right now was a black skull with a black sun on its forehead, as he felt that's what represents him the most. After all, the black skull is due to him being a son of Hades, a big part of who he is and what he is capable of is because he's his son, while the black sun represents his mother, as it's on the forehead it represents all the wisdom she had imparted to him, whether it was related to magic or something else entirely, and also because he could use black flames. I'll name it Focus Lock, Lucian declared. The Focus Lock curse ensures the target can never evade the caster's attacks, no matter where they hide or flee. It would lock onto the target and follow them no matter how much they try to evade the attack. As he was focusing on what else to create, Annabeth appeared. We need to go back to camp quickly, she shouted, appearing suddenly. She grabbed Lucian's arm, helping him up while also dragging him. What's going on? Are we under attack or something? No, much worse. Luke just received his quest, and it doesn't look like he's happy about it, Annabeth explained. How is that worse? Lucian thought to himself in confusion before sighing and standing up straight. He picked up Annabeth in a princess carry, taking her by surprise before he grew dark black wings made of shadows on his back, resembling the wings of a devil. He took to the sky, which took Annabeth by surprise. Ah, why are we doing this? Couldn't we shadow travel or something? He, because it's fun. It feels like I'm the one in control when I'm flying like this, Lucian answered, making his way towards Luke, where he detected his life force. I don't feel like that at all. Annabeth shouted as Lucian dove down from the skies and landed in front of Luke. Luke was first surprised before sighing and shaking his head. Hey Lucian, guess what my quest is? Luke asked, his surprised expression switching to an angered one. Lucian just tilted his head, pretending not to know. What? He wants me to be a gardener. For crying out loud, his grand quest for me is to pluck a golden apple from the garden of Hesperides. Really? That's it? Lucian asked with a surprised expression, still pretending not to know. I know, right? Luke said, sounding frustrated. Does he believe I don't have what it takes to do more? Is that all the confidence he has in me? Luke then shook his head in disappointment. I was expecting things to go differently. Sure, he did help us during our journey here, but that's all he did. He didn't ask how I was, what I'm doing, if I was alright. He just sent me away to be someone else's problem. He couldn't be bothered to check, and now he wants me to play gardener. Lucian just looked at him with a raised eyebrow, causing Luke to sigh once again and shake his head. Sorry about that. I shouldn't be venting my feelings onto you like that. Lucian just chuckled. What are you talking about? Of course you can. What are friends for, right? That's nice and all guys, but are you going to take the mission? Annabeth interjected. Luke scoffed and looked at Annabeth in amusement before patting her head. I really wish I could just decline it, but I don't think I can, so I might as well. Then take me with you, Annabeth demanded, looking into Luke's eyes with a serious expression. Luke instantly said no. I was planning on taking Lucian and Talia. What dash? Take her, Lucian said instantly. It was Luke's turn to be dumbfounded. He looked a bit hurt that Lucian didn't want to go with him. Lucian rolled his eyes before looking at Luke. You trust me, right? Luke scoffed at that answer. We've had each other's backs for years. Of course I trust you. Lucian then smirked. Then take her. Luke looked at Annabeth, who was looking at him with expectations. Fine, but I'm being the leader here, got it? Annabeth nodded happily and threw a fist pump due to her excitement. I'll go get everything ready, she shouted happily before running away. Do you really not want to go? Luke asked. It was Lucian's turn to sigh. Man, I wish I could, but I already made plans. If I had known earlier, I would have managed to rearrange them, but... Well, in that case, I'll go and get ready, Luke said, shaking his head in disappointment. Meanwhile, Lucian looked at Luke's back with a calculating smirk. After Luke finished packing, he caught up towards Annabeth and Talia, who were waiting for him, with Chiron wishing them the best on their journey. Where's Lucian? Luke asked, looking around. I would have assumed he would have sent us off or something. Luke asked Chiron with a confused expression. Yeah, he said he needed to do something important and told me to wish you guys luck on your journey in his stead. The three of them sighed before shaking their heads. Annabeth, unable to contain her excitement, asked, so can we leave now? Luke nodded his head. I have everything ready, so we can leave now if you guys want. Talia and Annabeth both nodded before they all said their goodbyes towards Chiron, and started their journey to complete Luke's quest. Once they made it past the hill, Lucian undid his presence concealment and walked up to them with a large pack back on his shoulders. He looked towards them with a shocked expression. Whoa, what a surprise, I didn't expect us to be heading in the same direction, what a coincidence. Lucian. They all shouted happily. A look of realization overcame them. So this was your plan? They all exclaimed. Lucian looked at them like they were crazy. What are you guys talking about? I really do need to do something. It really is just a strange coincidence that we are heading in the same direction. Oh yeah, and what is it that you need to do? Talia teased with a smirk. I just thought that I've been working myself tirelessly, so I decided to go on a road trip to take a break. All work and no play is bad for your health, as they say, Lucian retorted in a matter-of-fact tone. They all just scoffed in amusement at Lucian's shamelessness. Annabeth appeared a little bit nervous. Isn't going to be dangerous if you join? Chiron did say that for Quest there was a reason why 3 was the most optimal number. Lucian just looked confused. Who said anything on joining you guys? I literally just explained I'm on a road trip, I'm trying to rediscover myself. Didn't you say it was because all work and no play was bad for your health? Talia continued to tease. To which Lucian looked at her like she was an idiot. When did I even say that? This is my journey to discover myself, to find my purpose in life apart from just being born handsome. Luke snorted at the answer. Are you sure you aren't the reincarnation of Narcissus? Oh please, he wishes he was born as cool as I am. They all continued to banter with one another as they made their way towards a train station, but before they got on Annabeth looked at Lucian in confusion. Wait, why don't you have your back in your shadow like you always do, and why aren't we taking your shadow soldiers instead of the train? Oh my sweet, sweet, little Annabeth, how can you be so smart but so dumb at the same time, Lucian said, patting her head. Annabeth just swatted his hand away. First off, don't call me that. And second off, I'm just curious, okay? Well, the reason for that is because I'm not supposed to help you, like I have been saying for the past hour. It's a great coincidence that we are going the same direction. If I help you out I would have involved myself too much. Plus if we did take my griffins then this journey wouldn't feel as authentic, which is also the reason why I'm carrying the bag in the first place, Lucian explained carefully. There was a pause before Lucian then asked, wait, do you guys even know where you're going? There was an awkward silence before Lucian looked at all of them in surprise. He looked at Annabeth with more surprise than anyone else, et.to. Annabeth. Which caused her to blush. I was too excited at the prospect of being able to go on an adventure that I didn't really do any research, and I was scared that Luke would change his mind about taking me if I took too long, so we left quickly, she muttered, feeling embarrassed. It's the same for me, Luke said, but instead of being excited or nervous I was too angry to take notice. Talia just had her hands on her leather jacket and shrugged her shoulder. I thought I was just being brought along cause of my strength, so I didn't need to do research or anything. I just thought Luke or Annabeth would have had it covered. I don't know if to be impressed at how you all managed to fuck up or disappointed. I can understand Talia. Her reasoning is literally the most logical, Lucian said, reprimanding them. He then sighed. Guess I'm going on a lecture for all of you. First off, Annabeth, Lucian started, you shouldn't let your emotions control your rationality. If you need to do research about anything and you think that it's important, then do it. Your main issue currently is your impatience. Now Luke, you are the leader of the team. I know you're angry, trust me I do, but don't let your anger become something that guides your actions. Suffer from the same thing as Annabeth. You let your emotions get the better of you. An emotional leader isn't really a bad thing. It's a bad thing when emotions are all they have. Luke looked ashamed of himself after hearing Lucian's words. And now Talia. Wait, I thought you said my reasoning was logical. Why am I getting reprimanded? I didn't do anything wrong, Talia grumbled. Lucian sighed. I mean, yeah, there really isn't anything to say about you, except that you take everything lightly because of your strengths. Even if Annabeth and Luke did research, you need to put an effort to do so research as well, since it is after all important and it could help you out when you're in a pickle. Talia then grumbled some more before she started pouting at being reprimanded by someone younger than her. Lucian then pretended to ignore them before pulling out a piece of paper that said bucket list. Here my next objective is going to the Garden of Hesperides, but I don't know where the place is. Now what am I going to do? Lucian said, sounding distressed. Annabeth, Luke, and Talia started looking at Lucian weirdly, unsure of what he was currently doing but were slowly getting an idea. Lucian then snapped his fingers. Oh, I know. My mother had a book with the locations of where to find places like this. He pulled out one of his mother's books from his shadows and started flipping the pages. Ah, here we go. The Garden of Hesperides is close to where Atlas is currently holding up the sky as punishment, which meeting him is also a part of my bucket list, around Mount Tamalpais in California. Well then I guess I now have a destination. He exclaimed before secretly winking at them, which just caused them to smile before getting on a train as they now had a destination. As they got on a train, Annabeth couldn't help but asked, since when did you have a bucket list? Oh, since I was little, Lucian smiled. I wrote things I want to do ever since hearing my mother tell me stories about Greek history. What other things are there? Talia expressed interest as well, as the train took off with them inside. Lucian grew pretty embarrassed before saying, I wrote this when I was little, okay, don't judge me too much on it. He then handed over the list to Talia. And as she read the first one she laughed, ahahaha. Have an arm wrestling contest with Hercules. Ha 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 ha. Lucian buried his face in his hands. While Luke leaned over and read another one with amusement, ride the golden chariot that pulled the sun. Annabeth looked over as well and read another one, ask Atlas if he even lifts bro. What does that even mean? Lucian just looked off to the side in amusement, don't worry about. Beat up at least one person named Jason. The hell is up with this list? Luke asked as he started noticing some of the things written there were really weird. Discover something that doesn't exist. Talia said before Annabeth finished it with, give a monkey a shower. Ask Dad if he had ever done it with a skeleton. Lucian snatched the list as soon as he heard Luke uttered those words and crumbled it before stuffing it in his pockets. Nobody said a word, the awkward silence being covered with the sound of the train running on the tracks. Lucian was on the verge of tears due to how embarrassed he was feeling. Third person's POV. After a few very long minutes of awkward silence, Lucian couldn't take it anymore and reached into his shadow, surprising them. What are you doing? Annabeth asked, making sure there wasn't anyone looking at Lucian using his power in public. Lucian didn't say anything as he pulled out his grimoire and started flipping through the pages. I'm trying to find a memory alteration spell. Whoa, 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 they all shouted, trying to stop Lucian. There's no need to go that far, Luke said with an uneasy expression. Yeah, so what if you want to know if your dad did it with a skelly? That's pretty normal, Talia teased. Lucian saw their lips start twitching as Talia said that, trying not to laugh, which just made Lucian start flipping through the pages faster. After a few more minutes, there was an awkward silence as Lucian glared at them. We will not speak of this again, am I clear? Yes dash. Wrong answer. I mean, we have no idea what you're talking about, they said, which made Lucian nod his head. That's right, we weren't talking about anything, we were just simply discussing what Luke's going to do once we reach the Garden of Hesperides, isn't that right? They all nodded their heads, to which Luke then sighed, I honestly don't have a plan of what I'm going to do. If I'm being honest, then you're most likely to fight the dragon that protects and guards the tree to the golden apples if you want a chance to be able to grab one, Lucian said as he took out his reading glasses and handed them to Luke alongside a book with pages turned towards information on the dragon. A/N, Imma be honest I keep forgetting they're dyslexic and Imma keep making mistakes where they read things without the glasses. Luke read the book out loud for them all to hear. Ladin is the massive dragon that has exactly 100 heads. He is the monstrous son of Typhon and Echidna who guards the Garden of the Hesperides, which houses the tree of the golden apples of immortality. He is so powerful that even Hercules failed to defeat him during his 12 labor trials. He is known for his great strength and his poisonous abilities. It is said that Ladin may possibly be Typhon and Echidna's most powerful child. There was a long and heavy pause between all of them. They want us to battle against a dragon that even the strongest demigod in existence couldn't defeat. Luke said, breaking the silence in rage. Didn't Hercules complete his 12 labors? I don't really remember how he completed each of them, but can't we do something similar to what Hercules did? Talia asked. To which both Annabeth and Lucian shook their heads. Lucian nodded towards Annabeth, indicating for her to explain. Hercules managed to do it not with his strength, but with his wits. Yeah, he failed to defeat Ladin, but he made a deal with Atlas to help him retrieve the apples for him while he holds the skies in his place. Can't we make the same deal then? If we all work together, we should be able to hold the sky for a few minutes while he gets the apples for us. Before you say anything about this idea being stupid, I know, I'm just throwing ideas out there. We could come up with something if an idea sparks up, Talia said with a pondering expression. Lucian nodded in understanding before refuting her previous idea. Well, you're right about one thing, the idea is stupid. Atlas was about to back out of the deal and leave Hercules there if Hercules didn't trick him back. Atlas is willing to do anything to get out of his punishment. Talia then snapped her fingers. What if we make a false promise to him that gets him to help us? Since my dad is Zeus himself, I can say that if he helps us out, Zeus would be willing to free him from his task. It could work, but you're thinking along the lines of Atlas being stupid for falling for that trick. You have to remember he was Kronos' lieutenant. One just doesn't get that title from being the Titan of Strength alone, he had to be smart as well to get that position. So when coming up with a plan, always assume your enemies are smarter than what you give them credit for, Lucian explained. They soon realized that they had arrived at their destination and needed to board a few more trains in order to get to where they needed to go. They continued riding trains, making a few stops to eat before sleeping on the train, and then getting back up to discuss what they could do and make up new strategies and ideas. That's right. Annabeth exclaimed, remembering something, Atlas isn't the only person that could help us get the golden apples. The Hesperides, the nymphs of sunsets and evening, are said to also be guarding apples from thieves. But if we ask them for an apple instead of stealing them, then we can't be considered thieves. That isn't a bad idea. Does the book say anything about the Hesperides? Lucian asked Annabeth, who had the glasses on and was reading the book his mother made about the different beings in Greek mythology. Annabeth ran her finger through the pages of the book for a few seconds before reading, here it is. It says, when someone comes to their garden, the Hesperides dance with the person to death, unless it is a man. They are fond of men, as they aren't allowed to leave their garden and rarely get to see any men. Side note from Mom, be sure to have a woman present with you to be able to take you away from them if you go see them for whatever reason. If it wasn't for me, that bastard and the rest of the Argonauts would most likely have stayed with them and died. Damn it, you read that part, Lucian muttered under his breath. Lucian groaned and rubbed his face in an exasperated manner as he could practically see the gears turning inside their heads. Their faces of confusion slowly started to shift, their eyes started to widen, and their mouths slowly started opening as they turned to Lucian. You said your mother was a witch before. Annabeth slowly said. Your strong and powerful magical abilities, not to mention the books of knowledge, and the mention of the Argonauts. Luke said following after. Wanting to beat up a person named Jason. Talia also slowly said, referencing the bucket list, as that was the part that mostly stood out to her, as that was the same name as her late brother. Your mother is Medea, the witch of betrayal. They all exclaimed at the same time, unable to believe what they just discovered. Lucian slouched in his seat and reinforced the mist that was surrounding them before letting out a sigh and running his hand through his hair. That's right, my mother, the one who raised me, was none other than the famous Witch of the Argonauts, one of the heroes that retrieved the Golden Fleece, and her most infamous name, the Witch of Betrayal. Third person's POV. After a few very long minutes of awkward silence, Lucian couldn't take it anymore and reached into his shadow, surprising them. What are you doing? Annabeth asked, making sure there wasn't anyone looking at Lucian using his power in public. Lucian didn't say anything as he pulled out his grimoire and started flipping through the pages. I'm trying to find a memory alteration spell. Whoa, 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 they all shouted, trying to stop Lucian. There's no need to go that far, Luke said with an uneasy expression. Yeah, so what if you want to know if your dad did it with a skelly? That's pretty normal, Talia teased. Lucian saw their lips start twitching as Talia said that, trying not to laugh, which just made Lucian start flipping through the pages faster. After a few more minutes, there was an awkward silence as Lucian glared at them. We will not speak of this again, am I clear? Yes dash. Wrong answer. I mean, we have no idea what you're talking about, they said, which made Lucian nod his head. That's right, we weren't talking about anything, we were just simply discussing what Luke's going to do once we reach the Garden of Hesperides, isn't that right? They all nodded their heads, to which Luke then sighed, I honestly don't have a plan of what I'm going to do. If I'm being honest, then you're most likely to fight the dragon that protects and guards the tree to the golden apples if you want a chance to be able to grab one, Lucian said as he took out his reading glasses and handed them to Luke alongside a book with pages turned towards information on the dragon. A/N, Imma be honest I keep forgetting they're dyslexic and Imma keep making mistakes where they read things without the glasses. Luke read the book out loud for them all to hear. Ladon is the massive dragon that has exactly 100 heads. He is the monstrous son of Typhon and Echidna who guards the Garden of the Hesperides, which houses the tree of the golden apples of immortality. He is so powerful that even Hercules failed to defeat him during his 12 labor trials. He is known for his great strength and his poisonous abilities. It is said that Ladon may possibly be Typhon and Echidna's most powerful child. There was a long and heavy pause between all of them. They want us to battle against a dragon that even the strongest demigod in existence couldn't defeat. Luke said, breaking the silence in rage. Didn't Hercules complete his 12 labors? I don't really remember how he completed each of them, but can't we do something similar to what Hercules did? Talia asked. To which both Annabeth and Lucian shook their heads. Lucian nodded towards Annabeth, indicating for her to explain. Hercules managed to do it not with his strength, but with his wits. Yeah, he failed to defeat Ladon, but he made a deal with Atlas to help him retrieve the apples for him while he holds the skies in his place. Can't we make the same deal then? If we all work together, we should be able to hold the sky for a few minutes while he gets the apples for us. Before you say anything about this idea being stupid, I know, I'm just throwing ideas out there. We could come up with something if an idea sparks up, Talia said with a pondering expression. Lucian nodded in understanding before refuting her previous idea. Well, you're right about one thing, the idea is stupid. Atlas was about to back out of the deal and leave Hercules there if Hercules didn't trick him back. Atlas is willing to do anything to get out of his punishment. Talia then snapped her fingers. What if we make a false promise to him that gets him to help us? Since my dad is Zeus himself, I can say that if he helps us out, Zeus would be willing to free him from his task. It could work, but you're thinking along the lines of Atlas being stupid for falling for that trick. You have to remember he was Kronos' lieutenant. One just doesn't get that title from being the Titan of Strength alone, he had to be smart as well to get that position. So when coming up with a plan, always assume your enemies are smarter than what you give them credit for, Lucian explained. They soon realized that they had arrived at their destination and needed to board a few more trains in order to get to where they needed to go. They continued riding trains, making a few stops to eat before sleeping on the train, and then getting back up to discuss what they could do and make up new strategies and ideas. That's right. Annabeth exclaimed, remembering something, Atlas isn't the only person that could help us get the golden apples. The Hesperides, the nymphs of sunsets and evening, are said to also be guarding apples from thieves. But if we ask them for an apple instead of stealing them, then we can't be considered thieves. That isn't a bad idea. Does the book say anything about the Hesperides? Lucian asked Annabeth, who had the glasses on and was reading the book his mother made about the different beings in Greek mythology. Annabeth ran her finger through the pages of the book for a few seconds before reading. Here it is. It says, when someone comes to their garden, the Hesperides dance with the person to death, unless it is a man. They are fond of men, as they aren't allowed to leave their garden and rarely get to see any men. Side note from Mom, be sure to have a woman present with you to be able to take you away from them if you go see them for whatever reason. If it wasn't for me, that bastard and the rest of the Argonauts would most likely have stayed with them and died. Damn it, you read that part, Lucian muttered under his breath. Lucian groaned and rubbed his face in an exasperated manner as he could practically see the gears turning inside their heads. Their faces of confusion slowly started to shift, their eyes started to widen, and their mouths slowly started opening as they turned to Lucian. You said your mother was a witch before. Annabeth slowly said. Your strong and powerful magical abilities, not to mention the books of knowledge, and the mention of the Argonauts. Luke said following after. Wanting to beat up a person named Jason. Talia also slowly said, referencing the bucket list, as that was the part that mostly stood out to her, as that was the same name as her late brother. Your mother is Medea, the witch of betrayal. They all exclaimed at the same time, unable to believe what they just discovered. Lucian slouched in his seat and reinforced the mist that was surrounding them before letting out a sigh and running his hand through his hair. That's right, my mother, the one who raised me, was none other than the famous Witch of the Argonauts, one of the heroes that retrieved the Golden Fleece, and her most infamous name, the Witch of Betrayal. Third person's POV. Lucian reinforced the mist surrounding them so they could hear their conversations, while Talia, Luke, and Annabeth looked like they were losing their minds at the revelation. How is that possible? Annabeth almost screamed. How could it be possible that your mother is Medea? Wasn't she from ancient times, like millennia ago? How could it be possible for her to be your mother? Talia looked surprised. Could you possibly be from the past? Like you were born during those times and your mother found a way to freeze you or something, and only recently you were thawed out? Or did she cast a powerful spell that accidentally opened a portal to the space-time continuum and you ended up here in our time? Lucian slowly turned and stared at her and gave her a, "Are you crazy?" look. Both Luke and Annabeth looked at him with expectation in their eyes, as if they believed Talia's theories and wanted him to confirm them. Before he had a chance to deny or confirm the statements, both Luke and Annabeth started sharing their theories. Did you die really young, and because you're the son of the god of the Underworld, they made an exception for you and let you leave a few years ago? Did your mother create a spell that made her practically immortal? No and no, Lucian said with a plain voice. Then what? You're either lying or... Talia said, moving her hand as if she was a scale. Lucian then sighed before reaching for his neck. It had something to do with the three fates. They didn't allow her to die until recently. Lucian looks at them and smiles, which sent a shiver down their spines. "Wanna know something funny?" he said, still smiling. They tilted their heads in confusion as Lucian continues. He turns away from them and looks ahead, still smiling. "My mother died exactly on my birthday. It was the exact moment the clock struck 12. The fates are such a bitch that for my birthday present they took away from mother." Elsewhere. The three sisters didn't utter a word as they did their usual routine of spying on Lucian. All three sisters stopped what they were and slowly turned to look at each other. "What have we done?" Clotho whispered to herself, but due to how close they were the other two were able to hear her. "Do you really think he hates us that much, or is he just saying that figuratively?" Lachesis said, sounding hopeful, wanting it to be the latter. Atropos let out a sigh as she put down her scissors. "We can't be too sure. I didn't detect any hate in his tone or voice, just sadness." "We messed up, didn't we?" Clotho said with tears in her eyes. "I don't want our husband to hate us. We really weren't thinking about the repercussions. After all, we never had to before," Lachesis muttered, gripping her hair. Atropos bit her lip. "Relax, would you? Since we can't fix what we've done, we can at least make his life more fortunate as a way to show our remorse and make up for what we've done." The two other sisters nodded their head, liking the idea. "We should get him a quest that would lead him to treasures that would be helpful or at least of use to him," Clotho suggested. "But would he really like that? I doubt treasures are something that would excite him much given who his father is. We may need something more, something as important as a life." "That's it!" Lachesis shouted, startling her sisters as they didn't expect her to shout. Lachesis went running across her room, opening cabinets, scurrying through them, throwing out random things from inside them. "Now where is it? I know it's here somewhere." "What are you looking for, Lachesis?" Atropos asked in a cold voice. "You'll know my plan when you see, aha." "Here it is," she yelled in an excited voice. She pulled out a ball of yarn. Normally such an action would have just made people look at her as if she lost her marbles, but not Atropos and Clotho. Their eyes widened upon seeing the ball on string in her hands. They both then whispered, "The red string." "That's right, fated partners. We will give him a fated partner, well apart from us obviously." "But who?" Atropos asked with a raised brow, wanting to see what Lachesis would respond with. "That's the thing, Lucian really loved his mother, so to make it up to him it should be big, as a way to show our remorse, something never seen before. Well, give him a virgin goddess. Although it may not be same and insufficient in his eyes, one of the virgin goddess should be able to quell his anger." "A life for a life," Atropos said with a smile before nodding his head. "But which one do you think it should be?" Clotho asked as she went to the side and brought forth 3 strings. As for who the strings belonged to, it couldn't be more obvious. Artemis, Athena, and Hestia. "But wait, what about our father? Wouldn't he be angry if he found out what we are doing?" Clotho asked as she laid the strings in front of her. The 3 didn't say anything as they looked at each other for a minute before they broke out in laughter. "Ha ha 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 ha. He 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 he. Ha ha, as if we cared for what he thinks. So how do we pick which one?" Atropos said in amusement. "Oh, I know." Clotho said as she pointed to the first one. "Eeny, meeny, miny, mo, catch a tiger by the toe. If he hollers, let him go, eeny, meeny, miny, mo," she said, stopping at the first one. Both Atropos and Lachesis look at each other with a deadpan expression before sighing and deciding to go with their sister's whims. "All right, I guess this is the lucky lady that will have the privilege of sharing our husband. Lachesis said as she unraveled a bit of the string before tying Lucian's string with the one that won. Earlier back on the train. A shock look overcame them as they looked at Lucian, their shock expression became one of pity, which caused him to snarl at them. Don't give me that look, I hate it, there is nothing to pity, every single one of us here have unfortunate childhoods. Do you see me looking at you like that? They quickly realized that he was right, which led to an awkward silence, which Talia decided to break. I'm honestly surprised you are alive. Talia said that without really thinking it through her words. What was that? Do you have a death wish or something? Don't say shit you don't really know, Lucian said, glaring at Talia. Talia flinched upon noticing his look. What, I didn't say anything wrong, I'm just said that considering her history dash. History fucking wrong, so like I said don't say shit you don't fucking know, Lucian said aggressively, taking them all by surprise. What's with you all of sudden? Talia asked with worry. I know what you were implying, you were talking about the part of my mother killing her children, which should technically be my brother's. Wait, there's more to the story then, there's more to the history of the Argonauts? Annabeth asked with widened eyes upon realizing Lucian may have insider information than what's known. Out of nowhere Lucian felt his heart make a large thump, causing him to grunt and hold his chest, taking them all by surprise. Are you alright? They all asked with worry. Yeah. I don't know what just happened. Third person's POV. Are you sure you're alright? Annabeth asked with worry in her tone of voice. Yeah, don't worry. It's probably because they heard me when I called them bitches, and they didn't like it or something. I should be fine. I'll take it as a warning, Lucian said while secretly examining himself using magic. The train then stopped, making them realize they had arrived at their destination. They got up and exited the vehicle, looking at Lucian with worry. Don't get me wrong, I appreciate you guys for worrying about me, but you're being annoying. Stop it, Lucian grumbled with his hands in his sweater pockets. They didn't say anything else as they exited the train station, slowly making their way towards the mountains. Lucian then let out a sigh when he realized they were being too silent. Just ask away. I can feel your occasional glances towards me, so ask, and I'll try to answer to the best of my abilities. The other three looked at each other, unsure of who should start, until Talia decided to go first. You got offended when I mentioned your mother killing her other children, and you said we don't really know what we were talking about. Can you share what you know of what really happened? Heavy hitter for the first one, huh? Fine. I'll start this off by asking this, any of you know the Argonaut story and how my mother joined them? Annabeth raised her hand. Didn't she just fall in love with Jason and decide to join him on his adventure after stopping where her father ruled? Ha! Lucian laughed in a condescending manner. If it was only that simple, he said, shaking his head. As you may or may not know, Jason was a favorite of the Queen Goddess. I will not be mentioning their name for obvious reasons. As a queen, she isn't stupid or anything of the sort, so she knew Jason would be experiencing major difficulties in his challenges ahead retrieving the Golden Fleece. So, to help him, she devised a plan. She got the goddess of love to make the kingdom's most powerful sorceress fall completely in love with Jason. That sorceress just so happens to be my mother. As the goddess of love, when she makes someone fall in love, she makes them fall in love with their whole being, to the point where it becomes infatuation to the highest order. My mother, during the effects of the goddess of love, would have done everything in her power to appease Jason and make him love her back. So, with the devotion she had for Jason, my mother killed her own brother and sliced him into pieces while using those pieces as bait without an ounce of hesitation when they tried to capture them when they left. Believe it or not, my mother loved her brother. They apparently got on very well, so the act of killing her brother was a guilt she had continued to carry throughout her livelihood after coming off the effect of the goddess of love. Meanwhile, during her journey with Jason, her power made it easier for Jason on his journeys. You already know what she has done during her time as an Argonaut. If you don't, search it up later or whatever. Anyways, on to the ending. As you know, they got married, had kids, lived a happy life for a while before Jason fell in love with another woman upon realizing how crazy my mother was. Fucking pussy doesn't understand the true meaning of a Yandere and grew scared, pathetic. Lucian froze when he realized he said his thoughts out loud. He saw how they froze as well and looked at him with a weird expression, not knowing how to comment on what he just said. They chose to do the only thing they could to completely ignore what he just said and wait for him to continue. Lucian cleared his throat while blushing before reaching into his shadow and pulling out a gold coin, which he started flipping in the air. "Here's something you should know," he said, pretending he didn't say anything outrageous previously. "Love and hate are two sides of the same coin." Lucian showed them heads before flipping it over to tails. Just as you love someone dearly, with just a flip, you can just as easily hate them. Due to the effect on her, her love for Jason turned into complete and utter hate when he betrayed her. So instead of loving Jason with all her being, she hated him with all her might. Unfortunately, the hate she had was too much, and that's because the love forced upon her was equally as potent. Everything that reminded her of Jason she hated, once again, unfortunately, that included her children. She had no love for them at the time, she couldn't, it wasn't possible, only hate as they were a reminder of Jason. And so as a being only capable of hating, she did the only thing she could at the time, she killed them. Lucian didn't talk for a while after, and neither did the others. They only stared at each other with their mouths wide open as they almost couldn't believe what they were hearing. Although I feel like there's more to the story, like she was hiding something she didn't want me to know, for some reason, my intuition at the time activated, and it told me that it wasn't malicious. All my mother had in her eyes during her telling me this was pure sadness. Lucian thought. Meanwhile no one noticed Luke's knuckles turning white, as fury burned within him, again and 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 again. The gods play with our lives like we mean nothing, controlling us like chess pieces when they're bored without fearing any consequences. I feel bad for Lucian's mother, having to kill her own children just because she was controlled by the gods. Who's next? When will it end? Will it be any one of us next? Lucian? Annabeth? Talia? Or perhaps me? Would I kill one of my friends without realizing because I was controlled by the whims of the gods? To hell with them, to hell with all of them, they should all just d-dash. Luke! They all yelled, startling him and breaking his thought process that was going in a downward spiral. What? He asked, looking around in confusion. We're here, Talia said as they stood by the foot of the mountains. Mount Tamalpay, Annabeth said as they all looked up towards the peak of the mountain. Where the Garden of Hesperides resides, Lucian said without an expression. Luke nodded before taking a step forward, and where the object for my quest completion resides. Novel third person's POV. Just as Lucian was about to step foot on the mountain, he detected something flying towards him at a fast pace. He summoned his scythe and jumped into the air, taking the others by surprise. Lucian swung his scythe, cutting a large boulder that was coming at him in half. The others quickly took out their weapons and got into formation, covering each other's backs. What was that? Talia asked, looking around. Lucian landed back on the ground towards the mountains and pointed his scythe towards it. I can feel your life force, so there's no point in hiding. Who the hell are you? The ground started shaking, with pieces of dirt, rocks, and the ground itself coming together, stacking up to 20 feet. A figure then started to form, wearing a white tunic, very dark skin reminiscent of basalt, scraggly hair and beard, with unfocused eyes giving him a crazy hermit look. Show some respect, mortals. You are standing before a god. He exclaimed, looking at them with strong dislike, which grew when he looked at Lucian. I'll show you respect when you don't aim to kill me next time, Lucian said with a frown. I never heard of Luke facing a god on his quest before. What's going on, he thought, examining the tall god. Hell, I don't even know who you are, Lucian said coldly. Remember the name, mortal, for it's the last name you'll hear. I am Auri, one of the mountain gods. Yeah, never heard of you. You mustn't be important, and here I was worrying for nothing, Lucian taunted, shrugging his shoulders. Luke and the others looked at Lucian with concern, wondering why he would provoke a god in the first place. Does he have a death wish or something? They all thought simultaneously. The mountain god didn't answer, instead he drew back his fist before swinging down towards them, ready to pulverize them all. Azura! Lucian called out, summoning a giant with 6 arms and 3 heads from his shadow. It lifted its arms, slowing down the descending fist, but the ground cracked and caved in underneath them, causing them to tumble and fall. Lucian quickly shadow traveled away from the affected area before conjuring shadow tentacles, shooting them towards the others, wrapping around them, and pulling them to his side. What was that? Annabeth asked in shock. What did you just summon? Is this really the time? Ugh, I may or may not have combined some of my shadow soldiers together, resulting in that. A result of combining all my giants. I deemed him Azura, Lucian explained. He commanded Azura back, causing a thunderous sound as the fist made contact with the ground. While I keep him distracted, you guys seek around and head off to complete your quest, Lucian instructed. But Annabeth tried to interject, but Lucian stopped her. Just do what I say. You guys don't need me to help in completing your quest. Is that what you want, for me to solve all your problems? They slowly shook their heads, causing Lucian to nod. So like I said, I'll distract him. If it gets too dangerous, I'll shadow travel out. Lucian raised his hand, stopping boulders flying towards them mid-air. He flung his hand, sending all of those boulders back. But as they landed on Auri, they didn't do any damage whatsoever. Why do you want to kill us in the first place? I'm pretty sure I didn't do anything wrong before, Lucian asked, stepping up to take all of Auri's attention on him. Auri scoffed, you being a child of the Underworld is enough reason for me to kill you. What other reasons do I need? Lucian gave him a deadpan look, you being for real? What reasons would a being such as I have to lie or create falsehoods towards a mortal? I dislike children of the Underworld. They keep getting under my skin, literally. Well, I guess I'll have to congratulate you then, Lucian said with a sigh, putting his scythe over his shoulder and running his fingers through his hair. Auri looked at Lucian in confusion before hearing, congratulations on being the first god to die by a mortal as young as I am, Lucian said with a sinister smirk. He silently cast his curse, slow perception, with a book appearing from his shadow. The god grew outraged, but his eyes widened as Lucian appeared before him with fire blasting from his feet. Lucian swung his scythe, but Auri narrowly escaped the blade, only to feel a stinging sensation on his cheek moments later. He wiped the place where he felt the sting and was surprised to find golden liquid on his cheek. Curse, heightened emotion, Lucian had secretly cast once again. How dare a mortal draw upon my blood? You shall pay with your life for such humiliation. Auri thrashed around sporadically, swinging his fists towards Lucian's figure, who was flying and dodging in the air using wings made from his shadows. Lucian was having a difficult time maneuvering through the air, but he knew it was something he needed to do. Unnoticed by Auri, Lucian released almost invisible white fog from his wings, which someone assumed was caused by him flying. As Auri thrashed, miniature earthquakes started occurring around the vicinity. Luckily, Luke and the others had already left, reluctantly, but still having faith in Lucian to find a way to escape safely. Stop moving you pesky fly and let me kill you. Auri roared, taking a step back before jumping up and spreading his arms. Lucian's eyes widened before he used his fire to blast himself towards the ground and into his shadow. Auri body slammed onto the ground, creating a giant crater in his shape. He slowly got up, with rubble falling off him. As he got on one knee to stand up, he felt pain near his calf, causing him to roar in pain. He swung his fist back with force, creating a strong wind that uprooted trees in the process. Lucian shot himself out of the shadows, flames covering his arm in an armor-like manner. He proceeded to uppercut Auri, adding his high-speed momentum from being shot out from his shadow, plus flames thrusters at the sole of his feet and his flame arm armor which created an explosion on impact. With all that force combined, Auri was sent flying back from the ground. Once more Auri roared and cursed Lucian in anger as he started to slowly get back up. On the way up Auri started gathering a handful of dirt. He started firing rocks and large boulders from the pile he collected. Lucian flew towards them and started cutting them down with his scythe, while also releasing more of the white fog. Almost there, I need more time. Lucian thought with a serious expression. A few minutes soon passed between them as they repeated their actions. Okay now. Lucian flew closer to Auri. Oh come on, you can't possibly be this weak. I thought you were a god. Is that why you're so unknown? I guess that would make sense. I mean honestly it's kinda pathetic, you should be ashamed of yourself to be called a god in the same category as the others. Auri's eyes practically turned red under the effect of the curse, he was blinded by pure unadulterated rage. Lucian's eyes went wide as the ground underneath Auri cracked as he shot himself towards him with his arms outstretched punching Lucian's whole body. Auri gained a maddening grin as he heard the satisfying crunch of Lucian's bones being broken upon being punched to the ground. He laughed maniacally as he watched Lucian's twisted and mangled body on the floor. He slowly approached Lucian and lifted his foot before he proceeded to stomp on his body again and again and again, repeatedly while laughing. Ha 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 ha, how's that for a god? You were acting so cocky earlier but look at you now, at the bottom of foot, dead, like the bug that you are. Auri kept stomping and stomping, feeling the wetness of Lucian's blood with every stomp. All he felt was happiness. That was until he heard a slow, deep, and condescending, baka, which was followed by the sound of thrusters and the feeling of a quick fast pain running across his entire neck. He managed to say as he saw the world start spinning in circles. Is that my body, he thought as he saw his figure without a head standing with his foot raised up high. As if in slow motion he saw by the end of his neck with ichor staining Lucian's scythe as well as his face. But shouldn't he be dead under my foot, what is going on, an illusion, was all he could manage to think as the world started growing dark. That's right, what Auri was previously experiencing was all an illusion. With his emotions all heightened he had no way of noticing Lucian slowly surrounding the area with the power of the mist. As Lucian flew around and fought Auri, he was slowly building enough mist to the point it could even affect a god, even if it was for a little while. Due to his curse all of the happy feelings he was feeling were also heightened making him blind to what was happening around him. Once Auri was in place and at the height of his emotions Lucian decided to strike. He aimed his scythe towards Auri's neck and used his flame thrusters to gain enough momentum to cut through Auri's neck in one go. Lucian landed back on the ground and wiped a bit of ichor from his face, he looked at it before looking at the Auri's body turning to golden dust. Lucian didn't have an expression on his face as he watched but slowly he started to smile, that smile kept on widening to the point he hunched over and covered his mouth with his hand. He started to shake ever so slightly before it grew more intense, little giggles started escaping his mouth. He, ha, ha ha, ha 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 ha, ha 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 ha, ha 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 I did it. I killed a god, ha 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 what a feeling. What ecstasy. He screamed, throwing his head up towards the sky with a blush growing on his face. Oh man I just might become addicted. Just what is this feeling? He couldn't help but exclaim before laughing once more over the golden dust of Auri. Meanwhile elsewhere. Clotho was wearing a cheerleader's outfit with pom-pom in her hands as she raised them up and down while dancing. Give me an L. L. Lachesis yelled with the same enthusiasm. Give me a U. U. Give me a C. C. Now give me a I. A. N. I. A. N. And what does it spell? Clotho yelled while shaking her palms in front of her. Lachesis changed her outfit to match Clotho and jumped in the air while waving her own pom-pom in the air. Lucian. Atropos looked at her sister's actions with a sigh and sometimes wondered how they could even be related. She shook her head and rested her face on her fingers, before her cold expression gained a smile as she watched Lucian on their crystal ball with a proud smirk. A/N, for those wondering if I pulled Auri out of my ass, I didn't, he actually exists in PJO, Auri is the guardian god for Mount Othries. And Mount Tamalpay and Othries are literally the same thing, so that's why he appeared when he detected Lucian. Novel third person's POV. Arise. From the shadows a hand shot up followed by another completely made of a shadowy stone. An excited look came over Lucian's face as he watched, suddenly he felt liquid running down his nose and eyes. Confused he wiped a bit to check and saw blood staining his fingers, he felt his energy leaving his body causing him to fall to his knees. "Shit," he muttered lethargic. A 10 meters tall black shadowy golem appeared behind Lucian as he was on the ground coughing up blood. After the golem was done manifesting, Lucian was gasping for air as blood stained his face and the ground underneath him. What did I expect? It's a god after all. Of course there were going to be consequences, although it's only because I didn't have enough energy to arise it to full strength. And it's still not at full strength, it looks like its power has been cut to half. Honestly, it could have been worse. I lose a bit of blood and I get a shadow with half the strength of a god. I call that a win in my book, Lucian thought to himself, catching his breath. Lucian looked at the black stone shadowy golem in front of him and put a hand on his chin before snapping his fingers. I got it, I'll call you Galark. Man, my genius knows no bound. The golem then knelt down and put a hand on his heart. Thank my liege for gifting me a name. What the F dash? Earlier, while Lucian engaged in a fight with Auri. Are you sure it was a good idea to leave Lucian behind? Talia couldn't help but doubt herself. It's Lucian, I'm sure he's going to be alright, Luke answered reassuringly as they ran up the mountain. That's the exact reason why I'm worried. It's Lucian, not to sound rude or mean, but well, we all know he has a bit of a screw loose, maybe more than one, but you get my point, Talia retorted. Annabeth then tried to defend Lucian. Lucian's not that bad, I'm sure. When the option to run away to safety or fight a hopeless battle, he would run dash. Damn it, they all said at the same time. Before they could say anything else, the ground beneath them shook with great intensity, which sent them all to the floor as they lost their balance. They all looked towards the place where they ran away from with worry. Lucian's going to be okay, right? Annabeth asked, almost tempted to run back towards Lucian and help him. I wouldn't worry too much, he has the tendency of a cockroach. I'm sure he'll be alright. Luke reassured her, but before they could get up they heard the sound of rocks falling. They snapped their attention towards the tumbling rockslide coming their way. Talia immediately summoned her spear. She aimed it towards the sky, causing a lightning bolt to hit it, and as it did Talia swung it down towards the coming rocks, destroying the ones in their direct paths. Annabeth reached into her purple bag to her side and pulled out 3 cards with the ancient Greek symbol for shield. She threw one towards Talia, another towards Luke and one to her feet. A translucent blue shield appeared around all of them, which protected them from all the wayward rocks that weren't caught in Talia's attack. As the rock slide passed by them, the shield started flickering before all the card remained. They soon all went flying back towards Annabeth. Nice save, Talia said with a smile. Thanks, and now thanks to your attack we have a clear path ahead. Annabeth reciprocates the gesture. They all took one last look back from where they came and heard the giant roar in pain, before seeing it get launched back, causing the others to look at each other in shock. Does Lucian have the higher hand in this fight? Talia asked, surprised, before they turned and started running through the opening she created. If anyone has a chance of fighting a god and somehow gaining an upper hand, it's Lucian, but I still can't help but worry for the way he does things, Annabeth answered with a wry smile. They then ran up for a couple of minutes and soon reached the top of the mountain where the Garden of Hesperides resides. They were stunned as soon as they viewed the garden. It was the most beautiful place any of them has ever seen. The grass shimmered with silvery evening light, and the flowers were such brilliant colors they almost glowed in the dark. Stepping stones of polished black marble led round either side of a 5-story tall apple tree, every bough glittering with golden apples of immortality. The scene would have been perfect if it wasn't for the 100-headed dragon coiled around the apple tree. Before they could fully have another step they heard someone then shout, "Visitors! Oh my, how many years has it been since we have any? As expected, didn't I mention we were going to have guests due to all the commotion? Oh my, they even have a cute boy with them. And he's blonde. Just my type." 4 very gorgeously beautiful yet dangerous women were seen walking towards them. Their focus was mostly settled on Luke. They have caramel-like skin, glassy black eyes that are like volcanic rock, and silky black hair that tumble loose around their shoulders, while wearing a white Greek chiton. Luke was almost stunned by their beauty, but he composed himself. After all, he was here for a quest. "So what brings you, handsome?" one of them said in a flirty tone. Luke chuckled foolishly as he rubbed the back off his head with a faint blush. Talia smacked him on the back of the head with the staff of her spear and looked at Luke in disgust. "Ouch! he said, rubbing the back of his head, but this time from the pain. He stood up straight and coughed in his fist to compose himself. Luke bowed towards them. We were sent on a quest by the gods to retrieve a golden apple from this garden, and I was hoping you would give us one. No can do. One of them crossed her arms in an X shape. We are tasked to guard the garden, not hand out its fruit. Come on, handsome, are you sure you aren't here for something else? Something we are allowed to do? One of them asked, clinging close to him and drawing a circle on his chest. Luke pushed her hand away as he sighed. That's why we are asking you for the fruit in the first place. I know you guys are here to guard them from thieves, so if we asked for them and you gave them to us willingly, we wouldn't be considered thieves and you would have done your job of guarding them. That's a nice loophole. I know, right? Isn't that like the millionth time we heard that before? We're being sarcastic, Arathea. Oh, sigh, seriously, why are the blonde ones always the dumb ones, and they always have to be handsome as well? A tick mark grew on Luke's head hearing them make fun of them. An idea suddenly developed inside Annabeth as she took a step forward. Did we not mention we were sent by the Queen Goddess herself? What? They all exclaimed at the same time, surprise. They didn't even doubt Annabeth, as no one would ever use the gods in such ways. Luke and Talia gave Annabeth a hidden confused look, but she just secretly winked at them. Right, we haven't introduced ourselves, have we? I'm Annabeth, that's Talia, and he is our friend Jason. Slowly they started to catch on to Annabeth's idea as she continued talking. As you remember, our Queen Goddess is very fond of demigods with the name Jason, thus she gave our friend the mission of coming into her garden and testing him to see on how he would obtain the gold apple. He decided to be upfront with his request, choosing to show his wise thinking, and show he can think outside the box and not just use brute force to complete his quest. I see. One of them muttered with a hand on her chin. Our Lady was always fond of that boy long before, so it makes sense. If it's a request from Our Lady, we can't really deny it, can we? All three started to inwardly smirk as they saw Annabeth's plan working. Yo, Annabeth, Talia, Luke. Hey. They all snapped their heads towards the bloody Lucian, waving at them with a happy and satisfied expression being carried by his Azura. The three of them grew enraged, quickly realizing their plan just failed when they were so close, and it's all thanks to Lucian, you bastard, shut up. The three shouted in anger. Novel third person's POV. What the hell did I do? Lucian asked as they all yelled at him. The three of them flinched as they heard a cold voice behind them, so you lied to us. Which was followed by the others speaking in an equally cold voice, TSK, what did we expect of these heroes? Of course, they're going to be liars. The same thing almost happened to us as what happened with our disowned sister. Seriously, these heroes are really starting to bug me. So again, care to explain what I messed up? Lucian asked. Annabeth quickly informed him of what went on, while the sister Hesperides looked ready to shout for Ladin to come and kill them all. Upon hearing their recount and already guessing the sister's next action, Lucian quickly jumped out of Ashura and got on one knee. Very subtly, Lucian controlled the mist around him and made himself look remorseful and more acceptable. I'm truly sorry for my idiotic friend's actions. You see, this is their first mission, and leaving the camp, they simply don't know how to act. I'll be sure to scold them later for their actions. My name is Lucian Blackheart, and as a courtesy, let me greet and ask your names, Lucian said, closing his eyes and reaching for their hands while lowering his head. They all lowered their guard, seeing how genuine and remorseful Lucian sounded, especially in how polite he was when introducing himself. They felt compelled to return the gesture. They looked between each other. One of them stepped up and slid her hand into his. The name is Arathea. Lucian kissed her hand, which caused Arathea to blush, as it had been a long time since they had physical contact with a boy. After he was done, he turned towards the others and repeated the actions. The name is Egli. The name is Hesperia. And my name is Arethusa. Lucian held his lips on Arethusa's hand the longest, which caused Arethusa to blush as well. Annabeth, Luke, Talia, all looked between one another, unsure of what to do or say. So they decided not to say anything and see where this was headed, and intervene if anything bad happened. Lucian slowly got up, wobbling at first but standing straight. His face looked very pale, which shocked Annabeth and the others, while the Hesperides sisters didn't notice a thing. Lucian smiled towards them, "Can you guys not put Layden to sleep and not get me 5 apples? But of course, we would hate to do that." They turned around and walked towards Layden. They opened their mouths, and a beautiful song filled with magic started escaping. Slowly, all of Layden's 100 heads started to fall asleep, while they went and picked 5 apples from the golden trees. Annabeth and the others had their mouths wide open as they watched the Hesperides skip along and hand Lucian the apples. Lucian just smiled as they were all in his hand. Blood started running down both corners of Lucian's lips. "Ashura, take us out of here. Quick!" Lucian inwardly commanded. Ashura surprised the others as it took Annabeth, Luke, and Talia all in different arms before sprinting towards Lucian and taking him on its last arm. He turned around and sprinted away from them, causing the ground behind them to crack due to the force Ashura used. "Lucian, what's going on?" Annabeth stopped mid-sentence and gained a horrified look as Lucian started vomiting blood. "Lucian!" They all shouted, seeing him so pale and weak. "What the hell did you do?" Talia asked. Lucian didn't get a chance to answer as they heard shouting from behind them as they landed at the bottom of the mountain. "Those heroes, I'll never forgive them. Curse them. Layden, wake up. Come on, it's no time to be sleeping." Even while looking weakly pale, with bags under his eyes, and blood covering his entire lower jaw, Lucian smiled triumphantly. "Lucian, 2, supernatural entities, 0, Lucian said with a hoarse throat. As Ashura ran with them in its hands, Lucian started to explain. "I used the mist, I created an illusion that made me more favorable in their eyes. You guys saw me lowering my head towards them, right? I was appearing vulnerable towards them by exposing my nape, which made them lower their guard. Cough cough. And with their guards lower, I was finally able to use charm speak without them noticing anything amiss. Cough cough. Hey Annabeth, remember how you found me in Aphrodite's cabin?" Lucian smirked. Annabeth's teary eyes widened. "Is that what you were doing in there? You were learning their charm speak." Lucian continued to smirk while tiredly nodding his head. "What did you do when you kissed their hands?" "It now makes sense, you did something to them while kissing their hands, that's why they were acting weird towards the end and doing the opposite of what you were telling them," Luke exclaimed. If he hadn't witnessed what he did, he wouldn't have believed it. He, I cursed them. I cursed them with confusion. Now mix their state of confusion with a commanding charm speak. Due to their confusion, they were doing the opposite of what they were told without realizing it. It made the effects of charm speak more powerful. Cough cough. Although you may or may not have realized, I was literally scraping the bottom of the barrel for magic for that last one, which was why I took longer, Lucian admitted. They sat there, being carried by Ashura, not knowing what to say, except to be in complete and utter shock. "Don't let your guards down," Lucian warned them after a few minutes of silence, confusing them. "Who knows if they manage to wake up Layden and ride him after us and manage to track us down while we make rest stops. After all, never underestimate a woman's scorn, especially 4 of them." They all nodded in understanding as Lucian just lay on Ashura's palm, taking deep breaths. There was silence for a while before Talia slowly asked, unsure if she truly wanted the answer to her question, "Hey, Lucian. What happened to the mountain god?" Lucian slowly turned towards Talia and grinned, exposing his bloody teeth and a crazed smile before slowly running his thumb across his neck. They all froze, feeling petrified. Their friend had slain a god, a being which had been respected and revered, all by himself. Don't get them wrong, they didn't fear their friend. No, what they truly feared was the reaction of the other gods and the reciprocation that would follow. After all, Lucian was only 10 years old, a child that has barely been alive for a decade, managed to defeat and slay a lower god. If he managed to do that now, what about the future? Would they be able to stop him? How long before he turns his blade towards them? Novel third person's POV. Lucian and the others were seen sitting down in the middle of a forest, with a small fire in front of them for Lucian as he was shivering due to the loss of blood. He was still as pale as a ghost, with just a few of his colors returning. "We have to be careful. Apart from the fact that we don't know if the Hesperides sisters are chasing us, we have to be careful of what other deities are out there as well," Annabeth warned with a serious expression. Which was something they all agreed with. They would have continued running with Ashura, but he's too big, standing at 4 meters tall, and could easily stand out. As they tried to think of different ways to get back to camp safely, they heard the sound of trees being hit and falling over with a loud sound. Luke and Talia immediately stood up and took out their weapons, while Annabeth stood in front of the pale and still bloody Lucian. She reached into her bag, pulling out her cards in one hand and her dagger in the other. Tisk, TSK, TSK. You, heroes, need a better way of hiding. Layden could still smell you from miles away, Egli, one of the Hesperides, said with venom in her voice next to Layden, who walked behind her with all 100 heads looking enraged, with her other sisters next to her. Return us the golden apples, and I will promise to only kill you guys quickly but very painfully, Hesperia said coldly. Luke got into a fighting position while Talia did the same. Well, aren't you kind? I appreciate the offer, but I'll have to decline, Luke said before disappearing from where he was standing and reappearing by one of the Hesperides, kicking her in the stomach, taking her by surprise. His speed took them all by surprise, as one of their sisters was sent flying back. Egli! They yelled with worry before ordering Layden to attack him. Layden, who was always guarding the golden apples with no rest, was very lonely and was glad to have the Hesperides as company during its solitude. So, seeing one of the beings he considered a friend get attacked, all 100 heads roared in outrage. But before it had a chance to attack, lightning struck down where it stood, causing it to shift its attention towards Talia, who surrounded herself in lightning. Hey, big guy! I'll be your opponent. Talia called out as the lightning around her body started to move and concentrate on her spear. With a single thrust of her spear, she sent a beam of pure electricity which managed to pierce one of Layden's heads, causing it to roar in agony. Lucian and Annabeth weren't the only ones who had gotten stronger during the 2 years, Luke and Talia weren't just slacking off. While Talia focused on her control of lightning, Luke honed his speed. He maneuvered his way through the battlefield, attacking all 4 sisters at the same time. However, the sisters weren't defenseless, they were the daughters of Atlas, after all. One of them ripped off a tree right where it stood and swung it towards Luke, who ducked under the swing as he rushed towards them. He honestly didn't have anything against them, and since they were only attacking because they stole something from them, Luke didn't want to kill them. So, he did the next best thing and incapacitated them. Meanwhile, Talia, like a lightning bolt, zigzagged around Layden, narrowly dodging all 100 heads that were attacking while also slashing her spear at it. I know I shouldn't be trying this in battle, but it's now or never, Talia thought as she backed away before surrounding herself in lightning once more. Instead of transferring that power somewhere else like her spear, she moved it and concentrated it towards her legs and arm, where they slowly started to change shape. A sharp lightning gauntlet appeared on her arms with sharp claws for fingers, and pure lightning boots appeared around her legs. She had seen how Lucian used his flames and made a gauntlet out of them, so she wanted to do something similar with her lightning as she saw and thought about all the advantages it would bring. She disappeared from where she was standing and almost like she was teleporting, she started running around in circles around Layden, looking for a place with the least amount of heads. Once she found it along its rear, the floor cracked as Talia thrust herself forward while pointing her spear forward and stabbed Layden deeply. She used the spear as a guide and transferred all the electricity inside of Layden, causing it to roar. Roar. The fuck? Since when can she do all of that? That was so cool. It was like straight out of an anime, Lucian thought as his eyes widened in excitement. Well then, it's time to end these charades, Lucian said, standing up slowly. What? Annabeth looked back in confusion. Sit back down, you still haven't recovered, Annabeth said in a serious tone. Annabeth, did you forget who my mother was already? My mother is known for her potions. Do you think I, as her son, don't know how to make some or don't have some in stock? And did you forget that while traveling when we first met, I had healing potions and stuff like that? Lucian reached into his shadow and pulled out a blue potion, which he immediately chugged down. Color soon started returning to his face. Yup, mine definitely tastes better than Mom's. You could have done that all this time. What's going on? Annabeth asked in confusion. You'll see in a bit. Lucian walked in front of Annabeth and controlled his shadows to shoot tentacles to wrap around Luke and Talia, pulling them to his side. "What are you doing?" Luke and Talia asked with worry before stopping, noticing Lucian looked back to normal. Once they were a safe distance away, Lucian looked towards the sisters and the dragon before gaining a pure sadistic expression that freaked them all out. "Tell me, sisters and guarding dragons, if you're here, who's protecting the golden apples?" Lucian's sadistic expression grew as their faces grew horrified, as Lucian and his friends started disappearing into his shadow. All Lucian heard was a loud "No." After a few minutes, Lucian and the rest reappeared back in the empty garden while Lucian carried a straw basket, happily skipping toward the unprotected garden. Seeing his friends frozen, Lucian looked at them with confusion. "What are you waiting for? Let's go, we don't have all day." "Come on, Luke, you still have a quest to complete." "Not before explaining what is going on. You go from dying to a perfectly healthy person in mere seconds. We want answers," Luke said in a serious tone, while Annabeth and Talia nodded in agreement with equal seriousness. Seeing that, Lucian sighed. "Well, I'll have to start from the beginning. When we grouped up and I decided to fight the Auri while letting you guys sneak up here, I snuck a shadow soldier in each of you for protection in case something went wrong. After killing Auri, I used my abilities to make him my shadow soldier. It almost took every ounce of magic in my body in return, but I wasn't able to get him at full strength. That's when you all first saw me. I had blood on me and was terribly weakened." They looked at Lucian in surprise as Talia asked, "Wait, so you mean to tell it wasn't because of the fight you were like that but because you used your ability?" "Of course. I don't think I even got injured during my fight," Lucian said proudly. "Wait, but what does that have to do with what just happened?" Luke asked. "You sabotaged our plan on purpose. You knew our plan as you witnessed it happening through your shadow abilities, but you still went up and revealed Luke's name on purpose," Annabeth stated in shock, with a hand on her chin, as she knew Lucian was able to share his senses with his shadows. "I mean, obviously. Why the hell would I just go out of my way to shout your names individually?" Lucian said, rolling his eyes. "But why?" Annabeth asked, still unable to figure it out. "Your plan was perfect, Annabeth, no doubt about it. Without me, I'm sure all three of you would have gotten the quest complete without even having the need to fight. But there was just one problem with your way of doing it. Ultimately, you would have only received one apple, and that's it." "Our quest is only for one apple though," Talia retorted, still not seeing the point Lucian was making. Lucian nodded his head. "Yes, the quest did demand one apple. But I demanded more. For my ultimate goal, I need more than one apple, and as such, I changed the plan halfway through. I revealed Luke's name, which made them angry at being lied to and deceived. I performed my whole theatrics, which got me 5 apples. I couldn't ask for more. If I did, they would have taken longer in picking the apples, and the effects of the spell would have worn off, making them aware of what they were doing. Oh, and I couldn't do this while being in perfect health. If I came back from fighting a god in perfect health, they would have been suspicious, so I didn't heal myself or restore my magic when coming up. I had humiliated them. When I did that, not only did they get tricked by you guys, they got tricked once more in the same minutes, and they lost 5 whole apples they were supposed to protect. They saw me weaken and bloody, making them think they had a chance to catch us and retrieve what was stolen. Which is exactly what I wanted and which is again why I didn't heal myself. So, thinking they had a chance to kill me and retrieve the golden apple, they left the garden unattended. While we were running away, I didn't wash up the blood off of me or anything so they could follow us further away from the garden. Once they had taken a full day away, I would restore myself and shadow travel all of us here where I can pick as many golden apples as I need without worry." All they could do was look at Lucian with horror. After all, not only has he manipulated the sisters, he had manipulated them as well. Third person's POV. Dark, thunderous clouds appeared in the skies above as Talia gained an angry expression. Lightning crackled from her eyes as she angrily strutted towards Lucian. She grabbed his collar and with an angered voice asked, "What the hell is the matter with you? Because of your greed and selfishness, you put all of our lives in danger and used us like pawns in your little game." Annabeth let out a sigh. "To deceive your enemies, you must first deceive your friends, right? While still holding onto his collar, Talia turned towards Annabeth and pointed her finger at her angrily. Don't even try it. What? What did I do? Annabeth asked, slightly raising her hands in a questioning manner. You were going to try and justify his actions. For you, Lucian can never do no wrong, so I really don't even want to hear it. Talia then looked back towards Lucian and continued to berate him. You call us your friends and everything, but what you just did isn't very friend-like. Friends don't put their friends in dangerous situations where they could have gotten seriously injured or killed. Lucian put a hand on Talia's wrist that was holding his collar and looked at her coldly. You're already starting to piss me off. You keep mentioning putting you guys' lives in danger, danger this, danger that, but look at yourselves. Look at Luke, look at Annabeth, and look at yourself. During this entire journey from where we left the camp to this exact moment in time, none of you have gotten even a single scratch on you. You keep mentioning that you guys' lives were in danger, but I beg to differ. You guys were never in danger, and you never have been. You know what else friends do? They believe in each other. I had faith that you guys were capable of handling yourselves well. The only person that had the potential to be killed was me. Luke then intervened and put himself in the middle, separating the two of them. Alright, that's enough you two. Although we may not like what Lucian did, what's done is done, and we can't do anything else about the matter. Talia grumbled as she released Lucian with a scoff. Luke then looked at Lucian. You mentioned having an ultimate goal, that was the reason for all of this, so tell us, what is that goal? What is so important that you needed to go to such lengths to get these apples? Lucian bit his lip and looked to the side. Sorry, I can't say. Talia, listening to that, scoffed in amusement. Of course you can't. Why am I not surprised? So much for believing in us, right? Lucian closed his eyes and let out a sigh before looking at all of them with a serious expression. It's not because I don't believe in you. It's for a completely different reason. If it wasn't for that reason, I wouldn't have minded answering that question. What's that reason? What's the reason you can't tell us your ultimate goal? Annabeth asked with a serious expression. Because I don't know who might be listening to our conversation right now, Lucian said with a solemn look in his eyes as he pushed his hair back from his face. All three had developed a look of shock, and as they came to a single conclusion. His dream has a possibility of angering the gods, that's why he won't say anything, he's basically going to perform heresy. Annabeth pushed Talia and Luke out of the way and stood face to face with Lucian. Answer me this, if your goal or dream or whatever makes the one who hears it angry to the point it puts you in danger that you're afraid to say it out loud, what are the chances of you completing your goal without being killed in the process? Lucian didn't reply and lowered his head while looking to the side. Annabeth now was the one to grab Lucian by his collar and looked at him without blinking, in a low but serious voice said. You better talk. I don't want to hear any nonsense that you aren't able to because of X, Y, and Z. What the fuck, Lucian, Talia, and Luke thought at the same time, becoming scared of Annabeth. Lucian let out a sigh. The only person that knows what my goals and dreams are is my mother dash. That's not what I asked of you, Annabeth interrupted while still not blinking. She's so freaking scary. I'd rather fight another god, Lucian thought while putting on an awkward smile. I was getting there. Since I told my mother what my goals and dreams are, she and I butted heads and came up with a percentage of how likely I would fail, and the answer to that is 99%, the chances of my survival are simple, 1% maybe even less. Wawaya what? They all shouted in complete and utter surprise. Currently in the underworld. Achoo! Is the pollen in the garden making you sneeze? Persephone asked Medea as they sat at a table in the middle of a garden Hades had created for her long ago while drinking her tea. Medea just slightly rubbed her nose. No, it was most likely Lucian talking about me. Persephone smiled upon hearing that. That boy, what do you think he's doing right now? I haven't heard from him in a few days, I'm starting to miss his little offerings he would personally send me every day. Medea scoffed at her question. I wouldn't put it past him to be doing something dangerous at the moment. If that's the case, shouldn't you be worried? His life could be in danger at the moment, Persephone asked with a worried expression. Medea just laughed. Ha! Let me tell you something I've learned thanks to my many years of living. Ambitious men cling to life the hardest, and Lucian is the most ambitious boy I know. If he is in danger, I just know he's doing everything he can to survive, and I'm sure he will come out on top, that's it. Persephone softly smiled. Having such confidence in your son, I'm starting to get jealous. I just can't help but wonder what that's like, she said with a hand on her stomach. Medea's expression turned awkward. I really wouldn't exactly call it confidence in him, more like I have confidence in the craziness I possess, a craziness he unfortunately inherited from me. Medea then started to reminisce about the time she learned of such craziness. Flashback, 4 years ago. Lucian, who was 6 years old, was sitting on his mother's lap in the middle of the night as they stargazed together and she played with his hair. She smiled with a content smile as she gently ran her fingers through his hair. Tell me, Lucian, even though you are just 6 years old, I'm curious, do you have any ambitions? You are working and practicing so diligently and hard, I just can't imagine you doing it for no reason. I do, Lucian said, nodding his head excitedly. Oh yeah? Tell me what they are, she asked with a teasing smirk. I want to become the first mortal to become a god. What? But honey, I don't think you would be the first mortal to achieve godhood. There are multiple cases of this happening. Did you forget all the stories I have told you before? Lucian let out a sigh as he got up from his mother's lap. Mother, I don't think you get what I'm saying, he said, shaking his head. Medea froze as she looked at Lucian's eyes, which grew bright red in the middle of the night with the full moon reflecting right behind him. Those eyes, they're filled with complete madness, Medea thought in surprise. Lucian stretched out his arms widely while a crazed smile overcame his face, showing his 2 white canines. What I want is to become a god by myself, without the help of any other god. Hercules and the others were promoted to godhood, but that's not what I want, no, far from it. I want to become a god of my own creation. I wouldn't be tied to any pantheon, hell, I could even create my very own pantheon. I'll crawl myself into godhood if I have to. I'll use every dirty trick in the book to do it. I'll kill the gods and use their very own blood to turn my own into ichor as well. I'll steal the whole orchard of golden apples to make myself immortal. I'll create rituals where I combine every single thing that has the word divine and immortality in their name and description to all come together into me to turn me into a true divine being of creation and power. Medea let out a sigh as she rubbed her head. Just what kind of monster have I given birth to and unleashed into this world? Flashback, end. Third person's POV. Just what the hell are you planning? Annabeth asked with anger in her tone. Didn't I say I can't tell you about it? Lucian retorted. Before they could ask any more questions, Lucian decided to move things along. Come on, we don't have all day. Who knows when the sisters may return? We still have a while since Talia injured it heavily, but we don't know how long that'll last. Annabeth wanted to argue some more, but Lucian just grabbed her wrist, making her release him. She started grumbling before deciding to leave it with a glare, knowing they would talk about it later. Now then, where was I? Oh right. Lucian reached into his shadow and pulled out a saw made out of his shadows. Harvest. Whoa. 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 They all shouted, stopping Lucian in his tracks. Are you seriously planning on sawing down the entire tree? Picking the apples is one thing, but taking down the entire tree is another, Luke stated, taking hold of Lucian's wrist that was holding the saw. Lucian just looked at Luke and the others like they were idiots. Do you really think I'm that stupid? Yes. They all shouted at the same time, not letting Lucian finish speaking. I wouldn't put it past you to rip the tree from its roots and plant it in your backyard just because it would look nice and not for any other reason, Talia sighed. Lucian put a hand on his chin. The tree would look nice next to the cabin, with the golden apples and the black of the cabin mixing well together. You have a good eye for design, he nodded towards Talia, impressed. Seriously? She said with a deadpan expression. Yeah, I'm serious. I didn't know you had it in you, Lucian continued nodding. That's not what I meant and you know it, Talia growled. Lucian just raised his hands in a low surrendering manner. Anyways. I wasn't planning on destroying the tree, even I know that's a death sentence. I was planning on collecting a piece of its roots, a few pieces of its bark, a couple of its leaves. All of these items are very useful in making potions, especially health potions, especially the leaves. Oh shit, look at this, there are even Layden's shed scales. Mine now. Lucian then snapped his fingers, remembering something. Quick, hand me your spear. What? Why? Talia asked suspiciously. The blood, your spear has dragon blood on it. Let me collect it before it dries off, Lucian said hastily. Talia raised a brow and handed him her bloody spear, which she used to pierce Layden. Lucian reached into his shadow and pulled out a glass vial with some symbol on it. He closed his eyes as he obtained the spear before concentrating deeply and slowly on the blood. Sweat started dripping down his forehead as the blood started to shake slightly. They stood there in surprise as they saw the blood start flowing off the spear in a very shaky manner before it slowly went inside the vial. Lucian closed it, causing the letters to glow slightly from the enchantment of preservation. Since when can you control blood? Luke asked with a look of disgust towards the blood. I can't. I'm controlling the iron in the blood, which is why I was having difficulty. It felt like I was lifting weights when I tried that, Lucian explained, wiping off his sweat. Do you mind if I keep this? I'll pay you back for it, Lucian asked, waving the vial. Talia just sighed. Just keep it. I have no need for it anyways, and I wouldn't even know what to do with it. Thanks, Lucian said with a smile before looking at them in confusion. What are you guys waiting for? Pick your golden apples. I ain't sharing. They all scoffed before looking at each other and went up to pluck an apple each. Now then, to check something off my bucket list, to meet Atlas. Lucian happily declared after he finished collecting all the items he previously stated. What? They asked in surprise, as they expected to just hurry back to camp now that their mission was done. I dare you all to look me in the eyes and tell me that none of you are interested in meeting the bearer of heavens right this instance, now that we have a chance. Lucian said with narrow eyes. They all looked at each other before looking away shyly. Now that Lucian mentioned it, the idea of meeting Atlas was very enticing, and they all soon agreed with his idea. Thought so, anyways, let's go. Along the way to Atlas, Lucian would occasionally find flowers filled with magical power, which surprised him as he picked them up along the way. Of course there would be other ingredients and plants here. It's called the Garden of Hesperides, not the single apple tree of the Hesperides. It would have been weirder if the tree was the only thing in this place. They soon went over a hill on the mountaintop and saw him, Atlas himself, with the sky on his shoulder and a pained expression. Atlas looked like a living statue, with dark slicked back hair, gray eyes like stone, light brown skin, and a very muscular build. He was very tall and extremely muscular, with a brutal face, huge shoulders, and hands that could snap a flagpole in half. Yo! If it isn't that man, the myth, the legend himself. Lucian said in excitement. Atlas pretended they weren't even there, while Talia and the others were embarrassed to be associated with Lucian due to the way he was acting. Lucian took out a piece of paper and a pen from his shadow and presented it to him with a small bow. Can you please sign this? I'm a very big fan, oh wait. Lucian started rubbing the back of his head, while nervously chuckling, right, your hands seem to be busy at the moment. Maybe another time. Tick marks started appearing over his head at Lucian's obvious teasing. Lucian then crouched down and started picking blades of grass from around Atlas' feet. What are you doing? They all shouted in embarrassment. Lucian just looked at them in confusion, isn't it obvious? I'm collecting ingredients, duh. Just what type of ingredients are those? Annabeth asked in pure confusion. Lucian sighed as he answered, pointing towards the sky, the ground, and the grass between Atlas' feet. Blade grass grown from between the heavens and the earth. Very good ingredients. They were surprised to find that was an ingredient, but after thinking about it, it did make sense. They nodded their heads in understanding, but that didn't mean they didn't feel embarrassed by what Lucian was doing. After he was done, he sat cross-legged in front of Atlas. So tell me, bro, do you even lift? PHTTTT, Talia covered her mouth and turned to look away. Even though she knew it was coming, she still found it funny. Leave me alone, you stupid brat. Go bother someone else. Atlas snapped. Nah. So tell me a little about yourself. How's the wife and family? Do they come to visit you often? Are they disappointed in you and don't come to visit because they view you as an embarrassment? Damn, I'm starting to feel bad. What if one of your daughters got married? Dude, you wouldn't be able to walk her down the aisle. You're going to be stuck in here forever while the rest of the world moves on. Your daughters are going to be starting their own family, getting pregnant, having your grandkids, but you will be missing it all because you're stuck in here forever. You have my sympathy. You are going to be missing out on their first steps, their first words, growing up, and repeating the cycle until they completely forget about you and stop visiting, leaving only your husk to bear the weight of the world. Shut up, I beg of you, please just stop talking. Atlas sobbed. He broke easier than I thought. I didn't need to use magic. Look at me go, Lucian thought proudly. Meanwhile, Luke, Talia, and Annabeth stared with their mouths agape, unbelieving the verbal beatdown Lucian just brought upon Atlas. Was that really necessary, Lucian? Talia asked, feeling bad seeing the way Atlas was sobbing. Why did you have to do that to him? Isn't he already suffering enough? Lucian pulled out 2 vials and held them before Atlas' eyes as he cried, unable to do anything. After he was done, he presented the vials to the others with a smile. There, I collected all I came here for, we can now leave. They didn't say anything and just looked at Lucian with disgust. Even Annabeth had a look of complete disappointment. What? You went too far, dude. I think we're all ready to go back to camp now, Luke said, shaking his head, while Talia nodded in agreement. Annabeth just looked at Lucian for a bit. I don't think I can defend you this time, Lucian. Lucian looked confused and lost. The heck? Since when did they grow all sentimental and stuff? Oh right, they don't know what he will do in the future. We have different perspectives on this. On my end, I just see him as someone who will bring harm and put us in danger in the future, but to them, I look like a psychopath tormenting a man who's already suffering without any remorse. Lucian let out a sigh of annoyance before ruffling his hair. What a pain in the ass, the curse of meta-knowledge. Sigh, it doesn't matter much now, I already have all the ingredients I need to create the potion I need. A/N, I like how this chapter turned out, so I'm releasing it earlier than planned, there's 2.2k words, so yeah. I want to see how you guys react, I just know I'm going to get flamed in the comments lol. Third person's POV. As Annabeth, Luke, and Talia reached the entrance to the garden and were about to exit, they looked back and realized Lucian wasn't with them, causing them all to sigh. You guys don't think he's still tormenting Atlas, is he? Luke asked with a weary expression. No, although Lucian is cruel, he isn't a monster, Annabeth said adamantly. Are you sure you aren't just biased? Talia asked. To which Annabeth nodded her head with a serious expression. If he was, I'm pretty sure none of you guys would have continued being friends with him up to this point. Lucian just doesn't know when he goes too far. I think it's our job as his friends to tell him that and to stop him when he does. Luke and Talia once again sighed as they realized Annabeth was telling the truth. So what do you think he's doing? Talia asked. Only one way to find out, Luke said as they started going back the way they came, which took them a couple of long minutes. When they arrived, they stood frozen in shock. Lucian was seen pouting as he wiped Atlas' wet face while feeding him food, which looked like he recently made based on the pots around his surroundings. And you better finish everything. One thing my mother taught me was to never waste food. Oh, and I apologize for my previous comments. I need your tears for something, but that still doesn't excuse what I did. The 3 didn't say anything except look at each other before they all started smiling between themselves. Lucian cleaned the corners of his mouth before feeding him some water and putting everything else away. Anyways, I have to go. It was nice to meet you, I guess, although I doubt you would think the same. Atlas didn't say anything and just nodded his head. After Lucian finished putting everything away, he saw the others looking at him with a smile. Lucian just looked coldly towards them. Not a word. Talia, who was about to ignore his warnings, ate her words upon hearing his next sentence. Say a word, and I swear I'll make it so you guys would be the ones to meet my father before I do. As Lucian walked past them, they followed him still smiling ear to ear. Now that the journey is over, I'll be teleporting us back to camp. For one, I'm tired, and two, I have something important I really have to do. Luke, Annabeth, and Talia nodded their heads as they believed they too were exhausted after their adventure. Wait, I just realized, since when can you teleport multiple people at once? Shouldn't it be dangerous for you? Annabeth asked in confusion. It's not. I've been practicing and recently developed a technique called shadow tethering. It'll connect us together through the power of shadows, thus you wouldn't be lost or unexpectedly taken. That way, we would be able to travel using my shadows together, Lucian explained. Lucian connected them before they were all engulfed in his shadow, making them reappear on top of the hill looking down on Camp Half-Blood. As they walked down, Luke took out his golden apple and held it towards the skies, and as he entered, the people near the entrance of the camp announced his presence. The quest takers have returned. There were a lot of cheers as Luke walked around with the golden apple. Annabeth just smiled before taking a hold of Lucian's hand. Lucian was confused by her actions, but before he could say anything, Annabeth started dragging Lucian back to his cabin, making him even more confused. Meanwhile, Luke and Talia went to report their quest completion to Chiron. As they entered his cabin, Annabeth started dragging Lucian down some stairs that weren't definitely there before when he first constructed the cabin. As they reached the bottom, there was a red door with a symbol of a skull with a sun in the middle of its forehead. Open it, she said coldly, taking Lucian by complete surprise. What? Why? You know you're not allowed to go in. This is like the only place I forbid you to go in. No, Lucian said with a serious expression. Annabeth placed her hand on Lucian's chest and slowly pushed him against the wall. What the heck is happening? He thought, looking at Annabeth's serious expression. I know you, Lucian, probably more than anyone else in my life. I probably know you more than I do about myself. I know that place right there is the most secure place in the entire camp, and knowing you, you most definitely enchanted it to keep away from prying eyes. You are doing something dangerous, Lucian, extremely so. If you, the most powerful demigod I know, are saying that you only have a 1% chance of survival, then I want in. I want to hear it. There's no denying that I care deeply about you, Lucian, so hearing you are doing something that may cost you your life, I can't help but want in on what you are planning. And since you can't say it in the open, say it in there. I want to help you in your goals. If by yourself you have a 1% chance of survival, then with me, that chance might increase to 2% or even 1.1%. That 0.1% might just be the deciding factor on whether you live or die, so I'm taking that risk. If you die, I'm dying with you. Lucian gave her a teasing smirk. Careful, Annabeth, if I didn't know any better, I would have thought you were proposing. Take it however you want, Annabeth said without a change of expression, making sure Lucian understood how serious she was being. Lucian groaned and threw his head back. You're such a pain in the ass. Call me whatever you want. I'm not leaving you alone, Annabeth said. Seeing that his attempt to hurt her feelings and make her go away wasn't working, Lucian sighed. Fine, but don't touch anything. Got it? Annabeth nodded with a serious expression. Lucian held out his hands and created a key using his shadows. Instead of putting it near the doorknob like a normal person, he shoved it in the skull's mouth before turning it. Instead of opening like a normal door, this one split down the middle. Annabeth looked at Lucian's back with a weird expression. Just why? Why would he design a door like this? What's the point of the doorknob? Annabeth was surprised by what she saw inside. The room was dark, with the only lighting coming from candles. Papers covered every surface, the floor, the walls, even the ceilings. She saw magic circles of different designs, parts of monsters in large containers filled with water, a giant eyeball, parchment of skin, a large beating heart. Jars were filled with teeth, claws, even feathers. A stuntman, artisan, treasure seeker. What? What is going on? Annabeth was confused by some of the words she read on the ceilings. She saw the word faith in big bold letters with a question mark next to it. Annabeth saw the room grow darker and the lights turn brighter as the door behind her closed. Lucian grabbed a chair from his desk and sat down with the back of it towards Annabeth, while Lucian faced her. He crossed his arms on top of the chair and laid his head on his arms. You want to hear my goals so bad, fine. But be warned, once you do, there is no going back. Once you learn, your life will be tied together with mine for as long as I live. This could put you in danger. Are you sure you want to continue? Annabeth didn't even hesitate as she nodded her head as soon as Lucian finished speaking, causing him to sigh. Very well. When I was little, I had a goal. I wanted to leave my mark in this world. I wanted everyone to know about me, to have a defining existence that would be remembered for a long time. So I set my goal in becoming the first mortal to become a god. Lucian exclaimed, spreading his arms. Annabeth was surprised, but then grew confused. But you wouldn't have been the first mortal dash. Lucian interrupted her, that's the thing. The reason why my goal was so outlandish, Hercules and all the other beings that turned into gods didn't do it on their own. They were given their godhood. But that's another thing. If it could be given to them, it could also be taken away. And to me, that's not godhood. That's not what being a true god is about. Why should others decide whether I get to be a god or not? Why should they have the power to take that power away? If one can't have that freedom, then that being isn't a god but an immortal with power, plain and simple. Hell, the gods we know aren't truly free. They are all following what is already determined by fate. I wanted to be different. I wanted to become a god of my own creation, a self-made god like never seen before. I would have started from the bottom and slowly made my way towards the top, Lucian explained with a faraway look. Annabeth was flabbergasted. I see, so this is why. This is why he couldn't say anything about his goals and dreams outside in the open. If he did, he would have been struck down. I'm starting to understand why he's doing everything here, underground. Zeus isn't able to spy on him here underground. Underground is his father's domain. Hell, I wouldn't even be surprised if his father supports him, but wait. You keep talking in past tense. Why is that? Lucian smirked, because I realized something important. Gods have fear. There is a power out there that goes beyond the gods. Lucian exclaimed with a large grin. Lucian shouted the answer in ecstasy, and Annabeth whispered it, both saying it at the same time, a primordial. Forget being a god. They're too weak. I want to be more. I want to be something never seen before, something so impossible that when they mention it, only my name would appear. I want to be the first mortal to transcend godhood and become a primordial being. Lucian continued. That's impossible. Annabeth whispered. Lucian just smirked, why is that? I don't know. I just know it should be impossible. A mortal can't possibly become a primordial being. Wait, didn't you say you and your mother calculated the odds of your goal's success? 1% is actually a lot, Annabeth said, realization dawning on her. Lucian's eyes closed as he smiled, I was lying. A horrified look overcame Annabeth as her eyes widened, what? She muttered. Like I said, my goals when I was little was to become a god. When I was little, my mother was alive, and she helped me calculate that. What I told you guys was the odds of me becoming a god. If I said the actual percentage of me becoming a primordial, you would have been too worried, so I lied. What is the percentage now? This is a calculation I did on my own, so my numbers may not be accurate, but I checked it 10 times, and all 10 times came with the same number, 0.000001%, Lucian smiled. And you're truly going to go on with it? Annabeth asked, her lips quivering. Lucian closed his eyes and nodded slowly. Tears started pouring down Annabeth's face as she wrapped her arms around his head. Please, Lucian, please don't do it. The percentage is too low. You'll undoubtedly die, so please don't go through with this, she pleaded through sobs. Lucian didn't have an expression on his face. He looked up at her with his black orbs for eyes, devoid of any emotion. With those spiraling black orbs, he looked into her eyes and asked in a confused tone, "Why are you fake crying?" "What?" she asked, tears still flowing. "Just like you know me, I know you. I know your real tears. You're clearly fake crying, and I'm genuinely curious as to why." Annabeth sighed as she cleaned her face and wiped her tears, clicking her tongue. "I thought if I cried and pleaded, you would drop this stupid idea of yours." She sighed as she pushed her hair back, then grabbed Lucian's face and pressed her forehead against his, making him look into her eyes which, although grey, matched his same intensity. "You seriously leave me no choice, Lucian. If you plan to become a primordial, then include me, make me one as well. I don't care how you do it, I don't care about the process. If you plan on getting yourself killed in the process of this stupid idea, then I'm dying with you. I said this once, and I'll say it a million more. Even though the odds are against us, you said it has a 0.000001% chance of success, which means you are totally focusing on the one at the end. Although I'm not as strong as you, I'm just as smart if not smarter, so we will succeed. I'll make sure of it. It's definitely going to be a pain in the ass, I can already feel it, but seriously, like I said, you leave me no choice." Annabeth looked into his black orbs for eyes and closed hers before leaning down and stealing a kiss from Lucian's lips. "I'm going to jail." Lucian thought throughout the entire process. Third person's POV. 1 year ago. Lucian sat in front of a desk, with papers and books neatly organized on his side, while the walls displayed the spoils of war he had collected over the years. The room was tidy, nothing compared to what it would become in the future. He tapped his pen on a piece of paper while tapping his chin with the knuckle of his index finger. "I've already researched all types of ingredients, their effects, their combinations. Even though they were mostly theoretical, I don't believe they're wrong. My intuition is my greatest gift. It helps me know where to go with things, what could work or if it doesn't. My whole body is basically like a yes or no machine. Maybe my intuition is the way to go here. My mother is a seer, a very powerful one at that. Maybe I could do it. I could amplify my intuition to the power of a seer. After all, it's my legacy. I doubt it's weak. My intuition has always guided me to the way of potions and rituals every time I started doing research into my goals. The best way always leads to potions and rituals, but I just can't figure out how. The only solution I can think of is to empower that intuition into a seer ability. I saw how Mom figured out my legacy using her abilities. Maybe I can do the same. Goodness, my own muttering is barely even making sense to me, but I understand what I have to do, Lucian muttered before grabbing a couple of books from the side. He started researching a bit more before preparing the materials. "First things first," Lucian said, standing up. He reached into his shadow and pulled out a bowl before conjuring Annabeth's dagger. Lucian winced as he cut his wrist and poured his own blood on the bowl. Slowly his wound started to close. Lucian let out a sigh as he grabbed the bowl of blood and walked towards the middle of his underground room. He started dipping his fingers in his own blood and drawing a large circle. "My own blood has the power of an ancient witch and a god. It will certainly help in the process and amplify the succession rate. It's literally brimming with magic, after all," he muttered to himself. Lucian began drawing Greek symbols and letters around the inner lining of the circle while occasionally re-dipping his fingers in the bowl of blood. After the symbols were drawn, Lucian drew a star before setting up candles of different colors. Each color represented something different when doing rituals and was very important. The colors Lucian used were 2 blue, 2 purple, and 1 yellow candles, which he put onto each point of the pentagram. Blue candles represent calmness, wisdom, and communication. Blue candles can be used in rituals aimed at enhancing intuition, clarity of thought, and spiritual guidance. Purple candles represent spirituality, intuition, and psychic awareness. They are commonly used in rituals related to divination, spiritual awakening, and connecting with higher realms. While yellow candles symbolizes intellect, creativity, and confidence. Yellow candles can be used in rituals aimed at boosting mental clarity, inspiration, and self-expression. Once he was done, Lucian grabbed the books where he wrote about different ingredients and their effects and surrounded the magic circle. He then grabbed a black notebook and a quill before sitting in the middle of the pentagram. Although high-speed divine words aren't a problem, it's better if I recite the incantation of the ritual. Delta iota sigma kappa iota nu beta alpha theta omega nu kappa alpha rho mu alpha tau alpha sigma alpha phi, nu rho gamma epsilon iota alpha alpha xi epsilon tau alpha iota, beta lambda pi omega nu phi alpha nu epsilon tau alpha iota. Through shadows deep and visions clear, intuition rise, the seer appear. Lucian used his fingers, which still had a bit of blood on them, and ran them down his forehead while closing his eyes. The magic circle below him glowed bright red with power, the flames of the candles swaying wildly before turning black and growing larger. The pages of the books all started flipping by themselves, as if a gust of wind had suddenly appeared. Lucian's head snapped towards the ceiling, his eyes wide open, which were previously black, now glowing a bright red color, with his mouth slowly opening. The blood on his forehead started to glow as well, and the bowl with some of his blood shook before the blood flowed up and rushed towards Lucian's forehead. The blood entered his head, causing him to scream out in pain. Ayaha! Lucian felt as if two hands jammed themselves into his forehead and started prying his skull apart. As more blood entered his forehead, a red lining appeared before snapping open, revealing an eye, which started glowing just as fiercely as his other two. When all the blood had entered, all his eyes started moving rapidly, trying to discern his surroundings. Lucian's smile widened as far as his facial muscles would allow, showing his four fang-like teeth. A look of pure insanity flickered around his eyes as he started to laugh maniacally. Ha 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 ha. I see, I see. So this is how it is. This is how I figured it out. Ha ha ha. So I was the one that gave my younger self the formula for the sequences and pathway. Lucian grabbed the quill and started scribbling down notes while still smiling widely. It's all starting to make sense. With my powers of impossibility. It doesn't make sense, and that's the point. Who created this formula? How am I able to do this? This is impossible. And like I said, that's the point. Blood started pouring down all three of Lucian's eyes, and blood escaped his mouth, but his smile never left his face. My little body isn't strong enough to hold me on for long. Lucian then started laughing once again as he flipped the pages and wrote, "Be careful of going insane," in bold letters. Lucian leaned forward and face-planted onto the ground. He, I'm so fucking awesome. Best of wishes, little me. Good luck on the journey towards the great beyond. All of Lucian's three eyes then started to close very slowly as he still chuckled. Man, this little place sure brings back memories. Lucian closed his eyes with a smile. Present. I don't remember much after I activated the ritual. My mind went dark, and when I awoke, I was basically in a pool of my own blood with the notebook containing a list of ingredients and somewhat of an explanation. There were 3 potions and a list of ingredients. They went from 9, 8, to 7 in a decreasing manner, meaning there are a total of 9 potions in total. Each potion had a name: Stuntman, Artisan, and Treasure Seeker, in that order, Lucian explained as he brought out a cauldron and positioned it in the middle of the room with black flames underneath it. Annabeth sat in the chair where Lucian was sitting, with her legs crossed, looking at him with a serious expression. It mentioned to be careful of going insane, so just to be sure, I waited a whole year and did my research before I even began looking for the ingredients. Number 9, the one I'm currently making, is Stuntman, and the ingredients for that are: main ingredients: a vial of tears of the strong and a heart of a giant. Supplement: 5 drops of ambrosia, 20 pieces of fur from the Nemean lion, 5 dragon scales, 10 kilograms of bark from the golden apples tree, for blades of grass where heaven and earth meet, Lucian listed. A look of understanding came over Annabeth. I see, so that's why you needed Atlas tears. It's starting to make sense, she remarked. Lucian nodded as he reached into his shadow and took out the vial of tears, which he poured into the cauldron. He then controlled his shadow to bring him a large heart that was on a shelf in a jar of liquid. Does it belong to a Laestrygonian giant? Annabeth guessed, recalling most of Lucian's shadow soldiers, to which he nodded with a serious expression. Lucian opened the jar and put the heart inside the pot before he started mixing it together until it turned into a purple liquid. Once it was purple, Lucian started to add all the supplementary ingredients one by one. The 5 drops of ambrosia were easy to get, the 20 pieces of fur he could get just from his coat, 5 of laden scales which he had earlier picked up, the bark from the tree, and the grass he picked by Atlas' feet. He started mixing everything until it turned into a white liquid with spots of blue, red, and gold. Afterward, he put it into a bottle. Here it is. The Sequence 9 potion, Stuntman, Lucian announced, smiling, third person's POV. Lucian didn't even hesitate, he raised the potion towards Annabeth with a smirk, bottoms up, and immediately downed it. As it went down his gullet, he only had one thought in mind, even this tastes good. Mom must have sucked at making potions or just had an odd satisfaction at making them nasty. As he finished, he accidentally dropped the empty glass flask, causing it to shatter. Lucian's pupils dilated, shrinking in size as he felt like he was in a movie scene, where the camera stayed zoomed on him while the background grew distant. He then started contorting and twitching while his limbs moved sporadically, getting locked in one place before repositioning and repeating the process. Even while that was happening, Lucian started to become aware of his surroundings. It was almost like he could see all around him. Meanwhile, Annabeth looked at the scene with worry, but she had faith in Lucian. After a few more seconds, Lucian's upper body dropped as if his strings were cut while still standing up. After a few more seconds, he stood up and started stretching, WOAH. I feel amazing. What happened? Annabeth asked with anticipation, curious about what was occurring with Lucian. Well, for one, I seem to have developed a sort of spatial awareness. It's like I gained a third eye or something. I also feel stronger. As Lucian was examining his hands while opening and closing them, Annabeth secretly grabbed a book and sneaked behind Lucian before flinging it to his backside. Lucian's hand extended over his shoulder behind him, grabbing the book before it hit him, causing his eyes to widen, danger sense check. The gods, I have become Spider-Man, Lucian excitedly said, flicking his wrist while sticking out his index and pinky finger before looking disappointed that nothing was coming out. What? So you weren't only able to see it, but you felt some sort of danger coming as well? Annabeth asked in amazement. By the way, wasn't it necessary to throw a book at me? Lucian asked with a deadpan expression. Sorry, Annabeth said, giving him an apologetic expression. You said you developed spatial awareness. I wanted to see how it worked, if you could see behind you. Lucian sighed before lifting up his hand, which gained a dark red glow due to his magic. Due to your actions, that just means I have to punish you. Annabeth grew surprised before taking a step back. You don't mean it, do you? She asked nervously. Unfortunately, I do, Lucian said with a serious expression, making Annabeth's eyes widen as she realized he was serious. Annabeth kept taking steps back until she hit a wall behind her, and Lucian kept walking closer. I'm sorry, I didn't mean it, please, she pleaded while Lucian just kept getting closer. She closed her eyes as Lucian tapped his 2 fingers to her forehead. Ah, she cried out from the pain she was feeling on her forehead. When Lucian was done, she looked at him with shock and betrayal. Did that really warrant you to burn my forehead? She asked, aggrieved. Lucian rolled his eyes. No, and it wasn't for that. I was putting a curse on your memories, more specifically anything relating to what I'm doing. Everything else is fair game. Annabeth was even more shocked. But more than that, she looked hurt. You don't believe in me? Do you think I'll betray you? Lucian sighed and shook his head. Of course, I believe in you. If I can count on anyone alive to have my back, it would always be you. But who I don't trust are the gods and whatever other supernatural creatures are in this crazy world. What if they are able to read your mind, or charm speak you, or hypnotize you to speak of my secrets? Annabeth, you have to realize, what I'm doing is extremely dangerous. A single word out and the entire supernatural world would be after me, and you would be considered an accomplice, putting you in danger as well. Annabeth's eyes widened before nodding in understanding. I see. I understand now. It looks like I was taking it a bit lightly earlier. Lucian nodded his head. Annabeth then grew curious and asked, so what other abilities did you develop? Lucian reached into his shadows, pulling out a book. Let's see, he said as he flipped through the pages. What? If you knew what abilities you were going to develop, why did you seem excited like you had no idea? Annabeth asked. I was performing. I wanted to see if it helped me digest the potion faster so I can start on the next one, Lucian explained. Huh? Annabeth said in confusion, making Lucian sigh. Before I can drink the next potion, I have to digest the one I drank. The way you digest these potions is different compared to just letting your body naturally do it. You have to act accordingly to the name of the potion. During the acting method, which is the name of the acting process, you have to learn and understand the essences of what you drank. For example, since I drank the stuntman potion, I have to act like how a stuntman would and learn what it truly means to become a stuntman, Lucian clarified. Annabeth had a hand on her chin with a serious expression. I see. What if you understood what it means before drinking and then drink the potion, do you fully digest it? I think. I mean, I spent the entire year researching the true meaning of a stuntman. I only digested 50% of it. I understand that a stuntman is someone who performs for the sake of others and gets back up from dangerous situations to continue performing, so there's more for me to understand it seems, Lucian replied. Annabeth nodded in understanding. So what are the abilities you gained? Here, Lucian said, handing the notebook to Annabeth. Annabeth started muttering along as she read, 1. Enhanced agility, the ability to perform acrobatic maneuvers with grace and precision, surpassing normal human limits. 2. Superhuman strength, increased physical strength enabling the stuntman to lift heavy objects, smash through obstacles, or deliver powerful blows. 3. Enhanced durability, greater resistance to physical harm, allowing the stuntman to endure falls, impacts, and other dangers without sustaining serious injuries. 4. Spatial awareness, a keen sense of space and surroundings, allowing actors to navigate sets and interact with props with precision and confidence. 5. Danger sense, the ability to instinctively sense imminent threats or danger, giving the stuntman heightened awareness and reaction time to avoid harm during stunts and performances. Wow! Annabeth exclaimed. Lucian puffed his chest with pride and rubbed his nose with his index finger smugly. I'm great, aren't I? Tell me I am. You're amazing, Annabeth muttered. Lucian just waved her off, still looking proud. Oh, stop it, you. You're only saying it. Don't make me take it back, she said with a deadpan expression. Sorry, Lucian said awkwardly while rubbing the back of his head. Annabeth then sighed. I don't want to sound needy or anything, but no matter how I think about it, I can't think about any other way to ask you, so here it goes. When do I get my own stuntman potion? You don't, Lucian said, shaking his head. Annabeth didn't say anything and waited for Lucian to continue as she knew he liked to leave people in anticipation before proceeding with his sentence. Seeing that he wasn't getting a reaction from her, he clicked his tongue before sighing and continuing, You and I are different people. When I look at all of these sequences and what follows, I just know these were made for me specifically, so I doubt you'll really get far with these. Lucian saw her expression slowly turning downcast, causing him to softly sigh with a smile and shake his head. He kissed her forehead and rubbed her head reassuringly. Relax, will you? I'll do another seer ritual, just for you specifically. Really? Annabeth asked with expectation. Although she knew she had no right and Lucian shouldn't have any reason to do this for her, she really wanted this. Seeing Lucian get stronger and stronger while she stayed the same made her slowly start feeling like maybe she wasn't worthy of Lucian. So even if it's with Lucian's help, if she's able to catch up or at least not be that far away from him, then it would all be worth it. She wanted to support him, she wanted to help accomplish his dream, and getting stronger was the only way to help. Before Lucian had a chance to reassure her once more, they heard a commotion outside, on the surface. Lucian Blackheart, I, Hermes, messenger of the gods, have come to retrieve you. You are being summoned by Lord Zeus himself to Mount Olympus. Annabeth and Lucian looked at each other with widening eyes. They came to find me for kissing a minor, officer, I'm innocent the first swear, she lied about her age. It was done against my will Lord Zeus. Third person's POV. Lucian appeared from the shadows in front of Hermes wearing big thick glasses, with a fake nose and mustache. Lucian isn't here at the moment, may I take your message in his stead? Lucian said in a deep voice while adjusting his glasses, causing the nose and beard to move along. Hermes looked down at Lucian with an unamused look. Let's just go, kid, I'm on official business. Luke and Talia exited from the big house. Luke had a look of expectation hidden in his eyes, but seeing that his father wasn't even bothering to pay any attention to him caused him to unconsciously clench his fist and grit his teeth. Wait, why are you taking him away? Talia asked with furrowed brows and a serious expression. Hermes looked at his half-sister and sighed. He is to be judged by our father for the act of eliminating a god and stealing golden apples from the garden of Hesperides. Everyone nearby slowly turned towards Lucian, who was rubbing the back of his head with an awkward chuckle, causing their mouths to slowly turn agape. Then take us as well, we stole from the garden as well, didn't we? Luke said with anger, throwing his apple towards Hermes. Hermes let out another sigh as he caught it, which caused him to shake his head and throw the apple right back. You received a quest, thus you are freed from persecution alongside the ones that went on the quest with you. Lucian wasn't part of your group of 3, he was trespassing on your quest, Hermes explained. Just as Hermes finished speaking, the sky grew darker and lightning started to crackle. Hermes looked towards the sky with an uneasy expression. He's growing impatient, we better hurry, he mumbled. But Talia wanted to protest, feeling it wasn't fair that Lucian was going to be punished for something they all did together. Before she could finish her sentence, Lucian raised a hand to the side, stopping her. Drop it, Talia, I got this. Look who you're talking to. It's Lucian Blackheart, that's who, he said, giving her a reassuring smile. Talia looked at Lucian with narrow eyes before letting out a defeated sigh. Fine, but you better make it back alive, she said warningly. Lucian just put 2 fingers on his lips and blew her a kiss with a wink. Don't miss me too much, he teased. Talia's face grew red, and she almost chucked her spear at him. You can get struck down by my father for all I care, she growled, embarrassed. Can't he take this matter more seriously? How can he be so nonchalant about this? Talia inwardly worried. Lucian turned back to Hermes and ran his hand through his loose hair, ruffling it slightly with a grin that exposed his canines. Well, godly Kuzo, we have a family reunion to get to, don't we? That attitude is going to get you struck down sooner rather than later. Let's go. Lucian and Hermes exited the cab and appeared in front of the Empire State Building. Hermes looked at Lucian's excited expression and found him even weirder than before. Aren't you nervous? What? Of course not, I'm ecstatic. I'm going to be meeting the great infamous Greek gods for the first time, and I'm going to be seeing Olympus. Why would I be nervous? Hermes looked at Lucian incredulously and shook his head in exasperation. Just as they entered and were about to step into the elevator, Lucian stopped Hermes with a serious expression. What? Getting cold feet now? I'm afraid it's too late. No, Lucian said seriously, I can't go in like this. I mean, look at me. I don't look like someone who's going to meet the great infamous Greek gods. No, I would be embarrassing my father with such a display. Lucian first controlled the mist around him to make himself appear normal, but his attire was anything but. He was wearing a dark black toga that seemed to absorb the light around him, along with black sandals that had strings wrapping around his calves. He also wore an autumn-colored laurel wreath on his head. Lucian then began posing before Hermes. So, what do you think, he said, striking different poses. Hermes facebombed and couldn't help muttering, what is seriously wrong with this kid? The 2 snakes on Hermes' caduceus came to life and chuckled as they looked at Lucian. He's a peculiar demigod, ain't he, George? One of the snakes spoke with a soft hiss. I might have to agree with you on that, Martha. Do you think he has any rats on him? George asked. Is eating all you ever think about? Martha asked with annoyance. Yes, was all George answered. Hermes pressed his staff down, silencing the 2, while clicking on the elevator. Not now, you 2. Martha and George then started to grumble as they slithered back to Hermes' staff, turning into golden snakes once more. The elevator opened, and both Lucian and Hermes stepped inside. Once inside, Hermes' staff turned into a bunch of keys, and he inserted one of them near a keyhole by the buttons, causing more buttons to appear. After pressing the button with the number 500, the elevator started to ascend. As it moved, Lucian looked at himself in the mirror of the elevator. He wiped a finger on his tongue and stuck his hip out to the side before pressing the finger near his butt. He used his ability to produce a hissing sound and smoke to come off where he pressed. "Oh yeah," he said smugly, "I still got it." Hermes just had a defeated and lifeless look in his eyes as he watched Lucian's antics. Back at camp, Annabeth was seen creating a fire in secret with a determined expression. After giving her offerings, she started to pray. "Lord Hades, please look after Lucian as he faces the trial of Zeus. I'm not asking you as a god. I'm asking you as his father. Please make sure nothing bad happens to him. Worry not." Hearing the reply, Annabeth's eyes shot open before she smiled. "Thank you," she said sincerely before extinguishing the flames. "I can't be of much help, but I hope this would be enough." The only way to stop one god is to send another one to face him off, she thought coldly. After a while, Lucian and Hermes arrived at the 500th floor. Lucian looked at everything in amazement before they arrived at a large golden door. "I have brought him," Hermes announced. "Enter," Zeus commanded. As soon as the door opened, Lucian started strutting inside. "What is up, family?" Lucian shouted with a hand cuffing his mouth and the other hand out moving along with what he was saying. Boom. Novel third person's POV. Lucian curled to the side as a lightning bolt landed right next to him. "Damn, UNC, is that really how you welcome family?" Lucian heard the sound of beautiful laughter, which was then interrupted by Zeus. "You dare act such a way before the gods, boy." Zeus' thunderous voice resounded throughout the room. Lucian just closed his eyes and sighed before doing a gentlemanly bow. "Your Grace, Lord Zeus, it's a great and honorable honor to be in your presence. I was just very excited to finally meet the gods I heard so many stories about." "I couldn't control my behavior," Lucian said in a very serious manner, surprising the others at how sincere he sounded. Even Aphrodite, who was laughing earlier, just wiped a tear from the corner of her eyes and sighed. Meanwhile, Apollo just raised an eyebrow, since as the god of truth, no lies could escape his sight, and Lucian was clearly lying. But ultimately, he chose not to say anything about it. Zeus scoffed before nodding his head. "You may raise your head, boy," Zeus demanded. Lucian nodded and did as he was told. Slowly, he started to look at all the other gods. His expression turned into a grimace as he saw Aphrodite. It was no doubt she was beautiful, but the reason she was beautiful to Lucian was for a different matter. Ever so slightly, her image flickered to that of his mother. His grimace didn't escape their eyes, causing them to be somewhat confused, but they chose to ignore it. Aphrodite, however, couldn't ignore it. After all, when any mortal sees her, she's able to detect a hint of lust or love, be it familial, platonic, or just straight-up love, towards whoever they see in her. But she didn't detect any of that with Lucian, she felt plain annoyance and irritation. She smirked as she put a finger near her lips. Interesting. As Lucian continued looking, he stopped at one of the goddesses. Zing. Zing. Lucian grew confused. As soon as he was here, he became fascinated with her. Even if they met before, he suddenly felt extremely attracted to her, but it wasn't in a lustful sense either. Artemis wasn't any different. What's going on? What is this feeling? It feels so foreign. I didn't have this feeling when I met him earlier. Artemis inwardly yelled while maintaining an indifferent expression outward. The only one who noticed something between the two of them was Aphrodite, who nearly leapt out of her throne in surprise. Luckily, she kept herself in check before she embarrassed herself. Oh my, oh my, oh my, what's this? Why they don't fully love each other, but it's there, a spark. Aphrodite almost started foaming at the mouth. Forbidden love. The one that ends in a tragedy. My favorite. I can't believe it, spring has finally come for the prude princess. Aphrodite started fangirling about what was occurring between Lucian and Artemis. Lucian's gaze lingered on Artemis for a while longer before continuing on to follow the other gods. When he looked towards Demeter, she gave him a displeased look. When his eyes finally landed on Hera, both of their gazes filled with animosity. But at the end, he couldn't help but be disappointed as he didn't see his father anywhere. Hermes went and sat down on his throne before Zeus, then asked in a dignified voice, "Do you know why you're here?" Lucian looked down, brought his hands together, before extending them, showing handcuffs that were tying his hands together. No, sir. Please have mercy, I'm just a 10-year-old boy, I don't know any better," Lucian said in a small, scared, childish voice, with tears pooling in his eyes. "Drop the act. Don't think we don't know how you truly are," Hera coldly said, causing Lucian to look to the side and click his tongue. "I plead the fifth, Your Honor," Lucian said, raising his hand while they were still cuffed. "You are making a mockery out of us, boy. I told you to show some respect. Stop acting foolish, you are to be punished for eliminating a god, such is a very serious offense," Zeus said as the sound of thunder and lightning reverberated all around. "Don't forget about the theft of my golden apples, they are the properties of the gods," Hera added. "Lord Zeus, I have my rights to the Sixth Amendment, thus I can't say anything without a lawyer present," Lucian said. "Woe do I hate calling him Lord Zeus, you." Dark thunderous clouds appeared overhead as a lightning bolt shot down from the skies, striking Lucian where he stood. Lucian gritted his teeth as he felt the lightning pulse through his body. Lucian almost knelt down as he felt the lightning continue coursing through his skin. As one of his knees almost gave out, he bit his lip to keep himself sane and readjusted his footing, standing back up. "Father, I believe that's enough," Athena said. "Yes, father, that's too much. Please stop," Artemis called in, unable to bear seeing him hurt. As the lightning stopped, steam flowed up from Lucian's body while he stood up straight, straightening his back. "If I didn't drink the stuntman potion, I think some of my skin would have been burnt off," Lucian thought with a serious expression. Not seeing any injuries on Lucian left all the other gods stunned, even impressed. "Next time, the punishment for your insolence shall be far greater," Zeus said with authority. Lucian just looked at Zeus without any expression on his face, before sighing and lowering his head slightly. "Keep it together, keep it together, keep it together, bow with my head not with my being, after all it's all an act." Just then, Lucian felt a part of the stuntman potion being digested. Stuntman, even through the pain, pushes forward and continues acting while keeping it together, holding back their pain and discomfort. "Lord Zeus, I know you are fair and just, so please let me plead my case and explain myself." "He's lying again," Apollo thought. Zeus leaned back, resting an elbow on the throne and his head on his fist. "Fine, speak. If your story does not please me, your punishment shall increase even further. For the matter of Auri, he attacked us first. We were provoked into fighting him. I stayed behind to fight him to give Luke, Talia, and Annabeth a chance to go ahead and complete their quest," Lucian explained. "Apollo," Zeus called out. "He's telling the truth." Apollo confirmed. Lucian continued, "I had to finish him off, otherwise he wouldn't have given us a chance to rest or let the others complete the mission in peace." "Truth once again," Apollo stated. "I see," Zeus said with a hand on his chin. Athena then intervened, "Lord Zeus, may I have permission to speak?" Zeus looked at Athena before nodding his head, "Go ahead. It's a great offense for a demigod to attack a god, yes, but it's also a great crime for a god to attack demigods without any provocation," Athena said in a serious manner. "So are you saying he should be forgiven?" Zeus said, looking at Athena with narrow eyes. "I'm saying that both crimes cancel each other out. Instead of forgiven, it's more like his crime turned null, having never existed in the first place," Athena explained. "That's all fine and dandy, but don't forget about the golden apples he stole. I demand them back. They're my property in the first place." Hera screeched. "Sorry," Lucian said with a smirk as he looked at Hera, shrugging his shoulders, "but that's impossible. I can't give them back to you." "And why is that?" Hera once again screeched. "Because I don't have them, I'm sorry to say, but they're not mine. I can't possibly give you something that doesn't belong to me," Lucian explained with a smirk. "He's He's telling the truth, Apollo confirmed in astonishment. What? Hera roared. What did you do? Hera demanded to know. Lucian beamed a smile at her. I gave them all away. I can't return something that isn't with me or in my possession. Lucian then felt all the stuntman potion being digested, causing him to close his eyes and bask in the feeling. I took a risk when coming here, that much is obvious. It would be stupid of me if I believed I would come out of this without a scratch. I knew they would demand the apples back, I couldn't let that happen, so I formally gave them to Annabeth when Hermes called for me. She owns those golden apples, no matter from what angle you look at it, those apples don't belong to me, and that's the true essence of a stuntman. Stuntmen know they are taking risks, but do you just charge and through? Of course not. You make preparations, a safety net, so to say, you plan ahead while knowing you're going to be hurt in the process. I made more preparations for what's to come as well, so when all the preparations and safety nets are in place, you can act without fear. Lucian thought as he teasingly smirked towards Hera. Third person's POV. The sound of lightning and thunder grew louder and more intimidating, causing some of the other gods on their thrones to look towards the skies apprehensively. Zeus stood up from the throne, taking hold of his thunderbolt. That is enough. You have no respect for the gods, you make a mockery out of us and dare to think you can scheme against us without any consequences. At such a young age, such a mentality is dangerous to Olympus. His lightning bolt crackled with electricity and power. Zeus pulled his thunderbolt back, shocking everyone, including Lucian. He felt cold sweat upon feeling its power, something he hadn't anticipated. So with my authority, I, Zeus, God King of Olympus, hereby sentence you to death for the act of killing another god and for your act of disrespect. Do you have any last words, boy? Lucian could hear the sound of his heart beating in his own chest. This isn't going exactly as I predicted, am I seriously going to die? Lucian thought, his eyes wide with fear. He's right. I haven't been taking the gods seriously at all, and for that, I'm going to pay the price. Well, shit, I'm seriously going to die. I'm gonna die. I'm gonna die. Lucian repeated the same phrase over and over inside his mind. Taking a deep breath, Lucian looked up towards Zeus with a defiant look. If I'm going down, I won't give him the satisfaction of seeing me in despair. Lucian widened his arms, breaking the chains of the cuffs, and spread his arms towards Zeus, grinning furiously. Do your fucking worst, he growled with a crazed look as he and Zeus maintained eye contact. All of the other gods in the back went silent. Ares had a large smile, finding Lucian interesting and pitiful since his life was going to end so early, when he had so much potential. Zeus just looked at Lucian coldly. Very well. A white light flashed as Zeus struck down his bolt, causing Lucian to close his eyes and accept his fate. That's enough. Lucian heard 4 voices say in equal coldness. One of them was male, sounding colder and much more deadly than the other 3, sending a shiver down anyone's spine who heard it. Not feeling any pain and hearing the voices, Lucian's eyes snapped back open. His eyes widened further, seeing the man in front of him. He had his back turned towards Lucian, wearing a dark purple button-down dress shirt, with dark dress pants, and a helm on his head. He was holding Zeus' wrist, looking at him coldly while his other hand rested in his pockets. Apart from that, there were 3 glowing golden strings wrapped around Zeus' forearm, being pulled back. Lucian followed the string, confused as he didn't think he recognized them. They were very beautiful women, one with white hair, another with gray, and the last one, the most beautiful, had black hair. They all glared coldly towards Zeus. Who are they? I can understand, you, Hades, for stopping me. Zeus then looked towards the 3 and glared back, but you 3 as well, Moiria. What's the meaning of this? The fates. What happened to the grannies? Did they kick the bucket and these 3 take their place? It's not his time to die yet, they replied coldly. You would have been interfering with his fate and the fate of Olympus. Athena put on a pondering expression. It's him then, he's the child of the prophecy, she immediately concluded upon hearing them. Meanwhile, Artemis secretly let out a sigh of relief. He isn't dead, wait, why am I feeling relief? What is seriously going on? I'm going to have to research this. Zeus scoffed as he whipped his arms free from Hades' grasp, causing the string to unwrap itself and fly back towards the Fates. Lucian looked towards Hades' back. So this is Hades, this is my father. You've been coming out from your realm more and more, Hades. I hope you aren't planning something. Zeus glared towards Hades and Lucian. Hades positioned himself in front of Zeus, blocking his view from Lucian with a scoff. Oh please, you're the one causing me to leave my realm in the first place with your idiotic decisions. You better watch that brat of yours, Hades, and about what you say, Zeus warned. Or what? Hades challenged. Be prepared to suffer my wrath. Zeus' eyes sparkled with lightning. Oh please, like I'll be scared of that. I'll truly show you why every brother always fears the oldest, Hades declared with a wisp of black smoke slowly escaping his hands. Alright, that's enough you two, Poseidon said, putting his hands between them and spreading them apart. We aren't children, we are gods. We don't need to resort to violence to resolve our issues, Poseidon said, looking back and forth between Zeus and Hades. Zeus scoffed again as he went back and sat on his throne, with Poseidon nodding and doing the same. That brat of yours still needs to be punished for his actions, Zeus said, leaning on his fist. Before Hades had a chance to retort, it was the Moirai who intervened. He does not. You have no real reason to offer punishment, they said simultaneously. And on what do you three base that on? Zeus asked, looking at them with a raised brow. As it has already been said, Lucian killed that god in self-defense. You have no right to hold him accountable, Clotho said, revealing the fact that they had been present since the very beginning. As for the matter regarding the golden fruit, if you don't want them stolen, why place them there where they're easily accessible? Put them here on Olympus or something if you don't want them to be taken, Lachesis said while shrugging her shoulders. Apart from that, the matter regarding the disrespect. Grow up, Atropos said coldly, looking at Zeus, which took him by surprise. If you seriously think what he has done compared to what has been previously done to you all in all of history, his actions are very mild. And if you seriously get outwitted by a 10-year-old child, that says more about your competence than anything else. A bolt of lightning hit Atropos by her feet, but she didn't seem fazed by that and continued looking at Zeus coldly. Watch it. You will not be disrespecting me in my own home. Lucian looked at the three Fates with suspicion. What's up with them and their obsession with me? They're not thinking of making me their toy, are they? Where they could do whatever they want with me and make me suffer. Why the hell are we even here? Dionysus inwardly groaned, wanting to escape. Tell me, what role does he play that you three are willing to protect him? Zeus asked coldly after regaining his composure rather quickly. We can't say, Clotho replied, pulling out a gold string and stretching it between her fingers. You, of all people, should know that some fates are better left unsaid. After all, fate is like a linear path, knowing what's in store for the future ahead of time could have unimaginable consequences, Lachesis explained. Zeus let out a thunderous groan. Answer me this, then, does it involve the betterment of Olympus? The three sisters looked at each other as if communicating telepathically before turning their gaze toward Zeus. Yes, it does, but that is all we're willing to share. Any more and... Atropos stopped her sentence, letting the empty threat hang in the air. Zeus narrowed his eyes towards Lucian for a few seconds, causing him to meet Zeus's gaze with his chin held high. Zeus rubbed his forehead before addressing the other gods. I want to hear your opinions on the matter first before making a decision. Hera barely let Zeus finish his words before pointing angrily towards Lucian. I say off with his head. Bitch, Lucian muttered under his breath. Luckily, Hades managed to stop his voice from being heard by the other gods. He gave Lucian a side-eye and felt like smacking him upside the head. Have you learned nothing from this experience, brat? Hades inwardly grumbled. I say let the kid be, he's got spunk. I like him, Ares said with an interested look. Lucian bowed his head towards Ares in appreciation. I said it once, and I'll say it again, he's a little cutie. It would be such a shame for him to die so early. I want to see how good he looks when he's older, so I say let the kid be, Aphrodite chimed in. Plus, with what's happening with Artemis and him, there's just no way I can allow him to die so early. Lucian just smiled towards her, hope you choke on all the dicks you suck and die, you cock-sucking slut. Aphrodite's eyebrows started to twitch. This brat, he's definitely thinking something bad about me, she inwardly muttered. Doing something to him would just lead to more conflict. I say let's drop the matter, Poseidon said with a nod. Lucian bowed his head in appreciation. Let him be and let's get this over with. I just want to spend a little bit of time I have left with my daughter, Demeter said before glaring at Hades. Don't even think for a second I'm doing this for you. Persephone just can't seem to shut up about the kid, so if anything happens to him, she'll be sad, which is something I want to try and avoid. Hephaestus announced, he spends some of his time inside my children's cabin helping them out with crafting and blacksmithing, making them improve. It would be a shame if something happens which stops him from continuing, so let him be. I don't see a reason for anything to happen to him, so let him be, Apollo said quickly. Let him be, Artemis said, keeping it short and simple, trying to hide the unexpected emotions blossoming in her heart. I couldn't care any less, Dionysus groaned loudly. Your words hurt my poor little heart, Mr. D, Lucian said sarcastically. To which he just scoffed, you could have a heart attack this very moment for all I care. He has impressed me with his wits during the quest, so let him be, Athena said with a nod. Lucian bowed his head in appreciation. Is there anything you would like me to say to Annabeth on your behalf, Lady Athena? Athena just smiled and shook her head. Just tell me, how is she? Lucian put on an awkward expression. Well, feisty is one word I would use to describe her. Athena chuckled. Well, I hope you can continue looking after my daughter, you rebel child. Lucian just smiled and nodded his head in understanding. Luke is good friends with Lucian. If anything happens to him, I doubt he would forgive me, Hermes said with an awkward expression. So let him be. Lucian bowed his head in appreciation. Zeus nodded, seeing their stance on the matter. Very well, with most of the gods in agreement, Lucian's crimes are hereby forgiven. You are all dismissed, Zeus announced, causing thunder and lightning to resound throughout the room. We'll be leaving then, Hades said as he grabbed Lucian by the back of his toga, twisting it slightly and hanging him by the back of his shoulder. Let's go, boy. What dash? The hell? Put me down, old man. Lucian tried to wiggle out, but Hades just kept him there. Lucian saw some of the gods chuckling as he was leaving, causing him to grow red in the face. Oi! You're embarrassing me, old man. This is the first time we're meeting face to face, and this is how you treat me, like some sort of bag. I said release me. As Hades walked out, Lucian saw the fates. The white-haired one blew Lucian a kiss, the gray-haired one wiggled her fingers in farewell, while the black-haired one just winked at him as the door closed behind them. Lucian found it weird that none of the gods reacted to what they did, as if they couldn't see them. Oi, old man, I don't care if you're a god or my father. I'll fight you, so you better let me go, Lucian demanded as Hades made his way towards the elevator. Lucian. Hades coldly called out, causing some of Lucian's hair to stand up. Yeah. Shut it. Yes, sir, Lucian timidly said as he continued being carried. Novel third person's POV. So where are you taking me? Lucian asked with an awkward expression as Hades continued to carry him. Where do you think? Back to camp. What? Already? We haven't even had a proper conversation. This is the first time I'm meeting you face to face, after all, Lucian said with a hint of sadness in his tone. Hades slowly turned his head to look at Lucian's back as he was carrying him. He didn't say anything else before they both disappeared into his shadow. They reappeared in an open field, just a couple of feet away from the camp. Hades let out a sigh before putting Lucian down in front of him. Lucian looked at Hades, who was looking at him, and the two continued to awkwardly look at each other. Hades slicked his hair back with a hand while the other rested on his hip. He then knelt before Lucian on one knee with his arm resting on it. So, what do you want to say? First of all, Lucian said, raising a finger with a big, friendly, and warm smile, almost instantaneously turning that finger into a fist and swinging it across Hades' face, which took him by complete surprise as he wasn't expecting it. Lucian's danger senses then started to go haywire, causing him to take a step back. Hades' fist came down where he once stood, creating cracks in the ground. Hades' aura started to slowly manifest itself, as Hades looked at Lucian with glowing eyes which made them look as if they were on fire. Talia, Luke, and Annabeth waited for Lucian near the entrance of the camp. "How long do you think Lucian's going to be there?" Luke asked with an unreadable expression. "It shouldn't be long. After all, he's on trial." Lucian said he would have it covered, so probably in an hour if not more, Annabeth said. Before Talia had anything to say on the matter, they saw Lucian appear on the hill wearing a black toga. Their eyes widened upon seeing his arrival. That fast? They all wondered with happiness, glad to see Lucian looked all right and unharmed, that is until he started walking down the hill. Lucian slowly limped down the hill with tears streaming down his face while slowly rubbing his backside. As he approached the entrance, they were shocked by his state of being. "What's wrong?" Annabeth asked with worry. "Yeah, what's going on? What happened?" Talia asked with the same tone of voice. Lucian didn't say much except 2 words as he slowly made his way back towards his cabin. "Divine punishment," he sniffled. The Underworld. As Hades appeared in his throne room, he found Persephone waiting in her throne with Demeter by her side, trying to start a conversation with her, while Persephone looked annoyed. Medea was by her side as well, standing like a dutiful servant. Persephone and Medea's faces grew excited as they saw Hades appear, while Demeter looked annoyed. Tell us, how was Lucian? Those bastards didn't do anything bad to him, right? What did you two say to each other? What were your interactions like?" Persephone asked with excitement, forgetting her mother was right there with her, being one of those bastards she was talking about. "Young lady, watch your manners," Demeter reprimanded while Persephone just rolled her eyes. Hades just rubbed his cheek with 2 fingers and a scowl. "That bastard punched me in the face." Demeter cackled with glee. "Ha ha ha, that's what you get. Maybe that kid isn't bad at all. I'm starting to see why you like him." Even Persephone and Medea started laughing, which caused Hades' scowl to deepen. "It's no laughing matter. That boy truly knows no respect." Persephone just giggled. "To be fair, he did send a warning with the Furies before. That was 3 years ago, my love. I would have thought he would have forgotten about it or at least gotten over it." Persephone rolled her eyes. "He's your child, and every child you had shared one trait between all of you. They all hold grudges. It's your fault for thinking he was the exception." Medea then started to smirk while looking at Hades. "That look in your eyes, it's the same one Lucian gets when he's beaming with pride at one of his creations. You're proud of him, aren't you?" Hades then scoffed before sitting on his throne, not even bothering to answer her question. "You totally are. Now I'm curious what else happened," Persephone said, looking at Hades with a teasing smirk. Demeter just looked at Hades in distaste before muttering, "It's probably about when Zeus was about to kill that boy." Persephone and Medea snapped their heads towards Demeter and with a cold voice they slowly asked, "What? What are you talking about?" Persephone then looked at Hades coldly. "Explain." Hades let out a sigh, as he started to explain with a small smile unexpectedly creeping up on his face. "You should have seen the boy." Hades started in a proud tone, a tone he didn't know even realize he was making. As Zeus said he was going to strike him down, he was brimming with fear, but even with that he looked at Zeus in the eyes and just said, "Do your fucking worst." "Ha ha ha ha, what a brave child." "More like foolish," Demeter scoffed. Persephone and Medea just looked at each other and grinned. Back at camp. Annabeth was seen on the ground of Lucian's basement. She was rolling laughing with tears in her eyes. "Hee hee 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 hee, you got spanked. I swear to the very gods themselves, Annabeth, if you don't stop laughing I'm stopping this whole operation," Lucian growled with his eyebrows twitching. Annabeth started to softly apologize while wiping the tears from the corner of her eyes. Sorry, but how do you expect me to react upon hearing that you got your cute little butt smacked around by your dad, out of all people? Just give me your freaking blood already, so we can get this over with." Lucian grumbled. Annabeth nodded her with and went towards a bowl where she proceeded to cut her wrist over it. Lucian did the same in another bowl before he started recreating the ritual he did the previous year. As he was done he grabbed Annabeth's bowl of blood and started writing symbols in ancient Greek with them. The symbols made the target of the ritual be towards Annabeth's blood. When he was done Lucian sat in a circle, and as he did Annabeth looked at him with confusion. I thought I would be the one performing the ritual. Lucian just shook his head, we're using my intuition to do it, it wouldn't really work if it did it. Annabeth nodded in understanding, which then Lucian motioned her to back away a little, which Annabeth did as instructed. Lucian grabbed a bit of her blood from the bowl and ran it down his forehead before he started chanting in ancient Greek. Nu sigma kappa tau beta alpha theta iota kappa alpha phi theta alpha lambda mu omicron sigma alpha phi epsilon sigma iota, pi iota gamma gamma nu epsilon tau alpha iota nu rho gamma epsilon iota alpha, beta lambda pi omega nu phi alpha nu epsilon tau alpha iota. Epsilon rho sigma kappa omega nu tau epsilon theta epsilon alpha delta omicron tau omicron alpha tau omicron mu pi rho omicron sigma theta epsilon nu alpha tau omicron. Amidst deep shadows and visions clear, intuition grows, the seer draws near. Unveiling the blood straight pathways ahead. Compared to his previous ritual, this one went a little different. Lucian didn't grow a third eye or go crazy, his black eyes turned red before glowing bright, almost a little too bright, like headlights from a car. Lucian's hands then started to move across the notebook rapidly and Annabeth saw the first words written down. Sequence 9, Librarian. Third person's POV. Annabeth muttered through all three of the sequences presented to her, librarian, architectural engineer, and historian. After Lucian finished the ritual, he let out a sigh of relief. This time it's more manageable. What do you mean? Annabeth asked, studying the book. Last time I did this, I had a splitting headache that lasted me a month. No matter what potion, ambrosia, or nectar I consumed, it just wouldn't go away. Really? But I don't remember seeing you in pain, Annabeth said, looking at him with worry. I kept it hidden. I didn't want people asking questions and whatnot. Lucian waved her off. Annabeth set the book aside and went to hug Lucian, closing her eyes and leaning on his chest. What are you doing? Expressing my gratitude. She muttered with gratitude. Lucian looked at her in amusement and patted her head. Come on, let's get to making your potion. I need to make mine as well. Annabeth, still hugging Lucian, looked up at him in surprise. You already finished digesting it? I thought it would have taken longer. Well, it was already halfway digested, and I was performing the acting methods in front of the gods, so that definitely contributed greatly. Not to mention, I've been studying it for a year. Annabeth nodded in understanding. Anyways, we'll need the ingredients. The two main ingredients are Chimera's venomous tail and a Pegasus feather. As for the supplementary ingredients, we will need manticore quill, satyr music, empty book ashes, and 5 lapis lazuli, Lucian recited. I can understand some of the ingredients, but what I don't understand is the Chimera's venomous tail for a librarian ingredient, Annabeth said in confusion, hoping Lucian would explain, as he had the most knowledge when it came to potions. Poisons are said to be able to boost a person's cognitive ability, Lucian explained. I already have a few tails, so we've got that covered. There should be feathers in the big house attic, although it might take a while to find. I have the poison darts from the manticore as well, so I can turn one into a quill quickly. We can get Grover to play the flute for the satyr music. I have a few empty books in case I run out of room, and I can easily gather lapis lazuli from the ground. It's all set. Oh, and I'm going to need a lotus for my own potion. You should be able to find them near the lake. If not, please ask one of the dryads, they should be able to help, Lucian added. Annabeth nodded seriously. Wait, how am I going to collect the satyr's music? Lucian reached into his shadow and pulled out a brown bag, handing it to her. I made this while studying magic and looking at some of the items I was going to need. It's enchanted to collect items that are difficult, if not impossible, to collect. Like the bag of wind from Odysseus' story, the one that was able to contain strong winds. Annabeth asked. Lucian nodded. Exactly. Annabeth nodded before going on her tiptoes and kissing Lucian before skipping out. Lucian stood frozen for a bit before letting out a sigh and gathering all the pieces he needed. After nearly an hour, Annabeth appeared, letting out a sigh. How was that feather harder to find than anything else? Lucian looked at her in amusement. Want to make it yourself? I'll guide you. Really? Annabeth asked excitedly. Lucian nodded, and they began. Annabeth stood before the pot, gaining a serious expression. She reached out her hand. Chimera's tail. Lucian handed it to her, and she started mixing it until it slowly turned into a purple liquid. One by one, Lucian handed her the ingredients as she mixed and created the potion. As she was mixing, she opened the bag. Almost like it was attracted to it, the sound of music from Grover's flute started going towards the bubbling potion, causing it to grow calmer and calmer until it stopped. As it stopped, Lucian was almost sure he could hear the sound of pages being turned rapidly. Annabeth then put it in a vial. It was a bright blue liquid with white dots swirling around it. So, do I just drink it? Lucian nodded. Annabeth took a deep breath before chugging the potion. As she finished, the vial slipped from her hands. Annabeth started gritting her teeth as she held her head in pain. She let out small grunting noises until she stopped and started breathing heavily. By the gods, does that hurt? It felt like my brain was being opened. After she managed to calm down, Lucian asked, so, what abilities did you gain? Let's see. Annabeth muttered. Well, for one, I think I'm going to have to create my very own library. I obtained knowledge absorption, the power to instantly absorb the knowledge contained within any book by touch. Language comprehension, understanding and speaking any language written in the books within my library. Warding, capable of creating wards that are normally used towards a library. Enhanced wisdom, not much to say about that. Knowledge sharing, able to transfer knowledge I absorbed through a book to whomever I want. Annabeth then started to ponder, do you think I would be able to create a library within the camp? That should help me with the acting method rather quickly. A part of my ability depends on me having my own library. We could make it like a project, instead of just known as a cabin where the library is located. It would be better if it were known as an independent building, with the library ultimately belonging to me. I could get the others in the cabin to help and make it seem like it's something we all share, but it's really mine. It should be rather simple to convince all of them. You're spiraling, Lucian said, snapping Annabeth out of her muttering. Huh. Oh, right, sorry, she said, blushing. Let me make my own potion so I can help you build the library. After all, I'm turning into an artisan, and it should assist me in digesting the potion. Speaking of which, did you digest any bit of it? Annabeth shook her head. Although I spent a lot of time in the library, I've never acted as a librarian. Lucian nodded in understanding before he started working on his own potion. Alright, for my potion, I'll need a Cyclops eyeball and Stygian iron dust as the two main ingredients. Annabeth grabbed the eyeball from the shelves and handed it to Lucian. Where's the dust? It should be that black powder on the table. I just finished scraping some off my scythe. As Annabeth handed it to him, she asked, won't it damage it? It's blood-bonded. Blood-bonded weapons heal over time as long as the person they're connected to doesn't die unexpectedly. Lucian then started mixing them together before adding the supplementary ingredients, a drop of lotus extract, nymph's whispers, impausa shadow essences, and golden apple peel. Where did you get the nymph's whispers? Annabeth asked curiously. Remember during my fight on top of the hill with the monsters? One of the monsters was a cloud nymph. After killing them, I turned them into my shadows, so I was able to capture one of their whispers. After Lucian finished, he put the potion in a vial and aimed the blood-red and orange vial towards Annabeth with a smirk. Bottoms up. He chugged it, and as it went down his throat, Lucian almost screamed but held it in. It felt like his blood was boiling and he was being beaten with a hammer repeatedly. Lucian's shirt clung to his skin due to how sweaty he became. As he let out a sigh, white steam left his mouth. Why was it so spicy? Lucian teasingly muttered to himself. So, what abilities did you get? Annabeth asked excitedly. Well, first, some things were strengthened, like my ability to control my fire. Lucian brought his hands together, and black flames slowly appeared in the middle of his squished hands. Lucian pulled his hands apart, the fire sticking to his hands before he started moving them slowly and softly, rotating them in a circle, creating a ball of fire. He held the ball of fire with one hand while crowning it with his other. The ball of fire slowly started to turn into an arrow as Lucian extended his arm while twisting his wrist to the side. With his other hand, Lucian pulled back the backside of the arrow. My endurance and durability also increased, so that's nice. Not to mention, my spatial awareness was also strengthened. Now for the abilities I possess. Artisanal alchemy, blend artistic talents with alchemical knowledge, creating potions, elixirs, or materials with extraordinary properties. Sigil crafting, create personalized symbols and sigils representing specific intentions or magical effects. These sigils can be inscribed onto weapons, armor, talismans, or amulets, and used within magical circles to manifest desired outcomes or protect against supernatural threats. Enhanced precision, possess an innate sense of precision and accuracy, allowing me to craft intricate details with ease. I now have steady hands and sharp focus, enabling me to create flawless designs and perfectly balanced structures. Master Crafter, my ability to craft has improved significantly. It comes more naturally to me now compared to before. I have become exceptionally skilled. If my previous blacksmithing was average or pretty good, now it's as if I was born from the god of blacksmithing himself. Third person's POV. Lucian sat in his room on his bed and let out an exhausted sigh, reflecting on the chaotic events of the day. What a hectic day, the battle with the god, the trick I pulled at the garden, coming back here making the potion, getting summoned by the gods, getting struck by lightning. I met my father, punched my father, got beaten by my father, coming here again, doing the ritual and potion thing with Annabeth, until we decided to call it a day since it was getting dark and we were tired. It's crazy to think all of this happened in a day. As Lucian let out another sigh, he muttered, well, there's no rest for the wicked. Lucian reached into his shadow, pulling out a golden drachma. He then began performing a ritual, flipping the coin repeatedly. What I'm about to do won't put me in danger, he muttered, repeating the action 50 times in a row. At the 50th flip, as the coin landed on his palm and he flipped it over to his other hand, he let out a sigh upon seeing the head symbol. That was the 50th heads in a row, and even my intuition is telling me it'll all be alright, this better be worth it, I need answers after all. Lucian conjured a normal ball of fire with his magic, different from his black flames, and threw 3 offerings towards the flames. Master of Fates, the Moirais, I would like to meet, he said, then downed a sleeping potion. Lucian started rapidly blinking and adjusting his vision while shaking his head to get himself more oriented. As he looked around, he first thought he appeared in a storage closet of a seamstress due to the scattered strings and balls of yarn. Then, he noticed the 3 sisters he met on Olympus sitting upright around a table, drinking tea and eating cookies like noble ladies. Lucian narrowed his eyes suspiciously at them. Suspicious. He then let out a sigh as he rubbed the ridge of his nose. Forgive me for being rude and asking this so suddenly. Normally, Lucian wouldn't act like this, but after his encounter with Zeus, he decided it would be best to remain respectful to a certain extent towards the gods, especially those that could decide his fate. But what is your problem with me? I wasn't even thinking about contacting you guys to talk or anything like that, but the winking, waving, blowing me a freaking kiss, let's just say containing my curiosity isn't my best trait. Oh, and let's not forget the whole fact that you kept my mother alive for 3,000 years just to give birth to me, schmuck. Lucian glared at them, examining their reactions closely. Though he tried to be respectful at first, he couldn't fully do it not towards them. Lucian noticed Clotho flinch slightly at the mention of his mother. So I was right. I threw that bone in to see if they would take it. If I didn't see a reaction, I would have assumed I was wrong or that they were very good at controlling their emotions. I'm glad to see there's a weak link among them. I had my suspicions after all. Atropos and Lachesis looked at Clotho, causing her to look away, embarrassed. I'm sorry. She cried to them telepathically, I can't lie to him and keep it together, especially not when he's right in front of us. Atropos just raised a hand towards Lucian. First, we've been expecting your arrival, we knew our actions would have gotten your attention, which is why we did it in the first place. Atropos then waved her hand conjuring a seat, please have a seat. Lucian looked at them suspiciously once again before carefully taking the seat. Lachesis held a kettle towards him, T? She asked, to which Lucian just shook his head. Well, you wanted my attention. Now you have it. Talk. Lucian knew he shouldn't be speaking like that, but he really couldn't help it. It's true. We had your mother live a very long life. It is also true that we planned your birth, but this was the most favorable outcome. We have seen multiple possible futures, different destinies where you were born under a different mother, a mother from a different time in history. In some cases, you were born from a different father, in some cases it was your mother that was the goddess that gave birth to you. But they all turned out to be weak. The you then didn't have the same potential or will to become a god like you do. They would have turned out to be regular demigods that would either die early or live a regular mortal life. Wait, slow down, Lucian interrupted Atropos. Let me first digest the information. I have so many more questions just from what you told me. Lucian immediately started to ponder what he heard. So my birth was set up by the fates. Okay, wait, that sounds stupid. All births are, but they particularly chose this life for me. Just this piece of information has confirmed some things for me, like for example, I'll succeed, more like I have a better chance of success towards becoming a god and all that. Lucian inwardly grinned as he thought about that, but that grin turned into a frown. Wait, does that mean my goals, my plan to become a primordial and all that wasn't my own plan, this was not something I chose to pursue but a thing they gave towards me, are my goals really not mine? Let me stop you there, Atropos said. Lucian thought Atropos and the others were reading his thoughts until Atropos continued. We aren't reading your mind, your expression gives you away, especially since we've been watching you for a long time. Your thoughts, your goals, your aspirations, all of those things belong solely to you, it was just that your goals matched with what we wanted. So you weren't manipulated into thinking or believing anything. Lachesis then intervened. She's right, so please believe us when we say we didn't manipulate you. Seeing how serious and sincere they sound, Lucian nodded. But wait, something doesn't make sense. Why do all this? Why would you want me to turn into a god? Why go through all of this effort just so I can be born? What is it that you guys achieve by doing so? Clotho looked towards the side when she heard that and blushed slightly, unable to look at Lucian. Lachesis looked down, holding her teacup, fiddling with her thumbs, pretending to not be paying attention. Atropos' eyelid twitched seeing this. They really planned on leaving everything to me, don't they? I'll get them back for this, you spineless cowards. Atropos looked directly towards Lucian's eyes, her own cheeks couldn't help but gain a slight blush. Lucian looked at all three weirdly and with even more suspicion than ever before. Well, you see, we were looking for the perfect husband candidate, and you just so happened to check all the boxes we were searching for. Third person's POV. Okay, wait, Lucian said, trying to calm himself down. So you're telling me this was all because you guys were horny, he said with a bit of anger in his tone. All three blushed slightly before they shook their heads. No, we've been alive since close to the beginning of time. Do you have any idea how lonely it is to be alive for so long and not have any idea what male companionship is like? Atropos said, looking ashamed to admit it. Aren't there 3 virgin goddesses? Why couldn't you be like them? Lucian asked, looking confused. They slightly scoffed. Oh please, Athena barely counts as a virgin goddess. Although her children weren't conceived normally, they still came to be by a man and a woman, Lachesis said, shaking her head. Artemis at some point had a very close relationship with Orion. She came very close to breaking her vow if it wasn't for her brother and Zeus. So even though she didn't do it, she still had a glimpse of what a man's touch is like, Clotho said. And Hestia? Well, she's just different. She doesn't need male companionship, she has the warmth of her sacred flames to keep her warm. Her divinity of family is more than enough for her, which is something we don't have, Atropos stated with a sigh. Lucian's eyebrow twitched upon hearing that. You guys are Greek, aren't you? Why don't you just find a god or something to do it? You guys are beautiful, no doubt. No matter how much I dislike you, even I can tell that much. I highly doubt you would have any sort of problem finding male companionships. The 3 initially looked pleased with themselves. It wasn't every day they were called beautiful, and who didn't like to be called beautiful? But upon hearing the next part, they let out a sigh. That's the problem, we're not looking for just pleasure. If we were, we wouldn't have kept up our disguises, we would have just gone out and grabbed the closest pretty boy god and been done with it. Disguises? Lucian asked, looking at them with confusion. Atropos snapped her fingers, and the three of them turned into decrepit old ladies, appearing as if they already had one foot in the grave, before she quickly snapped her fingers again, changing them back to their normal appearance. Those were disguises. Lachesis let out a scoff while crossing her arms. Have you seen who our father is? Ah. Lucian said, gaining a look of understanding. And if we did undo them, everyone would have just been looking at us with lust, which is a disgusting feeling, Clotho said with an upset look. Atropos then smiled toward Lucian. This is one of the reasons why your mother was the one we most approved of to give birth to you. We knew due to her past she would raise a respectful young man. Not once since you arrived here have you looked at any of us with a lustful gaze. Lucian just gave them a deadpan expression. Well, for one, I'm 10, and 2, forgive me for not feeling any lustful feelings towards the people that made my mother live a long life of loneliness and solitude, he said sarcastically toward the end. Atropos shook her head with a weary smile. You underestimate the Greeks, especially Greek demigods. As for the second matter, we truly are sorry for what we did to your mother, Clotho said apologetically. We just assumed she would be okay living a long life. It was a type of immortality, something a lot of mortals searched for and longed for, Lachesis said with an apologetic expression. They all looked toward Lucian and bowed their heads slightly. We're sorry for what we did to your mother. Lucian looked at them in disbelief. They're apologizing. Gods are apologizing, this is it, I think I've seen it all now. It's not me you should be apologizing to, it's my mother. If she, by some chance, forgives you, then we can see where we could take it from there, Lucian said, looking at them with a serious expression. Clotho then looked like she remembered something. We decided to give you something to make up for it too. I'm sure you already noticed it. Lucian just looked at her in confusion. Lachesis then puffed her chest with pride. Don't go taking the credit, it was my idea to begin with. Okay, just what are you guys talking about? Lucian asked, looking at all three of them. We tied the red string of fate with you and one of the virgin goddesses, making it so you two are destined to be lovers. It was a gift to show our remorse, although we know it wouldn't make up for the life of your mother, we thought it was a nice start, Clotho said, rather pleased, until she felt Lucian's power slightly rising. She was surprised to see Lucian's eyes slowly turn red while looking at her with an emotionless expression. I thought you said you weren't manipulating my feelings or thoughts, so what's this then? So, that was what I was experiencing towards Artemis. Atropos intervened, your thoughts in the matter are still your own. The red string only increases the chances of you two getting together and appearing much more likable towards each other. You two are still able to reject each other and fall out of love. There have been many cases of destined ones not being together and separating. It is ultimately up to you how you want to pursue the matter. If you want to pursue Artemis, it would be much easier for you now, but you will still face some challenges. Send me back, Lucian said with a tired and cold expression. I've heard enough for today. I need time to myself to think over some matters. The three of them looked towards each other and let out a sigh of reluctance before nodding their heads. They smiled softly towards him. It was nice to finally meet you. And with that, they snapped their fingers. Lucian sat up in his bed, took a deep breath, and let out a sigh while rubbing his face. Just what is my life at this point, he muttered before looking out the window. He saw that it was still dark outside and decided to think about the matter more in the morning. It took Lucian a few minutes until his eyes started getting heavier, and he fell asleep. When he awoke, he looked confused. He glanced around and realized he was in the middle of a desert. Lucian felt the golden sand under his toes, looked around, and became puzzled. The sand then started moving and twirling around on the ground, slowly forming a face made entirely out of sand. Ha ha ha, the sand laughed. It's nice to see it worked. I thought it was going to be difficult meeting you. Oh, how I've been expecting this meeting. Almost immediately, Lucian understood who that was. He didn't know how he knew, but he just did. He looked at the face wearily. Kronos, he called out. Or should I call you grandfather? Third person's POV. The face in the sand chuckled upon hearing that. Who would have thought I would ever hear the day someone would call me their grandfather? You can call me whatever pleases you. Lucian looked at the face for a moment. So, what do you want, Kronos? The face chuckled again, finding Lucian amusing. You and I are the same, you know. I can sense it. There's a strong dislike towards the gods deep within you. Lucian continued to look down. How long do you think you'll last? Kronos asked, smiling. What? How long do you think the gods will keep you alive? They aren't fools, you know. They recognize your potential. How long until they grow fearful of that potential and send for your execution? Seeing that Lucian wasn't answering, Kronos continued, so, why don't we work together? Let us strike first. By combining our power, we could become unstoppable. Lucian looked around. Does this place have a mirror? He asked Kronos. Kronos looked at Lucian in confusion. What? I'm trying to see how foolish I look to you, that you think I can be so easily manipulated. Is it my age that's doing it? Kronos' expression contorted into anger, but he held himself back. Do you think I'm lying to you, boy? The gods won't just sit still and watch you grow stronger. You don't think I don't know that? I'm already aware, Lucian said, looking at Kronos with a raised eyebrow. The sand face scoffed. And do you truly believe you'll have a chance to survive? How arrogant do you have to be? That hubris of yours will be the death of you. You are underestimating the gods. Lucian raised a finger. First, it's not arrogance, it's confidence. I believe in my abilities to survive, now more than ever. Second, you're absolutely right, I've been underestimating them, but I've had my reality check, so I now know I have to be more careful. You are a foolish child. By working together, you have a better chance of survival. You're just a demigod, too weak. But I am not. With me by your side, we can eliminate them. I'll give it to him, he sure knows how to take opportunities when he sees them. If I were someone else and just saw the fates and learned what I just learned, he would have definitely been able to convince me, Lucian thought. Lucian smirked and taunted, if I'm so weak and you're so powerful, how come we need to work together? That great, all-powerful Kronos, the titan of time, evil, and harvest, couldn't possibly need the help of someone as weak as I, could he? The entire area started to shake, and Kronos' sandy face continued to turn angrier, nearing rage. I'm only weak now because I'm separated into multiple pieces, but once I'm whole again, I'll be strong enough to deal with all the gods, reclaim my throne, and usher in a golden age once more. You can even become my right hand. I could offer you strength, immortality, riches, or women if that's what you prefer. I'll give you this, you sure are persistent. But let me ask you this, why should I believe the words of a loser? You were once defeated by the very gods you claim are weaker than you. If you were beaten to this miserable state, needing a mortal's help, what makes you think I would want to team up with you? You're right about one thing, I might be a fool, but an idiot I am not. Mark my words, boy. When I'm whole again you will be the first one I kill. I know now it was foolish of me to try and help you. Kronos was seething with anger, he wanted to yell more obscenities, but he held himself back. He knew he had to think about the future more than his feelings or angry emotions. I will forgive your impudent words just this once, boy. Kronos said. You are still a child, it seems. I will return when you're older and more mature. Yeah, you just said you were going to kill me. Is he stupid or something? Lucian thought, watching Kronos' face sink into the sand, disappearing. Lucian woke up and looked around, letting out a sigh of relief when he realized it was still nighttime and he could get some more rest. With that, Lucian closed his eyes and fell asleep. Lucian wasn't the only one receiving visits during his sleep. Luke looked around in confusion when he found himself in a golden desert. The sand beneath him started to shift, forming the shape of a face. It looks like it worked, the face said. Boy, how would you feel about you and I working together? Luke looked at the face in confusion. The face in the sand smirked. You and I are one and the same in our dislikes towards the gods. The next day. Lucian and Annabeth discussed their plans. Afterward, Annabeth rushed towards Chiron, while Lucian made his way towards Hestia. "Hey, Auntie," Lucian said, sitting next to the little girl. Hestia chuckled. "It never fails to amuse me how easily you call me Auntie. So, nephew, what do you need? What makes you think I need something? What if I just want to spend my day with my favorite aunt in the whole wide world?" Lucian teased. Hestia gave him a relieved look, not losing her amusement. Lucian scratched his cheeks and looked to the side. "Okay, maybe I do need something," he muttered awkwardly. Hestia shook her head at Lucian's antics. "Tell me what you need, this auntie of yours will try to see if I can be of any help," she said teasingly. "I need your blessing." Hestia's expression turned serious. Receiving the blessing of a god is a serious matter. "For what reason could you possibly need one?" Lucian nodded, understanding the gravity of his request. "It's not for me." "Then who is it for?" "For everyone here." Hestia looked at Lucian in confusion. "Please elaborate." Lucian gestured toward the Hermes cabin. "Tell me, when you look at them, what do you see? Where are you going with this?" Hestia asked, studying Lucian's expression. "I'll tell you what I see. I see a bunch of kids who feel out of place or like they don't belong. When I look at them, I want to help them. I am destined to remain an outcast, but not them, they don't deserve that. So, I'm thinking about building them a grand place, a place where they don't feel thrown to the side or discarded. A place where children of gods without cabins and unclaimed children who don't know their parents can feel at home." As Lucian mentioned the word home, he looked toward Hestia. "And to build a place like that, I need someone's blessing. I need someone to bless the place to give it a feeling of home. Though it might not fix or completely heal the loneliness they feel, it would at least lessen it to a degree." Hestia smiled softly and reached out to gently caress Lucian's cheek. "You are a very kind child, Lucian. Even if you like to portray yourself as someone psychotic and demented, there's deep kindness hidden within you." Lucian blushed at being touched and caressed so gently. As Hestia continued, he looked at her with a hurt expression at being called demented. "That is a very noble thing you're trying to do, Lucian. I would be honored to help you in your endeavors, but would that even be allowed?" "Annabeth is currently getting permission as we speak," Lucian explained. Hestia nodded. "I see. If she gets permission, you have my support." "Thank you, Auntie," Lucian replied with a grateful look and a teasing smirk. Hestia chuckled and pinched Lucian's cheek. "Anything for this adorable nephew of mine," she teased, causing Lucian to blush again. After a few minutes of bantering between them, Annabeth appeared with a smile and 2 thumbs up in the air. Third person's POV. Annabeth came with 2 thumbs up. "We received the okay, although it really took a lot of convincing. But after I showed them the benefits of it, they reluctantly agreed. When I say they, I mean Chiron. Mr. D couldn't care any less, so I'll take that as a yes." "Nice," Lucian said as they both fist bumped. "I'll go and get some of the Athena cabin members to see if they would be interested in helping me come up with a blueprint," Annabeth said. Lucian nodded. "And I'll go to Hephaestus' cabin to see if they're interested in helping me build it." Hestia sat there with a smile while looking at the two of them. Out of the corner of her eye, she saw Luke and Talia approaching. "What are you two planning now?" Luke teased. Talia gave them a teasing smirk. "Whenever you two get together and look this happy, we just know you're planning something outrageous. Plus, ever since we got back from the quest, you two have been sneaking off somewhere." Lucian scoffed before smiling. "Guilty as charged, and we are planning something. Actually, Luke, we could use your help." Luke pointed at himself, taken aback as he didn't expect Lucian, of all people, to ask for help. "No, I'm talking to a ghost behind you, also named Luke. Since I'm the son of Hades, I'm the only one that can see him," Lucian said with a straight face. Talia, Annabeth, and even Hestia started chuckling, causing Luke to grow embarrassed. "So what do you need?" he asked, trying to change the subject. "I need you to do a survey," Lucian said with a smile. "Huh?" Even Talia looked confused before Lucian and Annabeth explained what they were planning. Their eyes widened alongside their smiles. I see, so you need me to see what the others would like in their new building since it's going to be for them, Luke nodded. Who knew you had it in you to be so kind? An apocalypse must be approaching, Talia teased. Lucian just looked at her with a plain look before raising his middle finger at her. Lucian. Hestia reprimanded. Lucian looked to the side with a pout for being reprimanded and put down his finger. The others giggled before Talia then asked, so what can I do to help? Go with Annabeth and help with the interior design, since I just recently found out you're pretty good at that, Lucian replied. Talia rolled her eyes. You're still on that? She asked. Lucian replied with a yup and started walking towards the Hephaestus cabin. So who's interested in helping me with a big project? Lucian exclaimed as he walked in like he owned the place. Yo Lucian, what fun ideas have you planned now? Someone near the entrance asked. What followed was other greetings, high fives, and pats on the back. Charles Beckendorf, who was 12 years old, among the blacksmiths with a wrench resting on his shoulder, looked at Lucian with a grin. So what's this big project you're planning? Have you guys ever thought about building a dorm house before? Lucian said, rubbing his hands with a villainous look in his eyes. They looked at Lucian with amusement as some continued working while listening to hear what he was planning. Seeing their interested looks, Lucian inwardly smirked. Gotcha. One thing I learned after hanging out with them, once you get them interested, they're as good as hooked. Lucian then smiled and rubbed the back of his head, rather embarrassed. Well, I wanted to do something nice. I'm sure some of you noticed that some of the newcomers, as well as some of the older ones, feel out of place when being put in the Hermes cabin. So, my brilliance once again shined and I thought about building them a place. It will have Lady Hestia's blessings of a home. So what do you think? You've all built gadgets and weapons before, but never a building. Some started to ponder the idea and others mumbled, thinking about it. Oh, did I also mention that Athena's cabin is building a huge library? One of them scoffed jokingly, what, you're planning on helping them build a library but not planning on building us a forge? Wait, that's actually a good idea, Lucian said, putting a hand on his chin and walking back and forth. What if we build something for all the cabins, like the Apollo cabin gets a hospital, the Demeter cabin a greenhouse, the Ares cabin a coliseum or something like that, and Aphrodite's cabin a beauty salon or something? Why don't we just remake the entire camp then, upgrade it or something? Charles said, hearing all of Lucian's ideas. Everyone stopped what they were doing and slowly turned towards Charles, their eyes widened at what Charles had just implied. He started getting nervous seeing everyone looking at him. If you guys don't like it, you can just say so. No need for the intense staring contest. Lucian simply disappeared into his shadow. Was my idea that bad? Charles muttered with a puzzled look. Lucian appeared from Annabeth's shadow, scaring the others and causing them to let out a yell. Annabeth looked at Lucian and asked, what's wrong? Let's remake the camp, Lucian said in a serious tone. What? Annabeth asked, surprised. The others who came out of their shock looked at Lucian in confusion. The Hephaestus cabin gave me the idea. Since we're going to be building something, let's build something for everyone. We can build the Hephaestus cabin a forge. Lucian repeated what he had said and discussed earlier. Are you crazy? One of them asked, surprised. A little bit, Lucian said, pinching his fingers. But to remake the entire camp, it seems like such an outlandish idea. The gods won't like it, Annabeth said with a serious expression. There's a reason the camp has stayed like this for so long. Due to modernization, there aren't many places that resemble ancient Greece anymore. We were already pushing it with the library and the dorm. Then that could be our theme, Lucian said. Instantly, Annabeth understood where Lucian was going with it. I see. All the buildings we build and make can be centered around ancient Greece. It could be a gift to the gods so as not to incur their anger. We'll make this place a reminder of the place they once ruled. The others turned towards each other and started discussing the pros and cons of their ideas. We need a way to convince Chiron and Mr. D, Talia said. We'll protest, Lucian suggested. We can get the others on board with the idea. Since they would be getting benefits, they would most likely agree to join our protest. Plus, this is a gift to the gods. I'm sure Chiron wouldn't be too opposed to the idea, Annabeth added. Although they were both thinking that Annabeth and Lucian had a hidden agenda. Although I have to digest the librarian potion, this will help me advance quickly with architectural engineering once I do drink it. The gods are going to be the main recipients of my work. With this, my artisan potion should advance nicely. Both Annabeth and Lucian looked into each other's eyes at the same time and smirked as a cunning light flashed between them. Third person's POV. Lucian sat in Chiron's office with a slight pout, accompanied by Annabeth, Talia, and Luke, who looked somewhat embarrassed. Chiron held his forehead and let out a deep sigh. I expected this from Lucian, and perhaps a bit from Annabeth, but not from you two, Talia and Luke. As the older campers, you are supposed to set a great example for the others to follow. I can't believe you both joined in and became the main instigators of this protest. I must say, I'm impressed that you managed to convince everyone to follow your lead and march through the camp, holding up signs and shouting, "Renovation! Renovation! Camp Half-Blood needs renovation." Annabeth looked offended. What do you mean you expected this from me? Since when have I ever been a bad influence? Chiron gave Annabeth a serious look. Because Lucian is a major role model in your life. I'm sorry to say, but even I can tell you look up to him and follow his lead in everything he does. Lucian has a bit of a negative influence on you. Oi, old man, I'm right here, you know. And what do you mean, bad influence? I bring out the best in people, Lucian said confidently. That's not entirely true. Annabeth protested, looking at Talia and Luke for support. Right? Luke scratched his cheek. I mean, he isn't completely wrong. Talia muttered under her breath. Feeling betrayed by their responses, Annabeth sat back down and crossed her arms. Lucian smiled in Annabeth's direction. Ah, Annabeth, I didn't think you would think that highly of me. Lucian was abruptly cut off when Annabeth grabbed a small cushion and smacked him in the face with it. Shut it. Lucian retaliated by grabbing a nearby cushion and hitting Annabeth back, and soon both of them became quite aggressive. At one point, Annabeth ducked, causing Lucian to swing and accidentally hit Talia in the face, staining the cushion with her makeup. Lightning crackled in Talia's eyes as her hair became more spiky. She snatched Annabeth's cushion and started swinging wildly at Lucian. I'm sorry. Lucian yelled, jumping off the couch to dodge her attacks. Chiron held his forehead and let out another tired sigh. Enough, he said firmly, his voice filled with authority. Talia continued to glare at Lucian, who rubbed the back of his head in embarrassment. Sorry, he apologized. Now, as I was saying, Chiron stated firmly, what you all did is not okay, and it could get you into serious trouble. It might even anger the gods to the point of serious consequences. Chiron advised sternly. We're sorry, Luke, Talia, and Annabeth said, feeling ashamed for causing mayhem. Meanwhile, Lucian looked at Chiron with a raised eyebrow. I didn't hear a no. Actually, talking to you has given me an idea. We could upgrade the training and add new elements to it, Lucian said with a sly smirk. Chiron furrowed his brow slightly before nodding for Lucian to continue. Just imagine a whole obstacle course where campers can develop more awareness and sense of danger, alongside training their agility and reaction times. Imagine a maze or labyrinth that tests and helps improve critical thinking skills. Lucian's suggestions were like a devil's whisper in Chiron's ear, but what really sold it were Lucian's next words. These ideas could improve the campers to the point where it would reduce the death rate during their missions. Chiron began to ponder the idea, while Lucian inwardly smirked, already considering it a done deal. After some thought, Chiron nodded his head. I can see the long-term benefits of this. Very well, we'll go along with the renovations. But once again, I must warn you all for your safety. Be careful not to incur the gods' wrath. They aren't very forgiving when shown disrespect. They all nodded in understanding and agreement. Outside the big house, campers gathered, looking at the door with hopeful gazes, carrying signs as they awaited the verdict. Their eyes grew more expectant as the door finally opened. They watched as Lucian and the others emerged with initially somber expressions, which caused some disappointment among the crowd. However, those who knew Lucian well enough understood not to take his initial reaction at face value. Lucian then spun around and threw 2 thumbs up. "We have some building plans to make, people. We're renovating the camp." Their disappointed expressions instantly brightened as they began to cheer, throwing their signs into the air in celebration. "You have 3 seconds to shut up or I forbid all of you from doing whatever you're planning," Dionysus said, looking at them with annoyance. They immediately fell silent, though their expressions remained as cheerful as ever. They moved away from the big house so as not to disturb Mr. D. "It'll take a while to plan everything. We'll need to measure up the land, decide how tall we want everything to be, gather the building materials, and much more," Charles said, his hand on his chin, tapping his finger in thought. Lucian, alongside the Hephaestus and Athena cabins, started making the blueprints for everything. They went around the camp, took note of everything, and began planning meticulously. From the design to the measurements, to what each building would receive, even the Aphrodite cabin joined in and helped with the interior and exterior designs. Making everything look pretty and nice was their specialty. All their planning alone took more than a week. Gathering and preparing all the materials took an entire month. By this point, camp had come to an end, and some campers left after the summer, which slightly reduced their workforce. However, Lucian and the rest didn't seem bothered by that much. Another month later. Lucian was hammering away on top of a building, wearing overalls with no shirt and a black construction hat, nails hanging from his lips, until he heard a cry. Get it off, get it off, get it off." Lucian looked towards where the sound was coming from and saw Annabeth run out from her cabin, screaming and running around, frantically ruffling through her hair. Amused, Lucian took the nails out of his mouth and disappeared from the construction site with the help of Hephaestus' cabin. He reappeared behind Annabeth and reached into her hair, pulling out a toy spider. "Here, look, it's just a toy spider." "No need to be scared," Lucian reassured her. Upon seeing it was a toy, although still nervous, Annabeth's anger overpowered her fear as she immediately knew who was responsible. Travis and Connor stole. "I'll have your heads." They heard snickering near one of the trees, causing Annabeth to snap her head towards their direction. She grabbed her knife from her side and flung it towards them, hitting the tree perfectly between the 2 brothers of Hermes. Their faces paled upon seeing the knife and Annabeth's angered expression. "We might have messed up, don't you think?" Travis said to Connor. "A little bit," Connor replied. They watched as the knife disappeared and reappeared by Annabeth's side. "Run," Connor suggested. Travis nodded, "Run." They both started running away, laughing loudly, while Annabeth chased them with a cruel look in her eyes. They let out a yelp as they saw Annabeth gaining on them. They maneuvered through the camp, eventually turning back and heading towards Lucian, seeking refuge behind him. "Lucian. Help us, she's so scary," they pleaded. Peeking from behind Lucian's back, they looked towards Annabeth. "Come on, don't be such a prude," Travis said. Yeah, it's all fun and games," Connor continued. "I'll show you fun and games when I shove my knife right up dash." "Annabeth," Lucian interrupted, stopping her from continuing. "Don't you dare defend them," Annabeth said, looking at the brothers with a murderous look. "Instead of killing them, why don't you prank them back?" "You're smart, I'm sure you'll get them 10 times worse than they got you," Lucian suggested. The 2 brothers looked at Lucian in betrayal. "Seriously, dude? Don't be giving her ideas, Annabeth is the crazy smart one. Who knows what she'll come up with?" Connor said. "Yeah, if she won't kill us, she'll torture us," Travis said, looking a bit frightened. Lucian then started walking away, waving his hand dismissively. "You made your bed, now lie in it," he said, disappearing with a poof of black smoke. "The betrayal, man," Connor muttered. Travis put a hand on Connor's shoulder. "Betrayal hurts not because it comes from your enemies, but from those you consider friends." Connor looked at his brother strangely, while Annabeth scoffed, "Getting poetical isn't going to save you, watch your backs," she said, gesturing ominously towards them, causing them to gulp. Third person's POV. It was the middle of February, and Lucian was wearing a black toga, but he wasn't the only one dressed this way around the camp. Every single camper was seen wearing a toga, each adorned with a laurel wreath on their heads. All the buildings in camp were covered in a tarp, making it impossible to view them. They had finished constructing and remodeling the buildings to fit the theme of ancient Greece. To celebrate the completion and the theme, they all decided to throw a party, wearing togas and laurel wreaths. Even campers who wouldn't normally be around decided to drop by and join the party since they were all invited as part of the project's inception. As Lucian finished tying the tarp on the last building, he heard two girls calling his name sadly. Lucian. Lucian turned to look because he didn't recognize the voice and saw two unfamiliar girls. He tilted his head in confusion since he had never met them before. Hello. The two girls appeared to be twins, each with long, curly brown hair and matching togas that suited them beautifully. Please, make Annabeth change us back. I know for a fact we're going to be taking pictures today. That's why she waited so long to get back at us back, they pleaded, tears in their eyes. Change you back. Wait, who are you guys? One of the girls pointed to herself and said with a quivering voice, I'm Travis. And I'm Connor, the other cried. And we're the Stoll brothers, they said in a girly voice, causing them to stop and look at each other before crying, we're the Stoll sisters. Ha 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 ha, Lucian laughed in their faces while pointing at them. Oh man, Annabeth got you guys good, Lucian said as he laughed. Why, thank you, Annabeth said with a big smile as she strolled elegantly wearing a grey toga that matched her eyes, while her blonde hair, that was usually tied in a ponytail, was loose. Image. So, is everything ready? Annabeth asked. Yup, we can begin any minute now when everyone is ready, Lucian informed them. Good, I want to get out of these clothes quickly, Talia appeared. She was wearing a black toga with black and gold accessories, a golden laurel, black eyeliner, and black lipstick, while wearing black sandals, showing her toes painted black like her fingernails. Her hair, which had grown longer through the months, reached the top of her shoulders. Image. Why? Lucian asked, looking at her with genuine confusion. I think you look very beautiful, Lucian said, shrugging his shoulders, not seeing the need for her to want to change. Talia started blushing as she immediately recognized Lucian was teasing her, and this time, unfortunately, he wasn't, which caused her to blush. Well, I'm getting a lot of looks. It feels weird, she muttered. Annabeth silently narrowed her eyes between Lucian and Talia. Lucian then looked at her with a weird look. It's normal to get looks like that. They are literally admiring you. Don't tell me this is your first time experiencing it. Talia looked a bit embarrassed, but before she could say anything, the Stoll sisters interrupted. That's fine and all, but we're still girls. Please, Lucian, get her to change us back. We can't be looking like this, they both pleaded. Lucian looked at Annabeth. How did you even do it? I actually got help from the Aphrodite cabin. Let's just say these two are very good at making enemies, Annabeth said, smirking toward the two girls. And what did they do to them? Almost recreated the Trojan War. The whole fruit, fairest of them all, scheme, Lucian nodded before looking at them with disappointment. Just what did I teach you guys? The Stolls looked down in disappointment as well. If we're going to create mischief, we mustn't get caught, they both said at the same time. And that's exactly what happened. You guys got caught. And what else did I say about it? The best part of the mischief is watching the chaos ensue from a safe distance, they both said in sync, still looking a bit disappointed. Lucian, both Talia and Annabeth reprimanded. So, it was you teaching them this? Annabeth asked with a hand on her hip. Lucian shrugged his shoulders. They asked to be taught the ways, and they asked me so sincerely. I wasn't going to turn them down. Lucian then looked towards the Stoll sisters. For failing to follow what I have instructed, you guys are unfortunately going to suffer the consequences. They let out more tears upon hearing that. No, we've been getting weird looks from guys. I hate it, Travis cried, who was the oldest of the two siblings and thus had a bigger figure in girl form. Connor consoled her sister while leading them away, knowing they weren't going to receive help from Lucian. By Tracy, by Cornelia, Lucian said in a teasing tone, which caused them to cry even harder. Anyways, I wanted to ask if you guys know what's going on with Luke. He's been acting weird lately, Talia said in a worried tone. I have a feeling I know what's going on. I was going to confront him after the party and see if he gets better. What's going on with Luke? Annabeth asked. For his sake, I can't talk about it, Lucian said. Is it dangerous? Talia asked, growing more worried. Obviously, if it wasn't, I would be able to talk about it, Lucian replied. Talia let out a tired sigh as she brushed her hair. Seriously, what is it with you boys and getting yourselves into dangerous situations where you can't talk about it? Lucian shrugged. It's a guy thing. Anyways, Lucian said, changing the subject, do you guys know when everyone will be ready? Talia shook her head. I'll go ask, she said, walking away. As Talia walked away, Annabeth grabbed Lucian and hurried toward his cabin, leading him down to his secret isolated room. Do you have feelings for her? Annabeth asked. What? Lucian said, confused. You weren't shy about calling her beautiful, so I wanted to know if you do. I'd much rather have her than the 3 old grannies you're supposed to be with, Annabeth said bitterly. You're still upset about the fates? Lucian asked, raising a brow. May I remind you, you had to physically hold me down so I wouldn't run off to Olympus to make a complaint about grooming? So you tell me if I'm still upset about it, Annabeth said angrily. I take it you're still pissed, then? Lucian said, feeling awkward. Annabeth wrapped her arms around Lucian and looked at him with tears in her eyes. Of course, I'm pissed. I thought it would just be you and me against the world. I really don't want to share you with anyone. I want you all to myself. A lot of dark thoughts go through my head when I think about the fates, but I'm powerless against them, she said, burying her head in his chest. Lucian gently rubbed Annabeth's hair, steeling himself before lifting her chin and kissing her on the lips, surprising her since she is normally the one initiating the kissing. As he backed away, he asked, better? No, she said before pulling him into another kiss. Now I am. So tell me, do you want her? If it's going to be 3 against 1, I would feel much more confident if I had Talia by my side, making it 3 against 2. I haven't even accepted the fates yet. Why are you speaking like I already have? I could very well reject them. Oh please, they're the fates. If they're as beautiful as you described, I doubt you would reject them. Not to mention you said they sounded like they really wanted your forgiveness, and when you do forgive them and grow closer, I doubt you'll say no to the prospect of having 3 sisters as wives. Before Lucian had a chance to respond to her statement and deny the accusations, Annabeth interrupted, stop trying to change the subject and tell me whether you like her or not. Lucian shrugged. I think she's beautiful, if that counts. Annabeth nodded before grabbing his hand and exiting the dungeon. I'll keep that in mind. Now let's go, we have a party to enjoy. Girls are so confusing, Lucian thought to himself, as he and Annabeth walked back outside. Third person's POV. Talia then appeared with Luke, who was wearing a sand-colored toga that matched his hair. We just asked everyone, and they all said they are ready to start, Luke said. Good, Lucian replied before looking towards Talia. I've been meaning to ask, why not wear a white toga? Isn't your dad going to get mad at you? You look like you're representing my dad more than him. Talia shrugged. I'm not going to wear white. It's just not my color. I already hate wearing the toga, I can only take so much. Lucian teased her with a smile. Well then, as the unofficial chancellor of the unofficial Hades cabin, I officially welcome you as one of us. Talia shook her head in amusement while rolling her eyes. Lucian then became serious as he explained, now let's have each cabin hold the respective string for the tarp of their corresponding cabins. We'll do the countdown, revealing all the buildings and throw a party. Everyone nodded in understanding and went to relay the information. So everyone went towards their corresponding building, and all the members of each cabin held a string. The Hermes cabin all held theirs and shouted, we're all set. The Hephaestus cabin, wearing mostly brown togas, gave their signal. We're okay on our end. The Aphrodite cabin, in light pink togas, including the boys, shouted, "Ready." The Ares cabin, in red togas, shouted, "We're good." The Apollo cabin, in bright yellow togas, also shouted their readiness. Athena's cabin, all wearing gray, shouted that they were ready as well. The Demeter cabin, in bright green togas, also shouted they were ready. People wearing different colors stood in front of the tarp building, holding 2 strings. They were originally placed in the Hermes cabin and didn't feel like they belonged. One string belonged to their cabin, which they were going to see for the first time, and the other belonged to the building they were getting alongside it. "We're ready on our end," they all shouted. Talia was holding 2 strings as well, one belonged to her own building while the other belonged to the one belonging to Hera. "I'm ready as I'll ever be." The Dionysus cabin, just 2 boys in purple-colored togas, said, "We're ready," in unison. Meanwhile, Lucian was holding 3 strings, one belonging to his cabin, another to Poseidon, and the last to Artemis. "I'm ready on my end as well," Lucian said. "On the count of 3, we'll all pull, ready." "Yes." They all said, resounding throughout the camp. "You can't possibly be thinking about leaving us out of such a reveal," a woman's voice interrupted. It was a voice Lucian recognized. At the entrance of the camp, Artemis appeared alongside her girls, surprising everyone. "Artemis," Lucian greeted, inwardly feeling weird seeing her now, knowing they were tied together. It was almost symbolic what Lucian was about to do next. He held the string of her building towards her, despite the awkwardness he was feeling. He smiled towards them. "What a surprise to see you guys here. We heard you were throwing a party and giving the gods a gift. I wanted to see for myself what it was, so we decided to drop by and see," Artemis explained her presence. "And it's Lady Artemis to you," Zoe added, walking just a step behind her. Lucian wiggled his fingers towards her. "Hey, Zoe." Zoe looked at him in disgust. "I still see you haven't changed a bit." Lucian held his chin and smirked. "Can't you tell? I'm definitely much more handsome now than I was 3 years ago." Zoe took the string from Lucian's hand. "Maybe I was wrong, you did change, your head has definitely gotten bigger." Lucian watched as each of the girls took a hold of the string while Artemis went up behind and joined Hestia, who was watching everything with a smile. Seeing they were done, Lucian shouted, "On the count of 3, we all pull." 1, they all began to shout. 2, they all said once more. And 3, they yelled before pulling the tarp. Underneath the tarps were the most beautifully crafted buildings anyone had ever seen. They were white and tall, made out of white marbles. Artemis and Hestia stood wide-eyed, observing the buildings, as it really did remind them of back in ancient times during the Greeks' Golden Age, where they were the most feared and most powerful. Each building had the name of the gods engraved on the top. Artemis looked around and read all of the names that were engraved. Zeus Observatory, Hera's Counselor's Office, Hephaestus Forge, Poseidon's Aquarium, Aphrodite's Spa, Ares Colosseum, Apollo's Medical Facilities, Demeter's Greenhouse, Athena's Library, Hermes Communication Hub, Dionysus Bar, Camp Half-Blood Dormitory Home, Camp Half-Blood Rest Place, Hades's Morning Palace, and Artemis's Nature Reservoir. Lucian turned towards Hestia. "All right, little auntie, your turn." Hestia rolled her eyes at being called little auntie and stepped forward, her expression growing serious. She walked towards the dormitory's home and placed her hand on the white walls. Her hair started to rise as her voice sounded like multiple voices at once. "I, Hestia, goddess of family, home, and the hearth, bless this place. I bless it to bring comfort and the warmth of a home to all its residents and occupants, so that they never feel unloved or unwanted." After Hestia finished her blessing, her hair fell back into place, and the building gained a slightly red-orange glow before disappearing. Thunderous clouds then started to surround the place, causing the wind to pick up. The clouds converged, forming the face of an old man Zeus, a figure Lucian recognized. As Zeus opened his mouth, he said, "We, the gods of Olympus, appreciate the gesture. It does bring forth a sense of nostalgia seeing them. So we all have decided to bless these gifts as well." All of the white buildings then started to gain a glow representing the god that blessed them. Even Lucian's building gained a faint black glow, surprising him and causing him to let out a faint smile. Lucian then closed his eyes and felt himself finally digest the artisan potion upon receiving all of the feedback from the gods. The things I learned about being an artisan are: patience is key, creating meaningful art takes time and persistence. After all, it took me months to create all of these. Joy in the process, embracing the joy of creating art, regardless of external validation or recognition. Even though it did take a while, I enjoyed myself nonetheless. It truly was fun. Attention to detail and planning, applying meticulous planning and foresight to anticipate outcomes and proactively address potential challenges. Thanks to planning what I was going to make and what I wanted to bring forth, I was able to avoid multiple problems that would have arisen if I hadn't planned to evoke a sense of nostalgia. Third person's POV. Image of every building. As the buildings finished glowing and receiving their blessings, Zeus' face started to dissipate along with the clouds, allowing the sunlight to shine upon them once again. The children of Apollo immediately sprang into action, rushing into their cabins. After a minute, music began to play, and they emerged, marching out and playing their instruments to set a festive mood. Lucian threw up 2 rock signs in the air and shouted, "Let's get this party started." Woo-woo. Everyone shouted in agreement. Food was brought out, and after offering their share towards the gods, they began to eat. Some started dancing together to the lively tunes played by the children of Apollo. Amidst the party, Artemis approached Lucian, "So this nature reservoir." Lucian didn't let her finish and quickly said, "Yup, built it for you. In case you encounter an endangered species of plants or animals in your adventures and want to preserve them, you can bring them here, and we'll take care of them for you." "I see." Artemis muttered, gaining a small blush before quickly composing herself to avoid anyone noticing. She gave Lucian a closed-eyes smile, "Thank you for your gift, I really appreciate it." It was Lucian's turn to blush slightly as he found the smile quite beautiful. "Yeah, sure, no problem," he said as he scratched his cheek. Zoe felt her middle finger twitch as she wanted to draw her bow and arrows and shoot Lucian for some reason. However, a look from Artemis was enough to stop her. She wanted to complain but decided it was best not to. One person watched their interactions with suspicion. Hestia narrowed her eyes slightly in their direction but didn't say anything. Interesting, very, very interesting." Meanwhile, Annabeth looked at them with gritted teeth. "What's up with you?" Talia asked, looking at Annabeth weirdly. "Nothing, don't worry about it," Annabeth said dismissively. Talia followed Annabeth's gaze towards Lucian and Artemis before looking back at Annabeth with increased curiosity. "Are you perhaps jealous?" Talia teased. Annabeth scoffed at the accusation, causing Talia to laugh. "She's literally a goddess who hates men, it's like her thing. This tree has a better chance to be with Lucian," Talia joked, tapping the tree she was leaning on. Annabeth rolled her eyes. "Except they're literally being sponsored by the goddess of fate, which means another god, so it's 4 against 1, it seems." "You wouldn't understand," Annabeth muttered. Talia shrugged. "You're right, I guess I wouldn't." "Sorry." Annabeth eyed her for a moment. "I think it's time I even the odds." "So, tell me, do you like him as well?" Annabeth asked, glancing at Talia. Talia looked puzzled. "I'm talking about Lucian, obviously." Talia looked lost. "Of course I don't." Annabeth smirked. "That's not the way I see it." "Then you're probably the only one because, for one, I'm 15 and Lucian is literally 10, Talia replied, confused by the conversation. "So it's just age you're worried about?" "We're Greek, age should barely be a concern, especially considering who your dad is," Annabeth casually remarked, until she heard Talia's cold response. "What?" This caused Annabeth to realize she might have said something insensitive. "Sorry. That didn't come out the way I wanted it to." Hearing the genuine remorse in Annabeth's voice, Talia decided to leave it be and let out a breath. "Seriously, what's going on with you?" Talia asked with concern. "I'm just curious, since you and Lucian seem to have very good chemistry whenever the two of you interact." Talia rolled her eyes. "If you're worried about me getting with Lucian, you have nothing to worry about," she said in a confident tone. "Oh, don't get me wrong. I really hope you do have something for Lucian. Huh. You were literally blushing and everything when Lucian called you beautiful. That's dash. Before Talia had a chance to retort, Lucian appeared carrying 2 plates of food. My ladies, Lucian said teasingly, offering them the plates. Due to the conversation they were just having and Lucian's actions, Talia gained a faint blush, but she shook her head slightly to make those thoughts disappear and took the plate while muttering a thanks. Annabeth looked at Talia with a smirk. Oh, shut up. Just then, children of Aphrodite appeared. Come and dance with us, Lucian. Lucian just spread his arms. Take me away, ladies. Which caused them to giggle and drag him away from Talia and Annabeth. Talia looked towards Annabeth's direction to see her reaction and saw her giggling at Lucian being dragged away as they laughed. Huh. You get jealous towards a woman that hates men, but to them you don't feel anything. Annabeth let out a sigh. It's Lucian's fault. He has a thing for older women, so I don't feel that threatened when he's with someone young. Luckily, we already kissed and I secured my place with him, but that doesn't mean I get to relax. Annabeth said this as Talia was taking a bite from her food, which caused her to start choking and coughing. From her shadow, a cup appeared wrapped around in a shadowy tendril. She snatched the cup and downed the juice, causing her to start breathing heavily. She looked towards Lucian, as he was the only one who could have handed her the drink. She saw him doing the Bully Maguire dance and winked at her, causing her cheeks to slightly redden before looking at Annabeth in shock. You two kissed. Annabeth puffed her chest with pride. Yup. Annabeth then pretended to look surprised and covered her mouth. Oh my, don't tell me, the mature, older 15-year-old still hasn't gotten her first kiss yet. Of course I haven't, I have other things to worry about than boys. She continued blushing. Annabeth just patted her shoulders. It's okay, you don't have to make up excuses, after all I'd be pretty embarrassed as well, I was the only one that hasn't gotten my first kiss. I'm not the only one, Luke hasn't had his first kiss as well, Talia said aggrieved. Annabeth looked at her with a straight face as she pointed towards the side. Confused Talia followed Annabeth's finger and stood frozen in shock. A girl around his age wearing a pink toga was grabbing Luke's face kissing him as he tried to desperately push her away. As he pushed her away Luke quickly wiped his lips looking embarrassed and blushing, as the woman threw her hands in the air, whoa. Talia had her mouth wide open, bullshit. She cursed. Annabeth patted her back sympathetically, as she finished eating. She then went and joined Lucian as they started dancing. Annabeth laughed and giggled as Lucian twirled her around which caused her toga twirl as well. Talia watched the scene in silence before turning to look towards Artemis and her group of girls and not say anything as well. It was then turning darker and as it did Lucian appeared before her, with a bow and a hand extended towards her. May I have this dance my lady? What are you doing? Talia asked in amusement. What does it look like? You seem bored and it's supposed to be a party. No one gets to feel bored when the great Lucian throws a party. Talia thought about but seeing Lucian's insistent expression and actions, she let out a sigh and smirk. You know what, whatever. Let's dance, she said as she took his hand. Third person's POV. As it grew dark, a wooden bonfire was being built in the center of all the camps. In the gathering darkness, it became the sole source of light, illuminating everything around. Children of Apollo played and danced with their whole bodies moving around the bonfire. Soon, others began grabbing partners and joining in. Lucian took Talia's hand as they danced merrily among everyone, laughing along with the others. The camp resonated with joy and laughter, even the usually grumpy Dionysus watched with a hidden smile from a quiet distance. Soon, partners started to switch. Annabeth and Talia paired up, enjoying themselves, while Lucian approached Hestia, who was sitting by a wooden log, smiling as she watched everyone having a good time. Well, Auntie, what are you waiting for? Let's go, Lucian said, pulling Hestia to dance with him. What? No, I can't dance. Hestia said, feeling a bit bashful. So what? Lucian replied, still smiling. The point of this is to enjoy ourselves and have a good time. Don't concern yourself with trivial matters. As Lucian pulled her onto the dance floor, Hestia continued to blush. Me embarrassing myself is not some trivial matter, she protested. My cute little auntie, no worries about that, just relax, Lucian teased. Don't call me cute, she pouted. Oh, I know, Lucian said, snapping his fingers. Just imagine the bonfire as the hearth and that you're performing a sacred dance ritual to it. Hestia let out a sigh and put her hands on her hips. Fine, you win. Just know I'm only doing this because you asked. Lucian smiled in response to that. Lucian watched as Hestia started to dance like she was performing a sacred dance, moving in her bare feet around the fire. Some of the campers even watched in wonder. The fire swayed as if following her movements. Go auntie, go, go auntie, Lucian sang out, causing Hestia to grow redder and more embarrassed. After completing a turn around the bonfire, Hestia approached Lucian and grabbed both of his cheeks before gently stretching and moving them with a big pout. What did I say about embarrassing me, huh? You called me your auntie, so at least show some respect, she scolded. Lucian chuckled, his hand slightly over his mouth. Sorry. You just looked amazing, I had to support my auntie. Hestia put a hand over her forehead and sighed. Why did I have to be the one stuck with a cheeky nephew? Lucian smiled as he hugged her and rubbed his cheeks against hers. I love you too, auntie, he teased. Hestia rolled her eyes in an exasperated manner before patting his head. Yeah, which resulted in them giggling and chuckling together. As the night grew later, the moon shone brightly above them, accompanied by shimmering stars and the sound of the roaring fire. Lucian spotted Talia staring into the night sky from atop the newly built observatory, with a pensive expression as the atmosphere around the camp started to cool down. Lucian silently sank into his shadow and reappeared behind Talia, who was leaning on the edge with her arms crossed slightly. Boo! Lucian exclaimed, tapping her waist. Reacting to Lucian's sudden appearance, Talia threw a sharp elbow behind her in surprise, then turned to see Lucian crouched down with both arms over his head. My God, Lucian, don't scare me like that, Talia warned with a tired sigh before resuming her position leaning on the edge. Lucian gave her an awkward smile as he apologized, rubbing the back of his head. Sorry about that. You just looked lost in your own little world. Talia only shook her head. Lucian moved towards the edge and sat down, turning his back towards the moon and stars. So tell me, what's been on your mind? You've seemed a bit distracted lately. Nothing, don't worry about it, she said dismissively. Lucian rolled his eyes. Of course I'm going to worry about it. Whatever is happening looks like it's affecting you a lot. Just mind your business. It doesn't concern you, Talia said impassively. Lucian made a sharp inhaling noise. Yikes, unfortunately for you, I'm very nosy. And unfortunately for you, I just happen to slightly care about you, so it kind of does. Talia studied Lucian's face and saw him staring at her with a smile, but she also noticed genuine concern in his eyes. Why do you even care so much? She asked in a defeated tone. Lucian looked at her as if she were being an idiot and didn't answer her question. I'm just going to pretend you never asked me such a stupid question. Talia's cheeks gained a bit of color. It's not a stupid question, it was a genuine one. Lucian rolled his eyes. Well, Sparky Dash. Don't call me that, she interrupted. As I was saying. You're someone I can call a good friend, someone I'm really close with. So, although this is embarrassing to admit, I care about you. Seeing you like this naturally makes me concerned, Lucian said, his cheeks flushing slightly, noticeable against his pale skin, before looking away. Talia turned her face to hide her own embarrassment. After a moment, she calmed herself down and turned back to look at Lucian, who returned her gaze. They stared into each other's eyes. I just recently turned 15 years old. She began, opening up about all her worries and insecurities to Lucian. Which means in a few months, I'm going to be 16. Which means that the prophecy could come into play. Ever since I heard of the prophecy, I've dreaded my birthday each year, but I've never been more scared than I am now. As she spoke, Talia glanced towards Lucian, expecting to see a teasing expression or one that usually made her feel like an idiot. Instead, he simply looked at her and listened. He waited for her to continue, nodding in understanding, and for the first time in a while, she felt heard, causing her to continue. I honestly hate that stupid prophecy. I sometimes wish I never heard it and could just remain ignorant. I know the prophecy didn't say it was me, and I'm just assuming things, but there's a chance that it's me and I really don't want it. Talia's eyes filled with guilt, and she looked down, embarrassed. I know this might make me sound like a bad friend after everything you just said, but I truly wish the prophecy is about you and not me. And I hate myself for thinking that. I'm the older one, I'm supposed to be the mature one, taking on responsibility. I'm even the daughter of the God King, for fuck's sake, she couldn't help but curse. You're braver, much more cunning, heck, even stronger than I am. I know if there is a war coming, you would have a much better chance than I do at surviving. I've even been thinking of ways to avoid turning 16 altogether. And the best idea I've had is to join the hunt. The more I think about it, the more it sounds like the right idea. Talia then stopped talking and started to catch her breath before looking at Lucian with tears in her eyes, waiting to see disgust in his eyes or face towards her for practically wishing death on him. Lucian just gave her a sympathetic smile. You, my friend, are being too hard on yourself. First of all, if there is a war coming, I think we both know damn well I would be on the front lines. So even if you are the child of the prophecy, you wouldn't be fighting alone, you would have me and everyone else supporting you. Lucian then looked a bit embarrassed to admit what he was going to say but continued, and this is just my selfishness talking, but I honestly don't want you to go with the hunt, I don't want you to join them. If you want a solution, you already have one: eat the golden apple, which would make you immortal and stop your aging. Talia was supposed to hear that. That's right. The golden apple. It's been a few months, I forgot about them. Talia felt a wave of relief wash over her. She took a few seconds to think about everything before looking at Lucian in confusion. Wait, why don't you want me to join the hunt? Lucian decided to be confident as he answered, isn't it obvious? I'll miss you too much, he smiled softly, putting both his hands on the ledge. Talia was shocked to hear that and looked at Lucian's expression to see if he was teasing her, but all she saw was that he was being genuine, which surprised her even more. As she was leaning on the ledge, she was able to look into Lucian's eyes, that shone like gems in moonlight, and he looked into hers. She doesn't know what came over her, but she did what she felt was right. Slowly as she looked into his gem-like eyes, she started moving closer, and as Lucian looked into hers, he did the same. They continued looking into each other's eyes as their faces grew closer and closer, until they felt each other's breath. Talia slowly closed her eyes while Lucian did the same, and before they knew it, their lips touched, sinking deeper into each other. They stayed that way for a few seconds before backing away slightly, still staring into each other's eyes for a few more seconds, and before they knew it, they instinctively went in for another, much more passionate kiss. Third person's POV. The wind started picking up speed as dark clouds began to block the light of the moons and stars. Thunder and lightning crackled loudly, creating a blinding flash of light. What followed was a thundering roar before the sound of lightning hitting the ground near Lucian and Talia, which frightened them, causing them to quickly disengage from their kiss. Rain started to pour down, extinguishing the bonfire. Lucian looked at Talia, now red-faced, with a teasing smirk. I think we just angered your dad. You think? She said, embarrassed by her actions. She crouched down and covered her face, too embarrassed to even look at Lucian. Lucian heard screaming and shouting below them. He saw everyone rushing inside their cabins, trying their best not to get wet. He turned back towards Talia and offered his hand. Come on, let's go. Although I'm enjoying the view, I doubt it's something you're willingly showing me. Talia looked up confused before looking down and let out a yell as she covered her chest with her hands. Her toga was sticking to her skin, outlining her figure, making her parts more prominent. As she covered her chest with blushing cheeks, she took Lucian's hand as he helped her up. Lucian sighed, it's a shame we had to cut our kissing short. I was really starting to enjoy it too. As they both jumped down from the observatory, lightning resounded throughout the camp, seemingly angered by Lucian's statement. Please shut up, Talia pleaded, feeling her father's anger and also ashamed to admit that she liked it, fearing further anger from her father. Talia rushed towards her cabin, and before she went in, Lucian called out to her, Hey, wait a minute. Turning to look at Lucian, Talia was baffled when he approached her, kissed her once more, and then ran back to his cabin. Every step Lucian took was accompanied by furious lightning as he rushed towards his cabin. Talia's lips slowly curled into a smile before she shook her head and went inside. He, Lucian laughed loudly as he dodged every strike with his danger senses. He rushed inside to find Annabeth waiting for him with an amused look. Guess by that dash, she said, pointing outside, you must have done something to anger him. Lucian let out a bashful chuckle as he rubbed his cheeks and chin. Talia and I may or may not have kissed, and someone isn't too happy about it. Annabeth looked at Lucian with her mouth agape before bursting into laughter. Wow, you sure do work fast. Why, thank you, Lucian said, puffing up his chest with pride. Underworld, Hades' castle. Mwahahahaha. That's my boy. Hades cackled evilly while holding his face. What did he do now? Medea asked with a smile, intrigued to know what her little boy was up to. Persephone looked at Hades with curiosity and waited for him to finish his maniacal laughter. Hades lightly chuckled as he explained, he and Zeus' daughter were caught kissing right on top of the building Zeus himself just blessed on the building that was meant for him. Ha ha ha. Hades put a hand on his chest as he laughed, I've never felt prouder. Medea's eyebrows twitched upon hearing that. He's only 10 and is already hooking up with girls older than him. I don't know if I should be beyond pissed or proud to know my lessons on how to treat a girl are doing him some good. I'm leaning more towards being pissed. He better not turn out like that bastard. I swear to the very gods, Lucian, I will crawl from the underworld if I have to just to spank you. While Persephone was shocked upon hearing that, are you serious? Wow, that's daring. I can't imagine my father is very happy upon hearing that. Oh, he's really angry at the moment, and it makes me all the much happier. Not to mention, he seems to have a thing with the Athena girl as well, and she didn't seem opposed to them. In fact, I think she was encouraging it, Hades said, spilling drama and adding fuel to Medea's anger. What? Medea bit her nails with anger and worry, I swear I'll kill that boy if he does something to break their hearts and cause them pain. Hades waved Medea off, oh, relax. Lucian seems to know what he's doing. I swear, Hades, if Lucian turns into a womanizer, I'm blaming your entire messed up lineage. Mount Olympus. Zeus had his lightning bolt in hand as his expression contorted in anger. There's no way I will permit their relationship. If it weren't for those damn fates, I would have killed that boy 1,000 times over by now. Zeus, in his anger, threw the bolt, causing lightning to strike in the mortal world once again. No child of mine is ever to be permitted to be in a relationship with one of his, Zeus continued, throwing a tantrum that lasted the entire night. Camp Half-Blood, Zeus' cabin. Talia was laying in bed staring aimlessly to the ceiling while occasionally touching her lips, which caused her to blush remembering how she initiated the kiss with Lucian. Talia grabbed her pillow and put it over her face before pushing it down, letting out a loud muffled scream. She grabbed her pillow into a hug as she started rolling around the bed, what have I done, what I have done, what have I done? Talia kept on repeating in her own head over and over again. I hate that I don't regret doing it. If I could I would so do it again. Gah! What am I thinking? Talia kept rolling on the bed embarrassed by her own thoughts that kept on plaguing her mind. Who knew kissing someone would feel so good, it was surprisingly sweet, Talia mumbled aloud, reaching for her lips once more. The sound of lightning was heard once more, causing Talia to flinch. She felt it was a warning directed towards her. Alright, I'm already going to sleep, geez. Unexpectedly, sleep came much easier to Talia than she expected, but she unfortunately found out why very quickly. As she opened her eyes, she grew confused and looked around. She saw that the floor was made entirely out of clouds, while the entire surrounding was sky blue. As her confusion kept growing, a figure of cloud formed in front of her, a figure she had seen earlier up in the clouds. Father! She called out in confusion. I will not permit it. Zeus yelled out as soon as he appeared. What? Talia asked, confused by his statement. You are forbidden from forming any relationship with that boy of Hades, Zeus once again stated. Hearing this, Talia grew angered. "Are you serious right now?" she yelled, which surprised Zeus. "You didn't show up at any point in my life, not when I was surviving out there in the wild being chased by monsters, not when it was my birthday. I didn't get a single happy birthday wish from you. And you especially didn't show up when my brother, your son, died. And now you decide to appear to me for the first time in my life, and it's to tell me who I can and can't be with." Talia screamed out all her grievances towards her absent father. Zeus then scoffed, which surprised and hurt Talia. "It's all because you're hanging out with that rebellious boy, that's why you even dare to speak to me, your father, that way. Which is why I'm forbidding you from going out with him or forming any other form of relationship other than campers and friends together." Talia looked down in anger, biting her lips with tears forming in her eyes, her hands balled into fists. Zeus looked at his bowing daughter with a sigh. He stretched out his hand to pat her head. "You gotta understand, I'm doing this for your own good." Talia slapped Zeus away from her. "Just leave already. You already made my life hell as it is, so leave me alone." Talia's eyes snapped open. She quickly sat up on the bed, blinked a few times before tears started rolling down her cheeks. She buried her face in her hands as she began to quietly sob. Third person's POV. The next day, Annabeth was in the library, organizing everything. Although she couldn't fully act like a librarian in the past months, it didn't mean she didn't try to learn a few things from the experience. Despite people finding it weird that she acted as the librarian for Athena's cabin, her digestion reached a total of 45% due to this. Now, with the completion of the general library, the digestion should finish rather quickly. Meanwhile, Lucian was walking by the dormitories where everyone who previously didn't have a cabin to belong to slept for the stormy night. "Yo! Guys, how did you enjoy the dorms?" Lucian asked with a smile and his hands in his pockets. People started dabbing Lucian up as they saw him. "Dude, the place is sick," a kid with black hair and eyes said with a smile. A girl who looked a little older than them with pale skin, brown hair, and dark eyes smiled towards Lucian. "Yeah, Lucian, thanks. The place is awesome, and the rooms are much bigger than they appeared. I think I detected a bit of magic from it." Lucian grinned at her. "So you noticed, yeah, a little bit of enchantments here and there, you know, the usual." The girl rolled her eyes. "Only you would call that a little bit of enchantment. What about everyone else? Did they enjoy it?" The boy smiled and scoffed slightly while pointing back with his thumb. "Enjoy it? Some are still oversleeping." Lucian continued acquiring their thoughts for a bit before he walked around the camp checking the new buildings. As Lucian arrived near the communication hub, Luke walked up to him, and they did a small handshake between the two of them. "Are you sure this thing is safe?" Luke asked. Lucian scoffed. "Look who you're talking to. Of course, that thing is safe. I made it. It's enchanted to not attract monsters when it's used, so people will be able to call and send messages back home rather quickly." Luke smiled. "You're something else, you know that?" Lucian shrugged his shoulders. "Of course, I know. It's the way I was born." Luke chuckled. Then, he gained a look as if he remembered something before asking, "Have you seen Talia?" "I haven't seen her since last night." "No, but that's strange. I'm pretty sure I was the last person who saw her, so I'll quickly go look for her." Luke nodded before thanking him. As Luke looked back towards everyone else from his cabin, a flash of uncertainty passed his eyes. "What's wrong?" Lucian asked. Luke shook his head. "Ah, it's nothing. I have to go, it looks like the others need me." Lucian didn't say anything and continued to look at Luke's retreating back with narrowed eyes and a slightly furrowed brow. Lucian then closed his eyes, combining his spatial awareness with his ability to detect life force, and tried to pinpoint Talia's location. He detected her alone in the training facility Lucian built for Chiron by herself. Lucian was a bit confused before he sank into his shadow and traveled towards her. He quietly appeared by the door of the gym, lowering his presence as he leaned on the door frame and watched. Talia was wearing a black sports bra and black tight shorts as she continued punching the sandbag with aggression using her bare hands, her skin glistening with sweat. Seeing her hate-filled eyes, Lucian walked towards the sandbag and held it in place. Talia stopped and grew a bit confused until Lucian revealed his presence. "What did this sandbag do to you?" "Bad, Mr. Sandbag," Lucian teased as he playfully smacked the side of it. "Oh, shut up," Talia scoffed, trying to hide the small smile she gained. Lucian was about to mention that he didn't know his kisses could cause so much hate, but before he did, he noticed something which caused his teasing grin to completely disappear. He narrowed his eyes to get a better look. Seeing Lucian's quick expression change, she looked at him with furrowing brows. "What?" she questioned. "Why have you been crying?" Lucian coldly demanded. "I haven't been crying," Talia scoffed again, becoming defensive. "You could try to cover it with all the emo makeup you want, but I can tell right away." "Oh, shut it," she said, dismissing the emo makeup comment. "And I haven't been crying." "Aha, and we didn't kiss last night either," Lucian said in a plain voice. Talia blushed as she heard that. "Huh, what?" she asked, unsure why he brought it up. "Sorry, I thought we were just telling each other lies," Lucian said while looking straight at her as he hugged the sandbag. Talia let out a reluctant sigh before she took on a boxing position and started punching the sandbag as Lucian held it in place. "I met my father last night." Talia's lips quivered as her punches became faster. Lucian's eyes widened a bit before he nodded in understanding. "I can see where this is headed," he silently thought to himself. Lucian heard her voice crack a bit as she continued. "You know, instead of saying, 'Hi, how are you?' or 'I'm proud of you for surviving against the odds,' the first thing he says is that he doesn't permit me to be in a relationship with you." Lucian's eyes turned a bit frosty as he saw tears start to pool in her eyes. "He said that it was for my own good, but I know that's bullshit. It has nothing to do with me. He's just being petty about his dislike for your dad." Lucian's danger sense then rang, causing him to take a step to the side. Talia's fist was surrounded by lightning as she roared, "HHH, I wish he was never my father to begin with. Why does he have to make my life more difficult than it already is?" Her fist ripped right through the sandbag, causing the sand to go flying everywhere as black tears streamed down her eyes, her mascara ruined. Lucian didn't reply. He reached out and took Talia's hand, pulling her into a hug. She wrapped her arms around Lucian's neck as more tears continued to flow. As Talia continued to cry, Lucian's eyes grew bright red as he looked up towards the ceiling. "I don't know how, but I can tell he's looking. You're just making it easier and easier for me to kill you in the future without any sort of guilt," he silently thought to himself before closing his eyes and patting her back. Lucian then detected people making their way toward the training grounds, which caused him to envelop Talia and himself in his shadow and disappear from where they stood. They reappeared back in his underground hideout without Talia noticing, as she was still crying. "Why?" she whimpered, her hug around Lucian's neck tightening. "Why did he have to be my father? Why can't I just have a normal family?" Lucian broke off the hug slightly before bringing his forehead to hers, making her blue eyes look into his. "Look, what I'm about to say is probably the corniest thing you'll ever hear, but here goes. You've been dealt a bad hand in life, there's no doubt about that, but what you do with that hand is what matters most. Yes, you have a terrible family, and yeah, your father is probably the worst piece of shit in existence. But you're strong, and you're not totally alone. You're the strongest demigod I have ever known, apart from myself, obviously, and you have Annabeth, Luke, and me as friends supporting you. So you can either keep complaining and crying about the bad hand you got, or you can completely ignore it. It's not going to go away, but it's up to you to choose whether to pay attention to it or not and completely focus on the good hand you do have. Focus on the good things you do have. It might not be a lot, but that's what makes it precious." Lucian felt himself blushing for saying that and started to inwardly cringe. Talia's chuckling and giggle didn't help either with his embarrassment. "You're right, that was the corniest shit I've ever heard," she said, giggling. Her tensed shoulders started to relax. As she started to calm down, she looked at Lucian's eyes before she slowly closed her own and lowered her head, kissing Lucian's lips. It unexpectedly took him by surprise. "But it's something I needed to hear." "Thanks, Lucy," she grinned brightly. Lucian turned red and looked to the side, holding his hand over his mouth to hide his blush, and it wasn't because of the kiss, no. Her smile. Wow, he thought to himself. Third person's POV. Talia looked around, growing confused by the surroundings. Wait, where are we? Secret underground hideout I built to keep away from prying eyes, Lucian calmly explained. Talia gave Lucian a suspicious glance. Wow, and you brought me here because... Lucian rolled his eyes, hearing her teasing tone of voice. Oh, shut up. People were coming, and there would have been a lot of explaining as to why you were crying over my shoulder. Talia grew red with embarrassment. Please forget about it. Let's pretend that never happened. Lucian shrugged. Sorry, I don't think I can. After all, it did lead up to a good kiss, he teased, causing Talia to grow even redder. Talia reached for the door, unable to take the embarrassment much longer. But as she did, Lucian stopped her. Before you leave, please fix your makeup. I don't want people thinking I did something to you. Talia nodded as she opened the door and headed towards the bathroom to fix herself up. Meanwhile, Lucian stood on his own in his chamber. I should get started on the treasure seeker potion now that I've fully digested the artisan one. Alone, Lucian began examining the notes he had on the next potion. Here we go. It looks like I'll need 1,000 golden drachmas and the essence of a treasure-hunting mouse. He sighed, looking at the main ingredients. I did some research, and it looks like I need to travel all the way to Russia to get it. Talk about a pain in the ass. The treasure-hunting mouse is a thing from Slavic mythology. The supplementary items are rather easier to receive. I need 5 pounds of griffin feathers, manticore venom essence, satyr hoof powder. Lucian looked at the last one with a bit of a weird look. I already know Grover is going to look at me weirdly when I ask him for some. After checking for everything he needed, Lucian exited his cabin. Since Lucian didn't want to leave for Russia just yet, he decided to get some training in and then leave after a couple of days. As Lucian made his way back towards the training facility, he found Artemis with her girls in the archery section. He gave a head bow towards Artemis as he saw her and said, "Ah, Lady Artemis, you're still here." Artemis nodded towards Lucian. Yes. We decided to stay and rest for a few days before going back hunting. The girls just decided to put in a bit of training. We're just trying to figure out how some of these objects work, she explained while pointing out towards what appeared to be a projector. Ah, that's something I built. Here, let's do a little show and tell, Lucian said as he walked up to the projector and hit the on button. To the side of the on button, there were controls with names such as speed and another one that said difficulty. It's enchanted and filled with some of the powers of the mist, which would be able to create illusions of monsters that act like targets. As the difficulty was only set to easy, there were just some of the easy types of monsters to hit. As Lucian turned the small dial, increasing the difficulty, different kinds of monsters appeared like griffins, storm spirits, and monsters that Lucian had fought before. Lucian then moved the speed dial, increasing how fast the monsters moved, making them almost impossible to see. This way, people can train to hit moving high-speed targets, which I think are better practice partners than a standing target, Lucian continued to explain. Artemis listened with a hand on her chin. This is actually pretty impressive, she genuinely praised. Lucian turned his hand to the side, causing his ring to change shape and turn into a black and purple bow. He conjured black fire from his hands, which quickly morphed into an arrow. Drawing back using the bow, he took aim towards one of the fast-flying griffins. Lucian then did something that surprised the others. He closed his eyes and continued following the illusion of the griffin. He moved his bow ahead a bit before releasing the arrow, which sailed through the air. As it hit the griffin, it exploded into a purple mist. In the middle of the mist, a +3 appeared before it vanished. The mist flew its way back towards the projector and got sucked back in before forming another monster. Zoe, who was close to Artemis, let out a scoff. Show off. Some of the girls were genuinely impressed, while Artemis was impressed by something else entirely. Your hands. She muttered. Zoe looked at Artemis in confusion. What do you mean, my lady? Can you take aim once more? Artemis asked Lucian, showing Zoe what she meant instead of telling her. Lucian shrugged and did as he was told. He conjured a fire arrow, took aim, and stayed in that position. As Zoe examined his hands, she realized what Artemis was talking about. They aren't moving, like at all. They're perfectly still. Artemis nodded in confirmation. Yes, which is something really rare and a quality only some of the world's best archers possess. She turned to Lucian. How did you do it? How did you train your hands to remain so steady? It's due to my crafting, Lucian explained. Just like how you need steady hands to fire a perfect shot, you need really steady hands when crafting and blacksmithing, so my many years of that have helped in my development. Artemis nodded in understanding, and seeing this, Zoe looked at Lucian with narrowed eyes. I want to challenge you. Let's face off against each other and see who can obtain the best score. Lucian smirked. Are you sure you want to do that? If you lose, then you would be shaming Lady Artemis, as you're basically her right-hand woman. Zoe scoffed. I'm not planning on losing, so I have nothing to worry about. Lucian smiled as he retorted, that's the thing about losing. No one ever plans their loss. They're called losers simply because they're not the winners. Zoe narrowed her eyes towards Lucian aggressively. I will enjoy thoroughly beating you. Lucian pulled the bottom of his eye and stuck out his tongue. To do that, you need to actually be better than me, which unfortunately you're not. Zoe gritted her teeth and continued to glare at Lucian. Do you want to use the practice bows and arrows or go with our original weapons? I don't want you to later complain that I had an advantage, Lucian slyly grinned. Our own weapons. Only a bad archer would blame their equipment, Zoe replied confidently. Lucian then nodded his head and turned towards Artemis. Lady Artemis, I hope you can be the judge of our competition. Zoe once again scoffed. That is something beneath her lady to do dash. Before Zoe could continue, Artemis interrupted by raising a hand, stopping her. I don't mind. It's just a small competition between the two of you. Artemis then turned towards Lucian and smiled. I actually want to see how much you have improved since we last met and taught you. Lucian performed a gentlemanly bow. I shan't disappoint, my lady. Zoe looked at Lucian in disgust, while Artemis smiled and shook her head at his antics. So, who will go first? Zoe asked. You know what they say, ladies first after all, Lucian said teasingly. My dislike for you grows like no other, Zoe plainly said. Lucian smirked. That's good. I wasn't planning on making you like me to begin with. Zoe ignored Lucian and made her way towards the center stage of the arena, nodding towards Artemis. You have 10 minutes to acquire as many points as you can. Are you ready? Artemis asked, turning off the projector. She then cranked up the difficulty to the max. When Zoe grabbed an arrow, put it on her bow, and nodded, Artemis nodded right back. And go, she said as she hit the on button once more. Third person's POV. Zoe immediately sprang into action. She shot the arrow without hesitation, hitting a harpy in the chest. It puffed into purple smoke, scoring her 2 points. In quick succession, she took arrows from her quiver and began releasing them. She would grab an arrow, close one eye to aim, and fire her shot. Due to the speed of the monsters and their ability to dodge, Zoe missed a few. But she quickly made up for them, showing exactly why she was the commander of Artemis Hunters. With one of her arrows, she even managed to kill 2 monsters at once due to careful and fast planning. Toward the end of her turn, she killed one of the monsters and used the purple mist as a smoke screen, firing her arrow through it so the monsters couldn't detect it. And that's enough. Artemis said, turning off the machine. All the monsters exploded into purple mist and flew back toward the projector. Zoe went around collecting her used arrows from the ground before walking toward Artemis to inquire about her score. You scored a total of 176 points. You did well, Artemis praised with a smile. Zoe looked toward Lucian, a bit smugly. Lucian wasn't fazed and smiled. For someone of your caliber, you did well. Naturally. Wait a minute, Zoe scoffed, quickly realizing something didn't sound right. But Lucian was already walking toward the center with his bow resting on his shoulder. Artemis couldn't help but giggle at Zoe's expression. Zoe looked at Artemis with a betrayed expression, causing Artemis to pat Zoe on the back. "I'm sorry, but your face was funny. You gotta learn how to make fast comebacks if you ever want to get back at him," she advised. Zoe grumbled a bit before nodding in understanding. Lucian conjured an arrow and prepared to shoot. He looked toward Artemis and nodded, indicating he was ready. Artemis nodded back and hit the button. Not a second passed before Lucian shot his shot, hitting a Cyclops right in its giant eye. Lucian ran around, pulling back on his bowstring, which caused an arrow to immediately form. Using his spatial awareness made it easier for him to aim upwards and shoot where he wanted, hitting anything he wanted. Lucian then slid on the floor while aiming up, and every time he flicked the bowstring, arrows appeared, firing toward the sky. A group of hellhounds appeared, causing Lucian to jump into the sky. Lucian face down, aimed his bow at the hellhounds, conjured 3 arrows at once, and fired them, before firing some more. He then turned to the side and fired 1 more arrow at a storm spirit. Lucian performed a flip, landed back on the ground, and continued to fire arrows with sharp turns. Toward the end, when the 10 minutes were almost up, Lucian threw his bow toward the sky, faced Zoe, and fired a backfire arrow at her. Before it reached her, a griffin unexpectedly flew past, causing the fire arrow to hit it and explode. The fire arrow took the shape of a heart with a message in the middle, "You lose, winky face." "And that's final," Artemis called out as Lucian's timer ran out. She hit the off button and Lucian walked up toward her. Zoe glared at him. "You don't know for sure." He didn't reply and looked toward Artemis with a smile. Instead of giving his score, Artemis sighed and asked, "Why are you so petty?" Lucian chuckled, rubbing the back of his head. "It's just who I am." Zoe looked at Artemis in confusion. "What score did he receive?" she questioned, causing Artemis to sigh again. "He got 177. Exactly 1 more than you. His score could have been higher, but he chose to just one-up you," Artemis explained. Zoe's eyebrows twitched. "Are you saying he's better than me, my lady?" she asked, her fist tightening and her knuckles turning white. "I'm afraid so, my dear. It's truly unfortunate you aren't a girl, Lucian," Artemis regrettably sighed. "Please forgive me, my lady, but I refuse to believe it. I have honed my skill for years on end until my fingers bled. And you expect me to believe someone who just recently got into his double digits is better than me?" Zoe said. "You saw it yourself, Zoe. Accept your loss with pride. It was a fair competition in which you both agreed on the rules. It's not about the competition. I know I lost. No matter how much I want to complain and refuse such a notion, I know I lost, so there's nothing to say about that. I won't admit he's better than me." Artemis just nodded, understanding how Zoe was feeling. Lucian shrugged his shoulders, not really caring either way. "The results speak for themselves, lady," he said as he walked away, waving. After finishing his training with his bow, Lucian went on to train his mastery with other weapons, whether with his sword, spear, chain sickle, or bow staff, until late into the night. As he walked back towards his cabin, Lucian noticed that the lights in the library were still on and decided to check it out. When he entered, he saw Annabeth sorting books and putting them back where they belonged while standing on a tall ladder. When she noticed Lucian, she smiled and slid down. "What are you doing here?" she asked. "Saw the lights were on and wanted to see if you needed help." Annabeth shook her head. "No thanks. I've got everything covered, plus it's good for the you-know-what." Lucian nodded before sitting down by one of the reading tables, waiting for her to finish as she stored more books. "So, anything planned?" Annabeth asked, wanting to start a conversation. "Yeah, in a few days I have to travel to Europe," Lucian said, leaning back in the chair. Annabeth was a bit surprised to hear that. "How long will you be gone?" "I don't know. It depends on how long it takes me to find what I need." "And that is?" "Essence of a treasure-hunting mouse. Shouldn't it be rather easy?" Annabeth wondered. Lucian shook his head. "They're hard to find and extremely rare." "Wait," Annabeth said as she stopped what she was doing and turned towards Lucian. Were you seriously planning on searching all of Russia? Yeah. Shouldn't I? I mean, I would also use my shadow soldiers to help. Annabeth blinked a few times before giggling and shaking her head. There's no need to do all that. You'd just be wasting your time. You're able to control riches, so gather a bunch of gems and drachmas and other treasures, imbue them with a locator spell, and bury them all together. Instead of driving yourself crazy looking for them, they would come to you. There's no need to search the entirety of Russia to find them. Lucian looked away, a bit embarrassed, as Annabeth continued to giggle. I can't believe you were seriously about to do that. It would have taken you months. Yeah, laugh it up, Lucian said, rolling his eyes with a small smile. Annabeth looked at Lucian and smirked. Don't worry, I am, she said, still giggling. Thanks for the idea, though, Lucian said with a nod. Anytime, Annabeth smiled. Third person's POV. 1 week later. Why are you coming along? Lucian asked as he looked at Talia with a stoic expression. I'm bored out of my mind, Talia said, flashing a cheeky grin. I know you're in love with me, but this is too much, Lucian let out a defeated sigh before taking a step to the side. Where he stood, a lightning bolt struck from Talia's hand, glaring at him. I'm not in love with you. You bastard. Annabeth and Luke chuckled side by side as they watched their usual banter. Lucian looked towards Luke and Annabeth. Are you sure you guys don't want to come with? It could be another adventure for our Fantastic Four group. Luke jokingly scoffed, shaking his head. Nah, I can't be going out that much nowadays. I'm the cabin counselor, remember? Annabeth shook her head. You know the reason why I can't. Party poopers, Lucian playfully pouted, then turned towards Talia and smirked before looking at the others. It looks like for my new adventure, it's going to be Team Emo against the world. Talia looked at him with a straight face before turning around and walking off ahead. Lucian turned back towards the others and gave them a grin with a peace sign as he disappeared into his shadow and reappeared next to Talia with a backpack on, marching. Onwards, my emo comrade, towards the motherland where snow and vodka await us, Lucian said, deepening his voice. We haven't even fully left the camp's property line and you're already making me regret coming with you, Talia released a dejected breath. And I'm not emo, my whole style is punk rock, and you know it. Lucian, who couldn't care less, changed the topic. I've been curious about something, between the two of us, who's faster? Talia gave Lucian a questioning gaze. If it's just racing, then it has to be me. You're pretty fast, no doubt, but I mean, come on, lightning has been known to be the fastest. And your little shadow travel trick doesn't count, you're teleporting, so it has nothing to do with speed. Shall we race, then? Lucian asked with a competitive look. You know what, sure, let's go at it, Talia said, and as they reached the tallest hill, they both got into a runner's position. Lightning crackled from Talia, her eyes gaining a brighter blue color, while her hair stood up due to the static. Meanwhile, a black, shadowy smoke escaped from Lucian's figure. His eyes started turning dull and emotionless, but his usual teasing smirk remained. Ready? They both asked at the same time. Set. They both lifted their posture slightly. And go. They said at once. Talia practically turned into a blue lightning bolt as she rushed ahead, creating a strong force of wind. Meanwhile, the ground underneath Lucian cracked due to the strength he used to give himself a burst of speed. The two raced all the way towards Russia with only one goal in mind, to win. 2 days later. Talia's legs and arms blurred as she continued running, her eyes flashing with determination. While Lucian wasn't far behind, instead of running, he was flying. Thrusters exited from Lucian's fists and feet as black smoke escaped from him. His hair swung wildly in the wind, and his eyes narrowed against the wind. A few feet ahead of them, they saw a sign in Russian, which they couldn't understand, but they knew that whoever passed that sign would be the winner. Talia leaned her body forwards, increasing her speed, while Lucian brought his arms and legs closer, making him more aerodynamic. The flames on his feet and fists became narrower, increasing the thrusters, making him go faster and reach Talia's side. Snow fell as they were toe-to-toe with each other. Lucian then saw Talia charge up a beam of lightning from her hand to propel herself towards victory. Lucian, seeing this, leaned towards her slightly, and just as she propelled herself, Lucian and her ended up crashing into one another, causing them to roll rapidly past the sign and onto the snowy ground. They both groaned as Lucian was on the ground, and Talia was on top of him. When Talia lifted herself, they both looked at each other before they started laughing. "That was awesome!" Talia exclaimed. "I've never felt so free, the sound and the feeling of the wind rushing across my face, the blurry view. It felt so liberating. Who knew going that fast could feel so amazing?" she wistfully sighed. Lucian stood on his elbows and kissed Talia on the lips before leaning back down and smiling. "What was that for?" she mumbled, turning bright red. Lucian continued to smile as he shrugged his shoulders. "You look very cute when you're all excited, I couldn't help myself." Talia turned to the side, grabbed a ball of snow, and tossed it towards Lucian's face. "How can you say something so embarrassing with a straight face?" Lucian just chuckled as he stood up and wiped the snow off his face. "Let's find the closest town and a place to rest since it's getting dark," Lucian suggested. Talia looked up and saw that it was indeed getting dark and agreed with his idea. The two walked along the side of the road, which was just outside a forest area. After a few minutes of walking, they saw a shack with Russian words and neon signs of food. Talia's stomach made a little rumble. "I am kinda hungry," she blushed. Lucian nodded as they decided to head inside. Once they entered, they saw that the place didn't have any customers and that it didn't have much seating except towards the side of the counter. "Hello," Talia called out. From what Lucian and Talia presumed was the kitchen, an old lady peeked out and greeted them. "Hello, dears, I'll be with you in just a second," she said in a sweet, old grandma's voice. After a minute, the old woman appeared, asking what she could do for them. "Is this place some kind of diner?" Talia asked. "Ah, you poor dearies must be hungry. You kids don't look like you're from around here. Come sit down, I'll get you something to fatten you up on your journey." She smiled sweetly at them. "Oh, and don't worry about paying, since you're not from around here, I doubt you would have the necessary money." "Thank you," Talia said with a small bow, gratitude in her tone. Talia and Lucian soon smelled something delicious, and after a while, the old lady presented them with beef stroganoff. "Once again, thank you," Talia said with gratitude. The old lady just nodded with a happy smile. Talia and Lucian both picked up a spoonful of food, and just as Talia was about to put it in her mouth, Lucian lowered her hand, disappeared with a poof of black smoke, and reappeared behind the old lady with a scythe over her neck. "And here I thought we would get to experience the kind version of Baba Yaga," Lucian coldly said. Talia was shocked upon hearing this. "You mean she?" The old granny didn't seem fazed in the slightest, her smile from earlier just widened and widened, causing a chill to run down Talia's back. "Hee hee hee hee." The old lady let out a witch-like giggle. "How did you figure it out?" she asked. "I was raised by a much more beautiful witch than you. I can smell when my food is laced with a potion," Lucian replied without much emotion. "Not to mention your lackluster illusion." The witch continued to smile as she dropped her illusion. Talia was a bit shocked by her appearance and felt a shiver run down her spine. Baba Yaga looked like a stereotypical witch, green skin, a long pointed nose with a large mole on it, and a singular silver tooth hanging from her mouth. She wore a purple witch hat and purple robes, completing the image. Third person's POV. Lucian's danger sense rang in his head, but as he was about to deal the finishing blow, a protective barrier of magical power surrounded her. A green aura of her magic then quickly expelled, pushing Lucian back with great force. As Lucian was sent flying back, he did a flip, landing on the wall before he pushed himself towards Baba Yaga, swinging his scythe. Baba Yaga's hands gained a bright green hue as she conjured another shield with her power. She directed Lucian's attack, moving him away from her and back towards Talia. Seeing this, Talia's shock subsided as she withdrew her spear and shield. Looking at the shield, Baba Yaga felt a shiver run down her spine but quickly composed herself. The shack then started to shake as Baba Yaga let out a witch-like laugh, "Hee hee hee, the more you struggle, the tastier you'll be. So struggle all you can, little children. Lucian and Talia then looked at each other and nodded their heads. Talia ran towards Baba Yaga while Lucian ran the opposite way, causing them both to stop and point at each other angrily. "Where the hell are you going?" they both shouted. "Where am I going? Where are you going?" they both shouted again, pointing at themselves before pointing at each other once more. "Obviously to fight the witch," Talia yelled. Lucian looked at her like she was stupid. "Why the fuck you fight her here? This is her home, she has the advantage here. Didn't you just feel the house shake, you dumbass? Let's fight her outside where we have more space." Baba Yaga looked at them with a straight face, unable to believe they were having such an argument in front of her. She let out a sigh. "What was I expecting, honestly? They're only children after all." Baba Yaga raised both her hands as they glowed with power and sent a bolt of green magical energy towards them. Lucian twirled his scythe, blocking the attack, while Talia let it hit her spear blade and directed it towards the ground. She surrounded herself in lightning and ran where Lucian was going since she realized Lucian made sense earlier. Lucian disappeared into his shadow and appeared outside, next to Talia. "I just want to say that I went to fight her since I thought that's what you would have done." "Fair," Lucian said, acknowledging it was indeed something he would have done. The shack continued to shake as it started to rise off the ground. As it continued to rise higher and higher, Talia gained a confused look. Are those chicken feet?" Before Lucian had a chance to confirm, the door to the shack opened like a mouth, and Baba Yaga came flying out on a mortar while holding a pestle. She flew towards Talia, swinging the pestle like a club. Talia held her shield in front of her to block, but unbeknownst to Talia, Baba Yaga was known to be an ogress, which meant her strength was undeniable. Talia was sent flying back due to Baba Yaga's strength. Baba Yaga then moved back a bit and saw Lucian's scythe pass a centimeter away from her long nose. The ground where Lucian's scythe struck split apart, creating a small chasm. Lucian's pupils shrunk a bit as they moved and turned to look at the witch, who gazed at him with glowing purple eyes and a large creepy smile. She swung her pestle once again, but due to Lucian's instincts, he managed to block it with the handle of his scythe. Unlike what she expected, Lucian didn't go flying, he stood his ground with his great strength. As their weapons locked, they both stared into each other's eyes. "You have the power of foresight, don't you?" Lucian asked, already knowing the answer. He. "What do you think?" "I think it mustn't be that great if you still can't see your own demise at my hands," he coldly said. Talia appeared in the sky, twirling her spear before plunging it down, like a lightning bolt striking the ground. As Baba Yaga held her weapon against Lucian with one hand, she used the other to conjure a shield above her. Talia kept pressing down, causing cracks to form in the shield, but before she could continue, the shack came running towards her and kicked her off with its chicken feet. "Galark, Azura," Lucian casually called out. A stone giant and a six-armed giant with 3 heads appeared and rushed towards the chicken-footed house. Lucian then backed off a bit, spinning his scythe around to build momentum before he started slashing his blade at Baba Yaga. Due to Baba Yaga's age and experience, she wasn't defenseless. The two moved around the battlefield, reappearing and disappearing over and over, their weapons clashing and creating sparks. He. "It looks like you can summon companions. Let's even the odds," she laughed excitedly as she took to the skies. She raised her green-hued hands in the air, laughing maniacally. Bone hands started to pop out from the ground, causing Lucian to curse, "This fucking bitch." The clouds darkened, but before the hands could fully emerge from the ground, lightning bolts struck them all at once. "Talia, I could fucking kiss you right about now," Lucian said as wings made of shadows appeared on his back, allowing him to fly towards Baba Yaga. Baba Yaga, seeing her summoning fail, clicked her tongue in annoyance before maneuvering her hand to conjure bright green flames around her. Lucian conjured his own black flames, causing Baba Yaga to gain an impressed look. Their battle flashed and bathed the area in multiple colors. Flashes of black and green flames lit up the battlefield as the sound of metal clashing filled the air. As they fought, Talia tried to strike Baba Yaga with lightning, but her power of foresight made her a formidable opponent. Meanwhile, Golurk and Azura tackled the giant chicken shack. The shack opened its doormouth and breathed out green flames, but the combination of the two giants was too much for it to overcome. Golurk appeared behind the shack and held it off the ground while Azura's arms blurred, punching it relentlessly. The shack creaked and groaned as parts of it were destroyed. Golurk then started squeezing the sides, causing it to cave in with loud creaking noises. It wasn't long before the shack shattered like an old piece of dry wood, and as it shattered, Baba Yaga let out a devastated scream. "No! What have you done? You will pay for your sins," she cried out. The glow on her hand grew brighter as she sent thunderbolts of her magic power towards Lucian, each filled with the intent to kill. Lucian, using his danger sense, maneuvered around them, cutting them apart with his scythe. Talia, seeing that Baba Yaga was blinded by rage at the destruction of her home and companion, secretly moved behind her. She took a deep breath and surrounded her spear with lightning until it turned fully blue. Talia took aim like she was about to throw a javelin. The sound of a thunderclap was heard as she threw it, breaking the sound barrier. As Baba Yaga looked at Lucian with hate, she suddenly stopped. Squelch! A look of surprise appeared on her face as she looked down to see a spear coming out of her chest. Lucian then looked at her smugly. "Like I said, it mustn't have been that great if you weren't able to see your own death." Instead of looking frightened, the witch continued to smile as she reached out, took hold of the spear, and yanked it out of her. She reached into the mortar and pulled out a potion, which she quickly downed. The hole in her chest began to close as she looked at Lucian with disdain. "Your mother couldn't have been a great witch if she didn't teach you that we have potions ready for any occurrence. And I should thank that little lass for clearing my head. I'll have fun burning both of you alive." Talia clicked her tongue. "I should have aimed for the head." Lucian, floating in the air, put a hand on his side and let out a sigh. "You just had to go and insult my mother." His eyes grew colder as he turned his scythe back into a ring. Baba Yaga looked at him in confusion, wondering why he would withdraw his weapon. Lucian reached over to his bat-like wings and pulled out his grimoire. He puffed his chest, fixing his posture as a dark red hue surrounded his hands and his eyes glowed red. He looked down at Baba Yaga with displeasure. And in a cold voice said, "I'll show you the power of the blood that courses through me. You will learn of the power passed down to me by my mother. And you will pay for your sins of even questioning it." Third person's POV. Lucian thrust his arms forward, sending a bolt of his magic power, while Baba Yaga did the same. Sparks from their clash flew everywhere as they circled each other. Baba Yaga's eyes flashed purple, causing sweat to run down the side of her face. "What a monster," she couldn't help but mumble, her face gaining an excited look. "Talia," Lucian called out calmly, using only one hand in their power struggle while Baba Yaga used two. "What?" Talia asked as she bent down to pick up her spear. "Don't interfere," was all Lucian said as he flew higher, breaking their struggle, seeing it as pointless and a waste of magic. Lucian's dark red glowing hands rotated in a circle, causing multiple magic circles to appear, all pointing directly at Baba Yaga. He, she giggled as she raised her hands in a clenched form. From those magic circles, multiple weapons appeared as he combined his two types of magic, tracing magic and curses. Now each weapon was imbued with curses. Even a scratch would afflict the target with an unknown curse. "I call this magic, cursed weaponry," Lucian smirked as he sent all the weapons flying toward Baba Yaga. Whether they were axes, spears, swords, or polearms, each was golden in color. Baba Yaga summoned her green flames, causing some of the weapons to melt upon contact. But some didn't. She flew around, dodging everything, her eyes glowing purple. He. "This is the most fun I've had in ages," she yelled excitedly, upside down while holding her mortar and dodging the weapons. Lucian floated in the air, moving his hands rapidly, causing the weapons that missed her to change direction and fly back toward her. Baba Yaga rapidly rotated her hands in circles, forming a green ball of magical energy between them. She then spread her arms, causing the ball to erupt in an explosion that hit every weapon coming her way. The weapons then changed into little butterflies, which started to fly away gingerly. He, tell me, boy, what is your name? Lucian scoffed, "I know better than to give my name to a witch so casually," he said as he prepared to throw hexes and curses her way. His grimoire started flipping through its pages. Some pages stopped for a bit, gained a dark red hue, then continued flipping. He, that's probably smart. How about this, just give me your first name. Even you must know I can't do anything with just that. As a witch, Baba Yaga was familiar with her own fair share of hexes and curses, so seeing what Lucian was doing, she started doing the same. Instead of magic circles, balls of magical energy formed around her. With Lucian's magic circle glowing in the dark, it illuminated his figure as he looked down at Baba Yaga with his glowing red eyes. He pointed his finger at her and said, "Very well, witch. Remember this name, and remember it well, as it will be the last name you'll ever hear. My name is Lucian, son of Medea, the witch of betrayal, and son of Hades, god of the underworld." He. Interesting. What an interesting lineage you possess, young Baba Yaga laughed in joy, her eyes glowing purple, but was interrupted by something unexpected. Squelch. When Baba Yaga looked down, she was shocked to see a hand coming out of her chest holding her still beating heart. As Baba Yaga opened her mouth, green blood spewed out, staining her purple robes. "But how, cough. I had my foresight activated at all times," Baba Yaga managed to say. When she looked up toward Lucian, she saw him smirking as he slowly turned into purple mist. Lucian, who was behind her, kicked her back, causing Baba Yaga to fly off her mortar and land on the ground with a big thud. Staining the grass with her blood, her chest heaved as she tried to move, while Lucian slowly floated down toward her. "What I was seeing, cough, they weren't my abilities, were they?" Baba Yaga asked in a low voice as her breathing became shallow. "No," Lucian coldly admitted. "I made you believe that what you were seeing was your foresight. First, I implanted in you what I was going to do next and executed it exactly. When you grew confident, I knew it was my moment to strike. He, truly a frightening child. I take it back, I take it all back. Your mother must have taught you well. Admitting it isn't going to save you from what I'm about to do next." Lucian reached out and plucked out her eyes. Baba Yaga screamed in agony. As Lucian pulled her eyeballs out, the optic nerves came with them. He had to stretch them slightly until they snapped, causing Baba Yaga further agony. "You monster, you demon child, curse you, what did I do to deserve this?" Baba Yaga cried out as she slowly started to turn to dust. Lucian quickly pulled out 2 containers and 1 small leather bag, all enchanted with preservation spells. He placed the eyeballs and the beating heart in the containers, while he used his magic to will the dust into the bag. Talia, standing to the side, held her stomach as she vomited. "What is wrong with you? That's disgusting. Stop being such a big baby. Eyes that could see into the future are a lot more valuable than you can possibly imagine. Still doesn't make it any less disturbing," Talia said, wiping her mouth. "Hold that thought. Arise," Lucian said in a deep voice. 2 figures emerged. One was Baba Yaga. When she appeared, both Lucian and Talia stared, their eyes wide and mouths agape. Instead of the old lady with a hunched back and a large nose, in front of them floated a busty woman with thick thighs and large breasts, while her nose was small and cute, like a button. Her face and skin the same color as Lucian's magic, dark red. She sat cross-legged on her broom, causing her short black dress to rise up her thighs while she tipped her large black witch hat toward Lucian. "Who the hell are you?" both Lucian and Talia shouted, pointing at the seductress of a witch. The bustisection which let out a cute giggle as she covered her mouth. "Why of course, I'm Baba Yaga, silly master." "The hell you are." Both Lucian and Talia said at the same time, causing Baba Yaga to let out small giggles. She put her hand on her chin in a pondering manner. "I still can't tell how you managed to trick my foresight. It should have been impossible with just a mist illusion." Talia and Lucian looked at each other before Lucian stepped forward and began to explain, "It was all thanks to cursed weaponry." "But none of the weapons hit me," Baba Yaga said, tilting her head in confusion. "Oh, but one did. It was a small dagger. The curse on it was pain nullification, which meant you couldn't feel it. I then surrounded it in purple mist to obscure it and make it invisible, and used the power of my shadow to make it almost undetectable. With your entire focus on the weapons flying around trying to hit you, you missed the small dagger that managed to scratch your cheek. As it scratched you, a bit of the purple mist entered the cut in your system, making tricking your senses practically easy. Baba Yaga clapped her hands rapidly. Impressive, using the magic from your other weapons to mask it as well, making it even more undetectable. I applaud your cunningness. How is she talking? Talia finally asked. I can talk as well, Galark said as he approached Lucian with the second shadow that came to life, a house with chicken feet. Talia waved off Galark. You were a god, that's different. Lucian began to ponder about what had given Baba Yaga the ability to talk. The sequence. That's right. My ability grows the higher sequence I am. Making some of my shadows talk was just a small boon. But I think they need to be at a necessary strength to be able to actually talk, which Baba Yaga just so happened to naturally have. Wait, why do you look like that and not like the old green granny? This is how I originally looked. I used to test potions on myself to see what effects they would have on me. Due to the accumulation of all the potions, my skin started to turn green and my nose became that abnormal shape. What you are witnessing right now is how I originally looked in my prime, Baba Yaga proudly said as she puffed up her chest, causing it to jiggle back and forth. Third person's POV. Talia looked at Baba Yaga with a bit of apprehension before turning to Lucian. She isn't going to turn on us, is she? I mean, you did gouge out her eyeballs from their sockets. Baba Yaga let out a small laugh, causing her chest to wiggle slightly. There are no hard feelings. What he did was indeed the correct choice. If I were in his shoes, I would have done the same. Image. Lucian turned towards Talia and gave her a thumbs up. See, everything is okay. She isn't going to become hungry for children again. Talia's question caused Lucian to look at Baba Yaga a bit weirdly. So, why were you eating children? That's due to human influence and their beliefs. A child once went missing in the forest, and their village, when searching for them, found my hut. When I came out to inquire what was going on and try to help, they saw my grotesque appearance and immediately assumed I ate them. Since then, the word spread rather quickly that I ate children. The word kept spreading and no one doubted it to the point that it became a known fact and a part of my etymology. It became a part of me, I became someone who ate children for pleasure. I see. Lucian nodded. Talia turned towards Lucian. You believe her? What if she's lying? Lucian shot down Talia's suspicion. No, what she says sounds about right. For 2 reasons, he said, holding up 2 fingers. First, my shadows are physically incapable of lying to me, so she can't be lying. Another possibility is that she's just stating what she believes to be true. Second, Hecate has confirmed to me that such a thing can happen. Your magic teacher? Talia asked, to which Lucian nodded. She has told me to be careful of the titles I get on my journey, that human faith and beliefs are powerful things. Which seems to have occurred to Baba Yaga. Fine, I'll drop my suspicion, but I'll still keep my eye on her if I were you, Talia said as she narrowed her eyes towards Baba Yaga. Just then, Azura appeared, carrying 2 stacks of books in 2 hands and a mortar full of bottled potions in another. Lucian looked at the stack of books and then at Azura in confusion. Where did you even get those books from? With his free hand, Azura pointed towards the shadow hut with chicken feet. Ah, these belong to you? Lucian said, looking at Baba Yaga. She shook her head. Not anymore. These now belong to you, since you're now my master. So all that is mine is now all yours, she said seductively, lifting up his chin with one of her fingers. I really don't like you, Talia said, narrowing her eyes even further. After Baba Yaga was done with her teasing, Lucian looked around to see if he had missed anything. He then noticed that he could turn the skeleton Baba Yaga barely managed to summon, which Talia quickly disposed of, into shadows. Arise. Lucian muttered, keeping his fear of skeletons in check. Around 30 dark red skeletons arose from the ground. Surprisingly, Lucian started to become dizzy, causing him to stagger back a bit. Talia quickly caught him and anxiously asked what was wrong. Lucian chuckled shyly, rubbing the back of his head in embarrassment. I overdid it with my magic. I'm running a bit empty here. My battle with Baba Yaga, resurrecting her, and then the skeletons took more out of me than I expected, especially resurrecting her. Baba Yaga reached over to the mortar of potions and pulled out a blue glowing potion. She handed it to Lucian. Here, this should help. As he downed it, he almost spat it out but ultimately drank the whole thing. Oh my god, what is wrong with you witches and nasty-tasting potions, he whined, sticking his tongue out in disgust and holding his throat. Would it kill you to add some flavor? He continued to complain. After his magic recuperated, Lucian extended his hand, which gained a dark red hue. All of his skeleton shadows then turned into shadowy wisps that flew into his open palm. The wisps started to run in circles around his hand before they blended into one another. Lucian's other hand gained a similar hue and started moving in a circle on top of the black ball that was forming. He then clasped the top hand with the bottom one, enclosing the black ball in the middle, and softly closed his eyes. His hands moved and wiggled slightly as he maintained a look of deep concentration. After a while, he released a tired breath and opened his hand. In his hand was a small skeletal action figure with horns and dark red fire for eyes. He then threw the action figure into his shadow. Talia was confused by his actions until she saw something that shocked her. From behind Lucian, a giant dark red skeletal figure began to form. Lucian was in the middle of the ribcage, while two giant bone-like arms appeared out. A giant skull with two large devil-like horns looked down at Talia. Dark red flames blazed in its eye sockets, giving the skull a sense of life. Talia let out a scream as she jumped back in fright and pulled out her shield and spear. What is that thing? She asked, pointing at it with her spear. Lucian's excitement overshadowed his fear as he laughed madly. Ha 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 ha, it worked. What did? Talia asked, looking at the thing with apprehension. My beautiful creation. I would have given you your original name, but I don't think the god would be very happy, Lucian muttered sadly while putting a hand on the ribcage that surrounded him. Seeing that it wasn't dangerous, Talia lowered her weapons. Why did you decide to give it devil horns? That just makes it creepier. That's the point, it's for the intimidation factor. Lucian then made the figure disappear back into his shadow, letting out a sigh. He dusted off his hands. Now then, for the thing I actually came to do. Lucian pulled out a bag of drachmas, knelt down towards the ground, and placed his hand on the grass, closing his eyes. After a while, the ground below his hand started to shake and then cracked open. A few seconds later, gems of various colors appeared. He put the gems in the leather bag and pulled the string from its side to close it, but it only closed partially, some of the gems and coins sticking out. He then held the bag in one hand while two of his fingers in the other hand gained a dark red coloring. He slowly wrote words in ancient Greek before digging at the ground and burying the bag in the hole he created, then closed it. He dusted his hands once again and nodded. That should do it. Lucian then turned towards Baba Yaga. Does the chicken feet hut over there have rooms to sleep in? Baba Yaga smiled and nodded. Come, I'll show you what the inside looks like, she said, leading him and Talia inside the shadowy hut. I now have a portable house, that's nice, Lucian happily thought as he gingerly skipped his way inside, third person's POV. In the middle of the night, while Lucian slept, his eyes snapped wide open. Without hesitation, he rushed out and jumped straight from the window on the second floor. He saw a little mouse with a bag of golden coins and gems on its back, happily skipping away. The mouse heard the sound of fast footsteps and looked behind him, letting out a frightful screech as its eyes nearly popped out of its head. The mouse grabbed Lucian's pouch and stuffed it into his own little travel bag that was slung over his shoulder. Like magic, the pouch was sucked into the bag. The mouse dropped to all fours and started to run into the forest. As it was running away, it looked back and saw Lucian running efficiently, his arms moving accordingly, his posture straight, and his breathing even. The mouse started to cry and shed tears while dodging and weaving between the trees. Not far from Lucian's, the hut with chicken feet started following them. Both Baba Yaga and Talia looked out the window as Lucian chased the mouse. What is he doing? Why is Lucian chasing the mouse and not capturing it? Talia asked, confused. Talia saw the mouse was starting to outrun Lucian, but before she could comment, she saw something that left her mouth agape. As Lucian ran after the mouse and saw it getting away, he jumped forward. As he jumped, his figure started to change shape. Hair started growing from his arms and legs, and his mouth elongated into a snout. When he landed back on the ground, he appeared as a black wolf with glowing red eyes. Did Lucian just transform into a freaking wolf? Is he a werewolf? Talia screamed, pointing at the wolf running on all fours. Baba Yaga put a hand over her mouth and chuckled, "No, silly, he's using magic. Here, let me show you." Talia was confused until she was hit by Baba Yaga's spell. Her form started to shrink until she turned into a green frog. Ribbit. Baba Yaga snapped her fingers, undoing the spell. Talia found herself on all fours on the floor in the same position as the frog. She blushed as she stood up. "Don't you ever do that again," she glared at Baba Yaga. "How did that feel?" Baba Yaga asked. "It felt uncomfortable, like you were forcing my body to compact into itself and take the form you pleased." Baba Yaga nodded. "That's exactly what Master is doing, except instead of forcing the change onto others, he does it to himself. Think of it like shape-shifting magic, or a curse, like in Beauty and the Beast or The Princess and the Frog." "I see. Wait, you know about those fairy tales?" Talia pondered. Baba Yaga looked at Talia in confusion. "Of course, after all, where do you think they come from? They take inspiration from the myths and story about us." Talia nodded in understanding before focusing her gaze back towards Lucian. "Magic is amazing, it makes me almost jealous," she muttered. "But still, why is Lucian doing this?" "You know what, never mind, I can already guess." Talia sighed. He always liked to play around with his so-called prey. And that's exactly what Lucian was doing, playing with his prey. Lucian gained sadistic pleasure watching the little mouse cry while trying to escape. The mouse took a deep breath as it ran and let out a loud screech that resounded throughout the forest. "Oh," Baba Yaga muttered. Talia snapped her head towards Baba Yaga. "What do you mean, oh?" Baba Yaga sighed. "That was a call to the guardian of the forest." "The guardian of the forest? Who's that?" Talia asked, unfamiliar with Slavic mythology. "His name translates from Russian to, from the forest. He is a deity of the forests, protecting them and their wildlife." Just as Lucian was still chasing the mouse, a blade of grass quickly grew underneath him. It grew so fast it knocked Lucian back with enough force to send him flying, crashing against the trees and breaking some apart. Even with his danger sense, Lucian wasn't fast enough to dodge it. The blade of grass grew to a giant size, towering over the trees. Ruhuer. He is known as Lesnik or Leshy. The giant had blue cheeks, vivid green eyes, pale skin, and hair and beard made of grass and vines, making him appear as an old man. Seeing Lucian, Leshy made a fist and slammed it down towards him, but Lucian in his wolf form reacted quickly. He jumped to the side, then onto the arm, running up it. Lucian's wolf form then came undone, and in his hands were two swords. One was his bonded weapon, and the other was a sword made using his tracing magic. Talia, seeing this, jumped on the window frame and surrounded herself with lightning. The lightning took the shape of gauntlets and boots. She then launched herself towards the giant, leaving a trail of lightning behind her. Meanwhile, Lucian ran both swords along the giant's arms, cutting them open and causing blood to spill out. However, instead of the usual red or golden color, the blood was a bright blue. The giant swung his hand over, trying to flatten Lucian like a mosquito. Unfortunately, Talia was in the way and got hit as well. Lucian performed a backflip to get off the giant. When the giant lifted his hand to see if he got Lucian, all he saw was Talia squatting with her shield to the side, unharmed. In a blur, she took off running with a spear in hand. She mimicked Lucian's earlier move, thrusting her spear into the giant's arm and cutting it as she ran up. Her speed was so great that the giant let out a loud cry of pain. Talia then appeared by its shoulder, stuck her spear in its blue cheeks, and jumped down, holding onto the spear and letting gravity do its work. Bright blue blood escaped from the giant's cheeks, enraging it. The ground around them began to shake and tremble before splitting apart. Sharp roots sprung forth, each going for the kill. Era, from the skies, Baba Yaga appeared, sending bolts of her magic power towards the roots, causing them to explode into harmless splinters. Meanwhile, Lucian, back on the ground, smirked, "Arise, Ain's old gown." From Lucian's shadow, a skeletal giant figure rose up and uppercut the giant, causing it to stagger back. The giant roared in anger and punched Ain's across the face, causing its jaw to come unhinged. The two giants began trading punches, the sound of their blows resounding throughout the entire forest. Trees were uprooted from the damage they caused. Baba Yaga flew around on her broom, providing support by destroying all the roots and thorns sent their way. Talia rushed for the giant's heels and ran her spear right through them, causing the giant to become unbalanced. She quickly spun and plunged her spear into the other heel. "Just leave this forest, you parasites!" Leshy shouted in pain and anger. "Nah, I'd win," Lucian said, a bit surprised that the giant talked. "What does that even mean, Dash?" Leshy began to shout, but Ain swung his fist once more across its face. As previously stated, Talia was only afraid of heights when she was aware of them, but during fights, her fears became inconsequential. Talia jumped into the air and started spinning in place. Lucian saw her and immediately knew what she was planning. "Azura, Galark, Ains, and Chicken Feet. Hold him down," Lucian commanded. They did just that. Azura and Galark both appeared from his shadow, tackling Leshy to the ground and causing it to roar in annoyance. "Let go of me, you undead parasites." Leshy struggled as they pinned him down, occasionally punching them off before they secured their hold. Ains, the giant skeleton, grabbed hold of Leshy's legs, while Chicken Feet came running and jumped, sitting down on the other leg. Talia, still in the air and spinning like a blue saw, couldn't stay airborne much longer and came dropping down. Lucian and Baba Yaga watched as Talia descended from the sky, her spear acting like a saw blade as it cut into the giant's head. The giant screamed in agony, its head splitting open like a watermelon against the relentless force of Talia's spear. With one swift and powerful drop, Talia finished the job. Lucian and Baba Yaga quickly moved to secure all of the giant's parts, from its unique blue blood to its heart, before the entire body began to turn into dust. "Arise," Lucian commanded, causing a guardian to appear in the giant's place, kneeling down before him. Meanwhile, Talia stumbled off to the side, her balance compromised. "Too dizzy, can't walk straight." "Lucian, help," she called out before colliding face-first with a tree. The others winced as she fell to the ground, clutching her forehead and rolling around in pain. "Ow!" Talia cried out, her voice filled with frustration. "I blame this all on you, Lucian. If you hadn't been playing with your prey, we wouldn't have needed to fight a giant." "Sorry," Lucian responded sheepishly, rubbing the back of his head. Lucian then sank into his shadow, reappearing a minute later with a mouse and a treasure chest. The mouse, locked in a cage, looked defeated, its tiny hands gripping the iron bars like a prisoner. Lucian, however, smirked as he eyed the chest. "Just what I wanted. There's a reason why I hadn't caught it when it first appeared. I wanted to chase it into its home to see if it had any treasure, and luckily for us, it did," Lucian explained. Turning towards Baba Yaga, Lucian said, "Beatrice, help me take Talia inside Chicken Feet so we can go home." "Beatrice?" Baba Yaga muttered. "Yeah, your new name. I'm not going to keep calling you Baba Yaga. It's a mouthful. Now then, comrades, although we couldn't taste the divine liquor that is vodka, I'd say we explored a good bit of the motherlands. So, although it pains me, we must cut the journey short," Lucian declared in a thick Russian accent as he walked towards Chicken Feet. Talia, still holding her head and glaring at Lucian, slowly got up and followed him inside. Third person's POV. Talia and Lucian were seated in a diner, each with a burger in hand, wolfing it down. "Man, I forgot I was hungry," Talia said with food in her mouth. Lucian nodded his head. I even forgot that the whole reason we agreed to stop at Baba Yaga's shack was to eat something. Who would have thought our first date would be in a diner? Lucian casually said as he went for the fries. Talia ended up choking a bit on her food as she heard that and banged her chest before reaching over and taking a long sip of her drink. After catching her breath, she glared at Lucian. Why would you say that? I almost died. Lucian snorted. Just imagine, the daughter of the ruler of Olympus, 'cause of death, choking on food. After they finished, Lucian looked towards Talia and asked if she was ready. Once she nodded, Lucian pulled her close and they both sank into his shadow, reappearing in front of the camp property line. Seeing the camp, Talia let out a sigh. At least the journey was fun. Lucian nodded before he started to walk away. Well, I have something to do. I'll talk to you later. Oh Grover, Lucian called out as he walked through the forest with a plate of veggie enchilada in one hand and a cheese grater in the other. When Lucian found Grover, he was sitting in between a group of forest nymphs, his head resting on one of their laps while they giggled around him as he talked. His nose then wiggled as his head snapped towards where the delicious smell was coming from. He raised a hand as he saw Lucian. Yo! Lucian! Lucian handed him the plate and high-fived him. Yo man, I didn't mean to interrupt what this is, he motioned towards everything around Grover. Nah, it's all cool, so why the visit? I came to bribe you. Grover sat up and looked at Lucian with confusion before looking at the cheese grater. And what's that for? To get some of your hoof dust. Huh? Emamicham, Lucian responded, tilting his head. Grover was seen eating his enchiladas with an ashamed look while Lucian closed up a little bag he had in his hands. And to think I sold my body for some food, what have I become? Grover lamented while stuffing his mouth with food. Lucian rolled his eyes. It's not that serious, dude. Maybe for you it's not. You're not the one that had to sell his body. I understand more than I would like to. Thanks for your hoof dust, though, Lucian said with a sigh as he started walking away. What? Wait, what do you mean by that? Grover asked, but Lucian didn't answer and waved while walking ahead. Lucian? Lucian was in his secret chamber in front of his cauldron with his brand new assistant by his side. The 1,000 golden drachmas, please, Beatrice, Lucian said, ready to begin stirring. Beatrice grabbed a bag that was filled to the brim with coins and emptied it all out in the cauldron. Lucian stirred and stirred until all the coins melted into liquid gold. Did you extract the essence yet? Lucian asked Beatrice. Yes, master, she sweetly said as she showed Lucian a small bottle with a white sparkling liquid in one hand and the body of a dead mouse that appeared to have had its soul sucked out in the other. Pour it in, Lucian said. As Beatrice did, Lucian turned towards the dead mouse and stuck out his hand. Wakey wakey. A small shadow soldier appeared of the mouse with a cowboy hat, cowboy boots, and a small pouch to the side. Your name now shall be Jefferson, Lucian said with a serious tone. Jefferson made a military salute before sinking into Lucian's shadow. While Lucian turned back and continued stirring with the now added liquid. Seeing that the liquid was bubbling, Lucian then demanded, 5 pounds of griffin feathers. Beatrice grabbed a pillowcase from her side and emptied all the feathers inside. After it was done, Lucian called for the next 2 ingredients. Now for the manticore venom essence. Beatrice brought out a green vial and poured it in. And finally, the hoof powder, Lucian said. Beatrice took out the small bag, opened it, and emptied the brown powder into the cauldron, giving the liquid a beautiful golden shine. After they poured the potion into a glass flask, Lucian studied it for a bit. The liquid inside was golden with silver marks around it. Lucian downed it in one gulp and stuck his tongue out. Whoa, it tastes like I just bit into a coin. Not a pleasant taste. Lucian then started grunting in pain, holding his body, which unfortunately lasted for about 30 minutes. He was on the floor gasping for air when the pain vanished. When it was over, he sat cross-legged on the floor and began to study himself. Let's see what has improved first. He muttered as he closed his eyes. My spatial awareness, my danger sense, and my endurance have all become stronger, and what's this, so has my intuition. Neat. Now for what I'm able to do as a treasure seeker. Oh wow, this is amazing, Lucian muttered. My first ability as a treasure seeker is clairvoyance. The ability to gain information about an object, person, or location from a distance. This allows the seeker to scout ahead and identify potential threats or treasures without physically being there. Next is psychometry. The power to read the residual energies and memories associated with an object. By touching a treasure or artifact, the seeker can learn about its history, previous owners, and any hidden dangers it might carry. Next is something called pathfinding. An innate sense that guides the treasure seeker along the safest and most efficient routes to their goal. This ability helps them avoid traps, pitfalls, and dangerous creatures that guard the treasure. I think I just began Magneto. Magnetic manipulation, the capability to manipulate magnetic fields, aiding in the detection of metallic treasures buried underground or hidden within metallic structures. And last but not least, although it's a simple ability, it has many uses. Navigation, proficient in reading maps, understanding landmarks, and using compasses or other navigational tools to find their way through unknown territories. After Lucian finished studying his powers, he nodded in satisfaction. Honestly, he was more than satisfied. As he was getting up, Lucian began to ponder something. Wait, now that I have bigger control over metal, does that mean I'm able to manipulate blood a bit better than before? I'm slowly becoming unstoppable.
Hello everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.